Interesting, guys. How's everyone doing? Yesterday, we finished the puzzle box. And today we have to catch up. Let's do that. Hi, Pattern. How is it, Tux? How are you guys doing? It's just one more week. Let's check what we have posted here, actually. There's certainly at least the interview that we have to watch. I want to see that today. Talkative Try and Jonathan, I think. There's also more Dream Call videos about some notes. P2 skills. Oh, that sounds exciting, actually. Nice. You can actually just like make a setup here. Cool. I'm gonna use that. Let's try this later. No waiting emoji. I have this. Which one do you want? Score of Wisdom. Waiting. I'm not sure which one is. Can you link it? I can add if you want. You also have this. Yes, I'm very shaved. I do have to say, this is like the funniest note I've seen. Really reminds me of Diablo likes. Trickster is back. More juicy passive trees than it really is. Okay, let's check this out. Do we have the interview from Talkative Try? Okay. I can save this for later. Mom spaghetti node. This is the motion is half. Ah, this one. True, I know this one. Waiting. Okay, let's do it. I know this. With a capital, actually. Sure. Waiting. Waiting for next Friday. The Connor videos could be informative for new players. Which one is that? Ah, here. Connor Converse. I don't know him, actually. 10 things a new player should know. I was actually going to make a video like that as well. But okay. I know a lot of things that people should know. Okay. This thing is a 3-hour interview. What the fuck? Okay. I know this is the live stream bot. So it's not just the interview. Okay. Wait, where can I find it? Is this it? Okay, it's a 1-hour thing. So I want to start with this here. Channel equals Asmongold TV. Wait, what about the Asmongold? Four minutes ago. Okay, it's about Elon Musk. Yeah, apparently it's gonna blast some PoE. Looks like it at least. I asked Elon. Seems like he's interested, yeah. Try surprised you with this one? I don't know him very well. I've never really seen much of Talkative Try, but okay. Gazi is now live. What are they doing? Just like talking among each other or what? Ask him for a loan. What am I gonna do for a loan? He's okay, but he's a massive D4 hate farmer. Okay, good to know. Okay, let's see.
Okay, perfect levels. Jonathan.
Nice.
Okay, man, like I said a second ago, you are 9 days out from Path of Exile 2 launching, and everyone I'm talking to is excited. It doesn't matter if they've been playing Path of Exile 1 for years. It doesn't matter if they literally haven't played video games ever. I show them just the snippet from the trailer, and they are ready to log in on December 6th. So my first question,
I've never played
what's the
games
secret
before.
sauce? How are you guys doing this? How is grinding your games making non-gamers ready to log into a hardcore ARPG?
I think we just have a like when we're presenting our content, we always do it in a way where we're thinking about, you know, like how are people going to react to it? Like, you know, we just, and the other thing as well is that we're not afraid to put information in our videos. Like, I think a lot of people are kind of like, you know, hey, you know, tone it back a little bit, you know, like people don't need so much information, this kind of stuff. But personally, I'm kind of a fan of just like, you know, let's just put everything out there. And if you do that, I think people get excited. So, you know, I guess that's my philosophy about it anyway. And I think people do resonate with that. If you show them just, you know, show them what you got cooking and show them gameplay, show them, you know, how they're able to use all the tools you give them, and I think they'll be excited.
Definitely. And I hate to bring it up, but it wasn't an interview that dropped today with Legendary Drops. How just during the Settlers of Kalgur reveal, you all pivoted to focus entirely on Endgame. How is your company that agile? Because I work at a company of about 70 people.
Right.
We are not agile at all. What are your processes like internally as developers? Like, how can you move on a dime and just go in?
I mean, I guess it's just about not being afraid to do it, right? I mean, certainly it causes some consternation, right? I mean, nobody likes being like jerked around from one task to the other, that kind of thing. But I think it is important because it just gives us the ability to really make sure we're reacting to what we think is important. And so, yeah, I mean, you know, like, I don't know what to say really. I mean, just like, you know, we just have to make those kinds of decisions and just tell people, you know, this is really what we have to do. Like when you realize that you're not doing the right thing, you really have to jump on, you know, you can't just sort of say, oh, well, you know, we just keep doing the wrong thing just because there's so much inertia, right? Like you have to actually try to turn the ship around. And so, you know, yeah, that's what we did.
Awesome. All right, Jonathan, I have the interview broken down into various different categories here. I wanted to start with questions about new players in particular and just people logging into the game, playing it for the first time and their experiences. So I wanted to start with the fact that in Path of Exile 1, it's renowned for not many people making it even to Brutus. I mean, I know it's a free-to-play game. A lot of people try it out, but even when it was paid, I'm sure a lot of people bounced early on. So I'm curious, first 5 minutes of Path of Exile 2, do you think that onboarding experience is solid and you're going to really wrap people in and get them progressing further into the game?
I'm pretty sure it is. And I think that, like, if you're talking about literally the first 5 minutes, then I think that what will really just get you in is the fact that just the feeling of combat is much better. And that's really the thing you're going to appreciate from the first moment that you start playing. The other thing as well is we have a lot of, not necessarily, I mean, in the first 5 minutes, you're going to come upon your first boss, right? And that will be a much more engaging experience than Hillock was, you know what I mean? Like the first boss is significantly better. But even just after that, right? Even the first 15 minutes, there's like other bosses really close. You're sort of getting into that experience of having the more interesting combat and more interesting things going on just sort of right away. And you know, it's funny, I had a friend over at my place who was playing the game the other day. And there was a word I thought was really interesting that he used for this. He's like, oh, you're so generous with the content. And I was kind of like, it's kind of an interesting way to look at it, is like, you know, like you know, he's kind of like, you're giving people what they want so quickly. It's kind of like, you know, I find that's a kind of an interesting way to look at it. But you know, yeah, I mean, basically we just want people to have a good time. And you know, even Even in the from the very beginning, like before we even made Path of Exile 1, like when we founded the company, one of the things that I had as my metric is like, what's the time to first zombie? You know what I mean? Like, when's the first moment you can actually kill something? You know, like you just kill like a basic enemy. And I kind of want to make that sure that that's as minimal as possible. And that's why we kind of make sure that we start the game the way we do, with like action immediately and that kind of stuff. So, you know, that's kind of just a philosophy we've always had.
Definitely. Getting people right into the action is important, and lots of people, especially viewers of my channel, are completely new Path of Exile players. They've never played an ARPG, they never played Path of Exile 1, and they are wondering, in Jonathan's eyes, what is the busted build? What is the archetype they should log in and play on December 6th if they want to get into the action fast? I'm not going to use you for clickbait videos, Jonathan. I'm just wondering, from your view, I know you said people really like the monk that had a high satisfaction score, but is it the most powerful?
Not necessarily. I mean, I honestly don't know that I should be recommending builds particularly. I mean, I've said a few times, I think the mercenary could be a very good new player friendly class, both because you're further away from the action and just because of that like instant response of everything. Like you know, if you're going to pick something like the warrior or something like that, you're going to have to worry about the fact that you know, you have to commit to attacks and this kind of stuff. Whereas with something like the mercenary, because it's so fast from the point where you like, you know, attack and the point you recover, and also because you're further back, I think that could be a very good choice for new players. But honestly, like any class can work. Like any class can be the one that you work in. Look, the main reason why we have classes in the first place, like, because I mean, we could be a game that just has like zero, you know, introductory stuff. Like we already let you choose between and mix and match all the different skills and weapons and things like that. So the reason why we have classes at all is because people.
Jonathan just said mercenary login. Yeah, paraphrase.
Really want.
Yeah, it's my starter class.
Like a stereotype to latch onto when they start the game, to think about like, okay, how am I going to build my character, right? So you show them some things like, you know, like here's a ranger and here's a sorceress and so on. And then when they see that, they immediately get an idea in their head about what kind of thing it is that they might want to do. So I think that when it comes to that, like you're best off just picking like what excites you, right? Like what is the thing that just makes you feel like, oh yeah, I could see how I'm going to play this, right? And so you do that, and then I think you'll have a good time.
I baited you into that answer. That's exactly what we wanted to hear, man. Whatever you're going to have the most fun with. And I'm curious on character selection. I know it was talked about in the past that ascendancies might appear on that screen. Are they still not there, and you find out about them in the trials?
Yeah, they're still not there. Look, that screen is certainly something that needs some UI attention. We just haven't had time to work on it more. There's so many things I would still improve even now. But I mean, look, that's what the early access is for, right? There's going to be tons of time to improve on that stuff. But yeah, for the beginning, it's just like, you know, pick what you think sounds like it would be cool, right? And we do have a few like little videos of skills and things like that on that screen, which like show, you know, and like it kind of gives like, so it gives kind of 3 main points for each class of like, here's the kind of things you can expect from that class. And there's a little video for each one as well. So we've got a little bit of information there, but we don't have like, yeah, full on ascendancy classes and everything there. I think there's room for that sort of stuff, but not at the moment.
Okay, awesome. Now I want to move on to testing and what new players, completely new players to ARPGs, found the most challenging in Path of Exile 2. I've heard that Path of Exile 1 players were just shocked by the difficulty of the combat and right. And newer players were kind of fine with it. What did they find challenging, though? Because I know you did a lot of first user testing, and I found that very interesting.
It's actually kind of funny to think about, right? Like the veterans are like, man, what the fuck? How difficult is this? But people that have no frame of reference, they're like, okay, this is just how it is, right? It's actually kind of funny to think about, because they don't have the frame of reference, and they just think, okay, this is just Path of Exile, you know, it's just a hard game. And the PoE 1 players, they're like, oh man, I can't one-shot this boss, what the fuck?
Interesting, because you're going to get a lot of first users on December 6th. What did they find hard?
So definitely the things they were finding the most challenging was the character customization and itemization stuff, right? Like that's where they're kind of, you know, potentially finding that they, you know, that like, so, I mean, we asked quite a lot of questions about like, you know, what do you feel like you're skilled at and that kind of stuff. Like, you know, try to sort of get a gauge for like, you know, how people rate their own skills in different areas. And it was certainly like understanding itemization that was the part that people found the hardest. So we've actually done quite a few things to improve in that area, I think, since then. I mean, like, it's just kind of subtle stuff, but just over time, we've just been, you know, carefully massaging towards a situation where, you know, it's easier to find the stuff that you need to find. It's, you know, there's more help, there's more guidance. There's also things like, the socketing system being, I think, a lot easier than the crafting bench system that we had and things like that. So there's things like that, I think, that will help a lot. So that's kind of the stuff that I think new players find the hardest. And then I think that's really just because, there's a lot of stats, there's a lot of things kind of coming at you. We just have to make sure that we're not overwhelming you too much with that stuff. And of course, there's the giant passive tree, which always gives people a bit of a scare. That's really the stuff that I would say that new players find the hardest.
Okay, well, awesome. Now, during the betas, I know that there were a few closed beta tests. People were freaking out when they first got those NDA invites and everything. Between those tests, what were the largest changes? And did you really change a lot about the game after the tests themselves? Because I know, like, when we went to LA, you took a ton of feedback and made a huge number of changes just between March and June. Did that happen again with all the beta tests this year?
Yeah, absolutely. So a lot of it really comes down to difficulty. But the thing with difficulty is that people know the game is too hard, but they don't know why it's too hard. And the reasons can be hugely varied between, like, oh, it's just this one boss ability, to like, oh, the entire way you're scaling spell damage is incorrect, or, random stuff like that. So there's all sorts of things. And it's always just, can we tease out what exactly it is that people are running into that's the most, that's the reason for the thing they're finding hard. So I think there was a variety of changes. So one of them was like, the map change where, you can see what's out there, so you know what to find.
Yeah, I don't think they like massively changed the game. Okay, they like the Flasks changes and whatever, they added more skills and whatnot, right? But it seems like overall, like, the campaign was already there, the classes was already there, the skills are already there. Like, we saw a lot of the stuff already like years ago at this point to some degrees, right? And okay, there's just been building more, but yeah, the tuning is definitely something that I guess has changed the most. Because if you look at this footage from like the different, like, tests and like, the invites, like I played at Gamescom in August, the other guys played it in June, other people played it in March, and you can actually very clearly see that stuff is just like either harder or easier, basically, and like some classes are stronger and worse and stuff. So that's kind of interesting. But I guess outside of that, yeah, I'm not sure. It's in 6th of December, yeah, this is when it starts. Next Friday. I think it can be overwhelming for new players that there's so many classes in further Ascendancy. I mean, what means overwhelming? I guess there's definitely like maybe too much, but I don't think that what PoE 2 has is too much. It's still like in the realm of, you kind of understand, the differences between the different classes and the different Ascendancies, and even then, even if you choose a certain class, you're not really locked into just one build or, a few builds or something like that. You still have many options. And the class is just kind of like the shell to make whatever build you want to make, right? And of course, like, certain classes have like certain like priorities and like affinities and stuff, I guess, towards certain mechanics. Like, a warrior is like more oriented towards slams and war cries than a witch or something like that. But technically, you can still play a witch with war cries and slams if you want. So, it's not like you're really locked in anyway. And at the start, you don't even see the Ascendancies, right? You don't even know about the Ascendancies if you're like a fresh player. So he's gonna see like the mercenary has a crossbow. Oh, cool, it's gonna be a crossbow guy, and you kind of know what to expect there. And the same is with the sorcerers, right? Okay, sorcerers is very obvious what it does. And then later you get the Ascendancies. So I don't think it's gonna be such a problem because it's kind of like building on each other, basically.
A lot of it was down to more specific item drops around the place. Then there were things like the Flask change. So the Flask change was pretty big, I think, because that one really was like people dying to because they were fumbling their flasks. But it took quite a while to identify that was like an issue. Like we knew that we kind of knew that we weren't happy with flasks, but we hadn't. I don't think I'd really appreciated the degree to which a new player really did struggle with them. So that's another one of those things. But I mean, look, it's all over the place, and it's like. The devil's in the details, really, because even something like just the exact specifics of the passive tree, even for a new player, even if they're not like going deep on it, like it can actually be worse for new players because a new player will pick something that's weak without realizing it, and so you need to make sure that everything on there is reasonable. So there's quite a lot, sort of like as I said, it really all comes down to those details that make sure that the game is feeling right. And I think that without doing a lot of those tests, it would have been very hard to appreciate some of those problems because you just don't, when you're playing yourself, there's actually like a tendency where you'll always pick the stuff you kind of know is good subconsciously. So
I don't think that exists. So we don't even know, like, 80% of the nodes. What planner do you want to make?
I actually have like a thing when I'm playing now where often I'm like, okay, I'm going to pick what I want and then I'm going to do the opposite of that. Like in order to kind of force myself down the kind of like the not golden path of like, what if you were the pick, what if I picked the worst choice every time for like, what are you doing? Like, how can I make sure that that's like not too terrible? So that's kind of another thing you're going to have to make sure that you're doing as well.
Definitely. I have two follow-ups from that question. First, and I don't want you to commit to a release cadence or anything, but once we go into early access, do you see the team making large balance changes pretty quickly? Kind of like Path of Exile 1. I'm notorious for going into the freaking ancient history of PoE 1 and seeing that when it first released, weekly updates, going in, making huge balance changes, wild swings back and forth, passive tree resets every like 11 days and the like. Do you see that happening with early access given how much larger scale it seems it's going to be? Or is it going to be more stretched out, maybe a month, 2 months, 3 months?
Well, so I think that there's going to be a couple of different things depending on what type of thing we're talking about here. So for balance changes, I have absolutely no doubt that in that first week, we're going to be just doing a storm of crazy things, you know, just because like there'll be, I mean, look, there's going to be cases where like,
I wonder how it's actually gonna go, because they have crossplay with console. Maybe they kind of underestimate how much this will hinder them in their ability to patch the game. Or maybe they found a way around it somehow, because I know that notoriously games that have console crossplay are just giga slow with patches, because they always have to get everything approved first. So I hope that's gonna be better here, but I'm not sure how. Does anyone know exactly how this works with like other games? I know that the console crossplay always is like a huge issue, and this holds you back.
people just haven't tested bosses with certain builds and things like that, right? Like especially in the end game, which has had, you know, less testing obviously than the start of the game. So there's going to just be things where it's like someone will be like, oh, this boss is just impossible with minions, and like someone probably did test it with minions at some point to make sure the AI is good, but there probably wasn't like a really, you know, like, is this actually easy enough? Like that kind of stuff. Like you'll get changes like that. And I'm sure there'll just be cases where, you know, we need to make those kinds of changes. So and the other thing that's going to be, I'm sure, is just lots of like, someone finds something that's just like not just busted in a normal way things are allowed to be busted, but like busted in a completely ridiculous way that just can't be allowed to stand. I'm sure that will happen. And so long as we can fix that stuff fast enough, I think that we may have to do a few things like that. But ideally we don't, but you know, we'll see how that goes. So I'm sure on the first week there'll just be lots of that stuff. But if you're talking about like larger content inclusions, like if we're talking about like new classes and like more sort of content type things, I suspect that we'll probably batch those up into like a larger cycle. Probably like, I mean, we were thinking like 2 months. It might end up being 3. Like I'm not entirely certain. But we'll kind of like work that out when we go there. The funny thing is like, so like months ago we had plans for what we wanted to do immediately after release, but as you get closer to release, like everything just falls apart and you kind of have to be like, okay, after release we'll just have to take stock and see where we are, because you know, like no contact survives, no plan survives contact with the enemy, as they say. So we'll just have to sort of reassess and see what's going on at that point. But effectively, yeah, we'll probably do larger updates.
No, I didn't say 2 to 3 months for rebounds. They were talking about content, you know, new classes, and you know, the new acts and whatever, you know, if the acts are actually coming during the early access, I'm not sure. But they also want to like still add one more of the endgame types, I believe, right? One of the trials, if I'm not mistaken. Or I'm not sure if that's in there. But either way, I guess that's going to be like, you know, more bosses and so on they're going to introduce and all that kind of stuff. Oh yeah, happy Thanksgiving, by the way, everyone. I forgot. You can always release an update on PC first and follow up with consoles later. Yeah, but not when you have crossplay. Like, how do you do that? You know? You're gonna have 2 people in the same game and have a different patch? It doesn't work, you know? So... yeah, we'll see.
Just because I think, you know, in order to actually get good testing for something, you have to get enough players back to actually test it substantially. And people certainly are much more willing to come back for a larger update than they are for a smaller one. So I think that's kind of important. We actually noticed in PoE 1 when we were doing the weekly updates that, we didn't really see like a lot of people come back for them. Like the people who were playing were really happy, but the people who weren't playing it wasn't rising to the level of them actually coming back. So I think it's better to make sure that if you've got a new update for even in early access, you want to make sure there's enough to kind of sustain it. But of course, that doesn't mean that we're not going to fix all the like random small issues that like anything that doesn't like that wouldn't be an attractive thing for someone to come back for. You might as well just put it in immediately because like that's just that like bug fixes and just little balance changes because it's not like a big deal anyway. So you might as well just throw it in there.
Definitely. Now, I have to ask because I have been yearning ever since I saw it at ExileCon 2023. The Druid, the bear form. Yeah. Is that the reasons the Druid is delayed? Because it's got crazy animation problems with WASD, or is it just the final bit of polish on the third form?
No, it's not that. It's just literally that we had to pick something. We had to pick like when we were slimming down for early access a little bit because as I said we're going to have 8. When we're slimming down, we're like, look, unfortunately the Druid is going to have to be on the chopping block for now. It was really sad, but we just had to pick our battles. And I have no doubt that that'll be one of the next ones that comes out. And the reason ultimately is that making a new form for the Druid just is a lot of work. One of the forms wasn't done. We looked at the amount of work it would take to get the Druid over the line, and we're just like, look, if we can not have that, especially because when it comes to this stuff, it's like if you're talking about adding like a new animal form, that's like work that could go into like making a new boss fight or something like that. Because it's the same kind of like it's the animation team. Ultimately, you have to do like a bunch of work to do that stuff. Rigging or just all that stuff has to happen. So it isn't just the sort of skills pipeline, as we might call it, that has to be worrying with that. It's also the the kind of the animation team who work on that stuff. So when we look at that, it's just like, look, if we cut this, it's going to add more content elsewhere. Versus if we cut this other class, where it wouldn't really so much. So that's kind of how those.
Actually, I'm not sure. I don't remember the model because I only ever seen like the bear form of it. So who knows?
No one is fat in PoE 2.
Okay, Nini says no one is fat in PoE 2. Thank you, Nini.
Decisions get made.
Right. That makes total sense. Now I have 2 very quick ascendancy questions for you, and then we'll move into classes themselves. First, last time we spoke, when we spoke in March, I tried to get some Ascendancy details out of you, and you said you were working on a broken Sorceress Ascendancy. You didn't know if it was going to make it into the game. Did it make it into the game, or are we not seeing
So that was the Chronomancer, the like time stop and everything. I just
okay.
I mean, the moment you tell people you can the moment we're like, oh, we want to be able to stop time, it's like immediately, that's how
does it actually also freeze projectiles? Or is it just like enemies? And does it like stop everything, I wonder? I guess so, right? They have the technology to like pause the game, so I guess they could do exactly that with the skill itself, right? So they can probably like pause everything.
Make that not OP. It was absolutely that.
Yeah,
it's very fun to use. It's just really cool.
Awesome. Glad to hear it made it into the game. And then the other Ascendancy question, can you change Ascendancies in PoE 2?
So you actually can't right now. I think I did another interview recently where I thought that we could, but I believe that you can't at the moment. There's probably more discussion to have about that. I do know that certainly some designers are very keen to be that a locked choice. We'll talk about that more. We'll see how that goes. But at the moment you can't, and so that'll be how it goes into early access anyway.
Okay, so for the foreseeable future, once you pick an Ascendancy...
not necessarily. As I said, we'll talk about this more, but but in the moment at least, you can't change them.
Okay. Sounds great. Now...
So this means I have to really decide which hunter or the Gemlin, huh? And they're both pretty versatile, it seems. But okay. Maybe later.
Classes, just broad questions about the classes from me. So you've talked about the monk having the highest satisfaction score for everyone who's tested. Which class has the lowest satisfaction score, and what are you doing to perhaps bring it up, if anything?
So the one thing to say is that the difference between these is not like super high, but the lowest one on that survey that we were referring to was actually the Sorceress, funnily enough.
Really?
And I think that the reason for it is just because in the skill set, there's not like quite as much combo stuff as what some of the other classes have. And so we actually, after that point, we did work a bit on that and try to sort of improve, make a few more of those things sort of work together a little bit. But I think there's a little bit more work to do. I think that what I've heard some people say about the Sorceress is it's a little bit more in the PoE 1 direction of like this less kind of like less cross-element combinations than what some of the other classes have. So therefore, like if you do pick that class, like there will probably be more situations where it's like there's less, like you're probably going to use less skills overall than other classes, or rather, it's not so much that you will use that, but like you won't be forced into as much using more variety. So I think that's something we can still improve by just adding more synergies between the elements. But that's at least my understanding of probably why I think that's the case. But as I said, we've already made some changes since the point when we did that survey. So I think that it already is, like somewhat improved already by that. But yeah, that was the thing. But I mean, as I said, we're talking like, 0.1 of a, like if you, out of 5 stars, it's like 0.1 of a star lower than the others. And like when you sort of dig into it, it's like, yeah. But I mean, as I said, I think that's at least my reason for, for why I think the source was like that. But yeah, that's kind of, I mean, as I said, we can always improve that. And I think we have been as well.
Yeah. Awesome. Just wanted to hear. I thought it would be a curious question.
Yeah.
Now, this one, I don't know if you can answer it or not.
Copium.
But everyone knows there's a monk in Path of Exile too. Monks use quarterstaffs. Monks use their fists a little bit with finishers and, mobility skills. Are there any unarmed combat support options? Is the default attack supportable with your fist? Can you make something busted with it? Is that a thing in PoE 2 right now? Or
So I believe that default attack is supportable. I'm like 99% certain of that, but I have to admit, I haven't actually seen that user interface myself because I haven't made an unarmed build. There is a plan for a bunch of unarmed build support, but it actually did get cut for early access for the time being. So unfortunately, I can say that Facebreakers will not make it in to early access, but we do have a plan for it. There is like a whole thing for that's going to support that with other stuff. Now, one of the reasons for that actually is that it would require making unarmed versions of a ton of skills, like animations.
Oh, okay.
There's actually it ended up being cut just for that reason alone. Like it was just a bunch of animation work that we ended up not having time for. And effectively, you're talking about a bunch of animation work that's just to support that one unique. Because like that unique really is like kind of the key to being able to make unarmed damage like actually decent. There were a couple of other things as well that were sort of intended for unarmed things, but yeah, we're not going to do it for now. But it'll come in the future. We'll get to the point where you can do that.
Okay. Is Facebreakers still a
Sounds fun, actually. So I think they have pretty much all types of weapons you can imagine, right? Like what is actually not in this game, right? They have flails, they have quarterstaffs, they have unarmed, like all the typical stuff like axes and maces and swords, crossbow, bow, staffs, scepters. I guess there's no, like, I don't know, glaives, I guess, but it's pretty close to quarterstaffs or something like that. Yeah, daggers are still missing, but I guess they're gonna come when we get the shadow. Wands. Yeah, there are wands, no? I think like the witch and stuff, they have wands. No? Bazookas. Halberds. Do we have polearms in this game? Claws. Yeah, claws should also make it into the game with shadow, no? It's probably gonna be like shadow related, claws and daggers. Whips. Yeah, that's not a really common weapon now, is it? Huh? Sling. Like this. Like this. Okay. Yeah, that's like Stone Age. Polearms. Okay, yeah, we have spears actually, right? But no polearms. Yeah. Pepper spray. Yeah, I guess guns are missing, but the crossbows are kind of guns. So, like guns like muskets or something, Rock throw. Yeah, it's kind of crazy actually, like, how many weapon types there are in this game. So there's like, not really much left, to be honest, to add. Traps. Yeah, traps are also like their own thing now. This is like this image. Yeah, this is a really nice image, yeah. I've seen this. Actually gonna save this.
Is Monk gonna be using an arm strikes?
Yes.
Martial art?
Yes. Yeah, so it's basically most of it. Daggers, traps. Wait, all about claws. Yeah, here's claw. It's 100% dex, so 100% dex is ranger, and wait, which other class is gonna be the dex class? The hunters, I guess, right? No, hunters is here with 25% strength with spears. This is this. Why not swords? Swords are here. 50-50. The Mercs 100%. Really? I thought they're like on a duelist side. It also has swords and crossbows, 50% strength. Scythes are missing. True. Scythes could actually be like a weapon type. But I guess it's like probably too specialized almost. Okay, we have stuff like flails. I guess Scythes could be somewhere here. Maybe like a 75 int, 25 strength or so. Here they could do Scythes maybe. Necro Witch. What else do you fit there? Okay, anyway.
Pair of gloves in PoE 2?
Yeah, it is.
It is?
Yeah.
Okay. All right.
Yeah.
Cool. All right, this is a fun one just for you, Jonathan. What is your favorite skill to use in Path of Exile 2 right now? I know you're a mercenary fan. You're playing through as the mercenary right now. Is it on the Merc or something else?
That is really tricky. Look, I mean, if we're talking about the Merc, then my favorite thing is definitely the ice wall that shot us. What's it called? I can't remember even the name of it, but it's the one that fires a shot and then makes like 2 diagonal ice walls that come out, and then and then following up with the fragmentation rounds to explode them. Like, I just love that combo. It just feels really satisfying to me. But you know, it's like, obviously, like, you know, every class there's interesting stuff. Like on the Monk, it's probably the bell. Like, I just love that bell. There's so many little things about its design, and you know, it's just a fun skill. Like, I love that kind of thing. So, you know, those are definitely up there for 2 of my favorites. But I mean, you know, there's always new stuff.
Have you seen it in action, by the way?
Lots of cool things, right?
That's just
the kind of stuff that I like to do.
The bell is incredible, and you guys even snuck a showcase of it with a crossbow, rapid shot.
Yes.
Into the,
yes. Yes.
That was so good.
just to give a hint to the idea that there might be some pretty.
No, Battle is not Wave Light from D3. It's a completely different skill. Wave Light is an attack. Battle is just like you summon the thing and then you can hit it. So it just has a bell shape, but that's the only similarity, really.
Interesting ways that you can do some pretty cool stuff.
Oh, definitely. All right, rapid fire question here. Can we use the weapon swap system passive skills to allocate keystones? Or can they only allocate notables and travel nodes?
So you can't do Keystones, but I actually do have some interesting stuff to talk about with this, because we were originally going to allow that. But then, so the skill that actually originally was like that completely broke this, that we realized like this was going to be like not okay, was Necromantic Aegis, funnily enough. Which now, for anyone who doesn't, who hasn't played PoE 1, effectively what this does is it makes it so the stats from your shield are transferred onto your minions. But when you've got weapon swap involved, where like like if you can turn that on and off, it causes the specific details of this are kind of complicated, but it caused a lot of chaos in like how the stat system worked and like how the minions would have to work and like the snapshotting of this and like just a whole lot of details around that were very complicated. And then at some point while we were discussing that, because you know we kind of were like, okay, how are we going to even implement this? It was like a whole thing. Then we're like, well, hang on, like, is it even okay for other keystones anyway? Like, when you really come right down to it, like, is chaos inoculation really okay if you can turn it on and off? Like, it's kind of supposed to be this like massive downside, and like if you can just like, you know, like it's kind of like with kind of thinking maybe it wasn't.
Yeah, imagine you don't even have to play with 2 different weapons, right? You can literally just have, you know, like a second weapon that is like a copy of your main weapon, literally mirror it or something, right? The same build, the same skills, and then just like, you know, like turn on and off like some keystones. Yeah, I could imagine that would break things really fast, way crazier than what he's describing even, I imagine. You know, just like, oh, turn on CI for that, you know, chaos damage boss, and then just be completely immune, you know, and you don't have to do anything else. Like, that'd be kind of crazy, yeah.
Isn't okay, and then we sort of made the decision, you know what, maybe keystones should actually be not swappable like that, just because of the type of, I think that might be a balance problem too far even for us, like even as far as we're willing to like accept a lot of these kinds of problems. Like I think that might even be a bridge too far even for us. So yeah, we decided not to allow it, and that's what we're going with for now anyway.
Yeah, you knew people were already theory crafting ways to like get the perfect keystones on their side. Oh yeah, definitely. Right. That's good. Another rapid fire, if you know off the top of your head, how many passive points are there in total? Because people are already looking at the tree and trying to path through it.
Sure. Now. I believe it's 122 is the final count, and once you get all of the optional skill books and stuff like that.
Okay, awesome.
Yeah. And then we do a big hammer with
All right. This was on the Sony Druid, I showed it there.
And then we do a big hammer with 2.
Yeah.
The hammer of the gods.
then explode again.
I remember that. That was cool.
But you know, with support gems, you can still make it.
And the Magician cast missing 4 times in a row.
Yeah.
And then explode
It does
again.
look cool.
But you know, with support gems, you can still make it.
Okay. Thanks for digging it up.
Another rapid fire. This is a spicy one though. Are you able to do a 1-button respec if you have enough gold, or if you pay a premium, or is it 1 node at a time?
You will have to do 1 node at a time. And like the thing is, I mean, yeah, I guess I can see why people would want that. But generally speaking, that's not the kind of behavior we're really encouraging, right? Like we want you to actually be changing your build from one to the other. So yeah, there's just a 1 node at a time. I mean, look, it won't take you too long, right? You can click 100 times even if you're level 100. Like it's not too bad.
I know it won't. I get it. I totally get it. Another one. So we've seen this key term overflow a few times, and some people are wondering how it works. Could you explain how it works?
Yeah, so anytime you've got something that says overflow, it means that you're able to overcap that resource by up to double. So effectively, overflow just means, yeah, like if it's leech, or if it's like, you know, any other kind of thing that gives you back life, or for example, or mana or shield or whatever it is, it basically just means, yeah, you can get back up to double of that resource.
Okay, awesome. That makes sense even to me, and I'm pretty simple-minded about these mechanical sort of things. Awesome, thank you. All right, another rapid fire. Can you use skills granted by ascendancies in meta gems, like cast on shock?
No, you can't. So when you get one of those ascendancy skills, they effectively just appear in your skill screen. Like they're not a gem; they're just kind of like there and locked in by that. So because you can't take them out and put them somewhere else, you can't put them in a meta gem.
Okay. And then meta gems, can you use multiple of the same meta gem? I know you can't repeat supports, but can you have 2 cast on ignites in your build?
You absolutely can. You absolutely can. But of course, you'll have to pay the spirit cost for both of them. So you know that's how that's balanced, and that's why it's fine.
Okay.
Oh, interesting. Wait, so you cannot have either active or support skills multiple times, but you can have meta gems multiple times? Or is it just support that it can't have multiple of? I thought that they were all unique, but apparently not. Difficult part will be finding 6 link gems for the skills you want. Just supports. But I saw like when, you know, in the playthroughs and stuff, like whenever, you know, they get like a new uncut skill gem, and then it just said, okay, you already have this one. Like in a skill like selection, right? When you like use the uncut skill gem, and then somewhere grayed out, and there was like an exclamation mark, and it said, you know, like you already have this. So can you actually still press it? Okay, so just supports are limited. Okay. Interesting. So I guess you can actually, for example, make like 2 times the same main skill and have like one like with chain and you know, LMP or something, and the other one like, you know, full single target basically, and still use the same skill anyway with like 2 different situations. Yeah, I understand why they limited the support gems. I think that was actually a pretty good move. I just thought that all skills were unique to a character, but I guess not.
Yeah, you guys released a teaser yesterday. I'm not sure if you saw a scepter minion, Ascendancy, or not Ascendancy.
Yeah.
Oh, the second scepter, that looked like a mirror tier item, which was just awesome to see. All right, now we're going to move on from classes, and we're going to talk a little bit about combat. So when I played Path of Exile 2, the Draven fight and the Executioner fight hard locked me for combined about 4 hours. What right now do you think is the hardest boss fight in Path of Exile 2's campaign? Not the end game, but the campaign itself. And do you think it potentially is going to hard lock a lot of players if they're stubborn and they get that Elden Ring mindset where they're just like, I'm just going in over and over. I'm not stopping until it hits 0.
Well, so we've definitely tried to like improve the issues that we had with that in that one. But what I would say is that the further you go into the game, the less kind of like of the feedback we've been able to address overall, just because, you know, if there's less of it, right? Like as you go further. And so effectively what that means is that I have no doubt that if there's a boss that's going to hardlock people, it's almost certainly going to be in Act 3, I would say, something like that. But I mean, on the same time, like ideally the hardest bosses are later in the game. Like that's kind of what you want in some sense. So yeah, like I mean, look, some of those fights are pretty hard. I don't know that there's one that I'd point to as like this is the hard one. Really, I mean, as I said, we kind of try to make sure that they're all kind of a relatively even keel, or rather slowly increasing as you kind of go through. So yeah, my hope would be that the Act 3 end boss is one that people will find the hardest, and then ideally the second time through it's even harder again. So, but we'll see how it goes. And as I said, as you now know, right, like if you go around the rest of the areas, you'll find other stuff, you'll find more items and so on, and that'll definitely help you. And if you come back, you'll definitely do a lot better.
Question on bosses in regular versus cruel. Do they have new abilities in cruel, or are they the same, just a little buffed with damage hit points?
So usually they don't have like completely new abilities, although I think that in some cases there might be a little bit of that. Usually what it is, it's kind of tweaking the parameters or the AI or the radii and like things like that, just like things about them. And it makes skills feel dangerous in new ways quite a lot of the time, just because, like a skill can feel very differently just by changing where it is you go. So the same is true in maps as well, where once again, you've got we have to make sure that some of these bosses that were balanced for people who are, level 10 or something, are now able to feel like they're challenges in the end game. So effectively, we have to do something about them. We can't just leave them as they are. There has to be tweaks. And so, yeah, a lot of those changes effectively just get made to make and they make the bosses feel quite different. The other thing as well that you have in Cruel is that there are just monster types that have been shifted around and things like that. Like, so the combat in areas can feel a little different as well, in some cases. So there's just little fun details like that can vary things up and just vary the experience up a little bit.
Awesome. Now, one more combat monster-related question, and it's revisiting a favorite topic of the Path of Exile community. Rare monster modifiers. We haven't seen a lot of that in Path of Exile 2 in the past little while. We've seen some of it in the playthroughs. Is that philosophy the same as in Path of Exile 1, or are we expecting to see 3, 4 rare monsters? And how do you keep the monster's identity when you add a whole bunch of modifiers to it? Because all these monsters, they're unique fights in of themselves, right? So how do you keep that clean? There's
actually been quite a lot of specific work on rare monsters that I don't think we've talked about to anyone yet,
actually.
And, it's probably quite interesting. So the first thing I will say about it is that we realized a while ago that it's actually like not every monster type makes sense as a rare. Like if you just have a rare zombie, it's just kind of like, it's not a good fight. So we actually decided, hey, you know what? We're going to pick monsters that are going to be ones that can be rare. And bear in mind, many of them can. And then what we'll also do is if there are monsters that that don't work well as rares, maybe there's mechanic changes we can do for rare versions of that monster that could improve that. So then what we started to do is we're like, oh, you know what we're going to do? We're actually going to split out the monster types for monsters and then the rare version of that monster. And then we're actually going to do specific balance for the rares of those monsters. And that actually matters as well because there are mods that can go on certain monster types that like just completely blow out the life to unreasonable levels and things like that. Like there are actually cases where now that we've actually got the ability to do specific balance for a rare of a given monster type, we can actually tune that difficulty to make that much better. And so they'll get extra, they'll actually get extra abilities in some cases, just because they're rare. Like, as a random example, there are like the very first monster, the quill in the first area. So after the zombie, you've got the quill crab, which is these little things that shoot little spikes. And they also appear later on in the hunting grounds as like a poison version of those. And I believe if those are rare, I think I'm getting this right, then they immediately get a different way that the spikes work. And like I'm trying to remember the exact details of this, but it's like they like land on the ground and explode afterwards or something like that. There's like some little thing that sort of happens. So effectively, it's like there's like little specific things that we can do. And so that stuff, I think. Helps a lot. And look, I'm sure we're going to do more of this, like after the early access is launched as well, like more things like that. But it really upgraded the rare fights quite a lot to be able to do that specific balance. And then, of course, you also have the mods. And once again, we're doing a whole pass on mods and trying to make them a lot better. I mean, look, there's even more we can add here, I'm sure. But trying to make sure that each of the rare mods that we add, makes sense for the monster. We make sure that the rare mods, like there are pools and tags so that like you don't necessarily get every single mod on every single monster, to kind of make sure that they make sense and actually have a reasonable fight. And I don't even know if this got done, but there was talk at one point about having a for each rare. And once again, I don't know if this actually got implemented or not, but we were talking about having it so that for each monster, we make sure that at least one fun mod goes on the monster to kind of make it have like by what I mean by that is like we look at each monster type, we're like, okay, here's a set of different mods that are going to make it so that the fight has some kind of interest to it. We make sure the first step is like put one of those on it, and then after that, then we can kind of be more random with what the rest of the mods are, and things like that. So yeah, there was actually quite a lot of balance stuff there that went into that, and there's more to come. But I think that the rare fights you will find are significantly more interesting in PoE 2 than they were in PoE 1 because of all the specific attention that they had.
As Italian, I don't think that there's like a huge bias of range over melee in the PoE 2. PoE 2 is much slower paced. You don't have like this crazy screen clear and these kind of things. And there are like perks that many classes also have, I guess. I would actually say that one of the best classes to start with is most likely going to be Warrior, from my experience. It just seems like kind of easy, solid, tanky, has kind of like everything. Yeah, you have to deal with mechanics a bit more because you're melee, but outside of that, I think it's like, it's nice. So if I wasn't playing Mercenary, I would probably play Warrior, actually. Maybe I still will.
Definitely sound like everybody's freaking out. That sounds amazing, especially that first system of just the monsters changing implicitly if they're rare versus if magic or normal. That's a great answer. Can you answer if Soul Eater is in Path of Exile too?
I actually don't know the answer to that. You'd have to ask Mark that one. So he's the one who's been setting up all that stuff. So I actually don't know. I would have to go check with him on that one.
All right. Lovely. Love the answer, man. Okay. Now we got a bulky section on Endgame that I want to dive into here. I want to start with, again, another infamous Path of Exile problem that we've experienced in Path of Exile 1. And I think it's one of the reasons you designed Path of Exile 2 in its endgame. One-shots. How are one-shots in endgame looking right now? I'm not talking about bosses using huge abilities and obviously one-shotting you, but I'm just talking about randomly mapping your mediocre defenses and you just get one shot out of the blue. Is that happening in testing or is that avoided for the most part?
Well, it's definitely happening at the moment, and that's because we just haven't finished the balance of a lot of monsters. And it's one of those things that's actually really hard to completely root out because there are a lot of attacks that some people, depending on your playstyle, just might not get hit by. And obviously, when the balance people do their initial balance, they try to get it right. But it's one of those things that's just easy to miss. And so I have no doubt that at the start of early access, there will be cases where some monsters are just unfair. That'll happen. I mean, like when we were doing the beta test, there were these like spiders that were just like so nasty. And like we looked at the damage. I don't remember exactly why this occurred, but it was just like, it's literally doing 10 times the damage it was supposed to be doing, right? And like someone just made a typo. And yet, like we played a bunch of times, and like none of the people that were testing before we did a beta noticed the fact that was happening, right? They just managed to avoid it all the time, or they only got hit by one of the bits, or something like that. And so we just missed it. Look, I'm sure that's going to happen, right? Like there will be some rough edges like that. We'll as soon as we hear about them, we will do our best to fix them. But look, we're trying to root out all that stuff as much as we can at the moment, and hopefully the players don't experience too much of that. I'm sure it'll happen. But yeah, look, we don't want people to be just like randomly out of nowhere, just dying for nothing. That's something we'll just have to make sure we're addressing as we get more balance testing in.
Right. The term I hear a lot from people, especially who went to the recent event in LA, is war of attrition. That's what it feels like in Acts 1, 2, and 3. So there's nothing really instant happening. You're fighting against monsters. They're draining you down. You're draining them down. And it's a war between you two. So there's no instant one-shots really happening unless it really is your fault. That's what I heard from like Big Ducks. He said, if I died, it was my fault. I felt good about that. I love that feeling.
Right.
On monsters,
that is the goal that is the goal for sure, to make it feel that way.
Okay. And it sounds like the deadliness is on a by monster level. And a lot of people are curious. I think Mark said in the Endgame presentation that every map is fully random at Endgame. All monster types, no matter of biome. Is there anything that determines?
It's gonna be fun.
So there actually is like one monster, I believe, or at least a type of. There will be one pack in the map that's always there, but all the rest of them are random. And the kind of main point we were trying to make with that is that in PoE 2, pretty much all monsters. I mean, look, there are some like monsters that are just like swarmy little things that don't really do anything, but for the most part, monsters all have some kind of ability or mechanic or interesting thing going on with it. And so, in Endgame, it really is the fact that you've got the combination of all those different types that really makes the combat interesting.
Yeah.
And you kind of never really know what you're going to get. And so, I mean, look, PoE 1 does have that effectively the same idea going on. It's just that so few of the monsters in PoE 1 actually have like different mechanics, right? Like like 1 in every 5 might do, but it's like in PoE 2, it's like there are so many more things going on. They have movement skills and like random abilities and things like that. It's just there's just a lot going on with them. So that it's the combination of that really gets you that really introduces that stuff.
Perfect. No, I love that. I love that there's a little bit of a theme that's there as you're hunting these different biomes and maps, and then the rest is random.
But the thing is, you're still going to get like some pretty out of place stuff. Like I know, like I went into a city map the other day and there's a gorilla attacking me, and I'm like, what the hell is this guy doing here? But the end game's like that.
Are the bosses the same for every map? I'm sure they are. Like you're not going to get a gorilla boss in the series. Yeah.
Yeah, exactly. So the bosses are picked for the map if they spawn. Later on, we're talking about making it so that there are different, even within one map, we might have a couple of different bosses that can spawn there. But we'll kind of have to see how we go about that. It does take a bit of work, and so we haven't done that yet. And it kind of depends a bit on like how many maps there are versus how many bosses and that kind of stuff. So that can be fun too.
Oh, that sounds awesome. Sounds like some people would just get shocked as they walk in. That's how I expect to be when I walk into the pinnacle boss, whoever it is, for the first time. I expect to just get like Cirrus die beamed. And it's like, oh, all right, well, got to build up defenses better. I can't wait for that. On that note, too, all the boss arenas look like they have so much detail within them, and they're so distinct from their actual arenas from the campaign. The example I saw that stuck out to me was the Colossus is like now in the heart of a volcano. Is the level of detail and distinction there for a lot of the boss fights?
Yeah, so effectively we're trying to make it so that
I've not seen much of Sork or Ranger
when we're using a boss in maps, we can put it in a different context so that it feels like a different fight. I mean, look, we have to definitely reuse certain components of the arena because often there's arena mechanics that we have to make sure are there. But even just the feel of the arena that can make it feel quite different. Like for example, if you're talking about something like the Carrion Crone, who's just in the second area. She's in a much bigger arena when you fight her in maps, and she also like all of her AoE abilities have been like ramped up so that they like have target a much bigger area, and things like the way the wolf spawning, that's like a different pattern. There's more of them and stuff like that. So effectively, like the fight actually feels quite a lot more advanced when you fight at a maps for that reason, just because the arena's different, and like with the placement of all of the markers that the designers use to like configure all that stuff. Like there's a lot more that's gone into that. So effectively that can make the recontextualize the fight in quite a cool way.
Oh, that just sounds so exciting. How many of these are we getting on launch? Is it around 50?
Yeah, so the 50 bosses, like I mean, all the bosses that you have through campaign are in endgame in some way.
Okay.
So it's just a question of whereabouts, how we use them, and so on.
But of course, Subtractem had the video. We watched that yesterday, actually, or 2 days ago, because I said I did a puzzle box. But yeah, Subtractem had a Sork playthrough that we watched. Maybe it's in the Discord channel.
And there's also the bosses that are in game that aren't in the campaign as well. So there's quite a bit of that too.
Yeah, the secret pinnacle that I'm going to try to get you to leak at some point during this interview.
You'll have to wait. I definitely won't be leaking that one.
Okay. All right. Next question, also on Endgame. So previously, I think earlier this year in an interview, you mentioned that once you get to Endgame, about a third of the loot will come from pack monsters, a third will come from special mechanics, and a third will come from bosses and maps. Now with bosses only being in every 4 maps on average, is that philosophy still the same, or has that shifted a little bit?
Yeah, so that definitely has shifted due to the change to the way the mapping endgame worked. So this was always a struggle, right? Because the real thing wasn't so much the amount of loot, but the amount of time you're spending on things. And I think that having to spend 1/3 of your time, if you're not interested in doing boss fighting right now, is a little bit high, and definitely wasn't working. So I really we like to give players choice about what type of content they can fight, and we realized the bossing was also one of those type of things, right? Like, do you want to do bossing or don't you? So I think that the balance of that is a lot better now, and I honestly don't know what the percentage would be now that you sort of have control over it at this point, but effectively, yeah, like that has definitely changed around due to that.
Okay. And in testing, how is pack difficulty versus boss difficulty? Are bosses just way harder? Like, I know a lot of people say like, oh, I want to chill
Dude,
when I'm fighting packs,
Yeah,
and then
yeah.
when bosses,
Exactly,
they can be
yes.
really intense. Is it kind of that difference?
Yeah, exactly. And look, the big reason for making the change of not having a boss in every map area was literally for this, right? To make it so that we can make the bosses actually hard relative to, relative to the pack difficulty, because that's what sort of, that sort of maintains the integrity of the combat system, if you will, because like that's where you really have to get into the detail, like really concentrating and like actually using all your abilities to the maximum. Whereas pack clearing, you can chill out a little bit more. But that being said, we still want you to run into rares occasionally that are like crazy. So it's you still want that, but they're not going to be as crazy as the uniques are.
Okay, awesome. Rapid fire question on Endgame. Why does the Waystone or map opening UI still have 4 slots? Is that intentional? Is there something
Yeah,
that
it's-
hasn't been revealed?
So we actually had 4 slots when we started PoE 1 as well, even though we had no idea what we were going to use that for. So it's just like one of those things where it's just like you put it in there. It's like, maybe we'll use this one day. There's literally no other reason than that. We had 4 in the back of the old days, and we're going to just do it again now. Just, it's fun little thing. Look, one day I'm sure we'll find something to do for that.
Okay, I love it. No, I didn't know that about Path of Exile 1, that it was always 4. That's
Yeah.
hilarious. That's good. All right, another one that could be a little long. I'm not sure. Maybe it's a simple answer. So it sounds like there are currently 4 tiers of endgame boss or endgame encounters, but technically from what we saw from the Atlas passive trees, we can get +5 to those encounter levels.
Right.
Is the 5th tier meaningless, or is there an extra secret tier?
So what happened there is I'm a programmer, so I always count from 0. So when I say difficulty 4, it's like the first difficulty is difficulty 0, and then you've got 1, 2, 3, 4. So there's technically 5 difficulty tiers there, but I referred to the top one as difficulty 4. So maybe the players will refer to that a different way than I am. But
Okay.
yeah, that's just what that is. Now technically, it is actually possible because of the fact that the small nodes and the big nodes are the way they are. It's actually possible in some cases to cause it to be 1 tier even above that. But if you do that, it will not result in the difficulty being higher. That's actually kind of just a quirk of the way that the nodes are. So that's just effectively capped in that regard, which I guess might be kind of fun to have like an extra sort of hidden thing like that. But we decided not to in the end. So there's just there's effectively 5 difficulties, 4 difficulties above the bottom one. Yeah.
I know you're saying that, but everybody needs to try that on launch, okay? There's a hidden difficulty, maybe that they don't want us to know about.
I don't think so. No.
Okay. This one might be pretty quick too. So how high in tier do Waystones go? We saw tier 79 in the endgame teaser. Is that
so I mean the way what it's supposed to be is like T15 is like it goes from T1 to T15. I think
Okay.
it might have been that it was listing object level there, and there might even have been some inconsistencies between different clips depending on when they were shot. I'm not 100% sure about that, but ultimately it goes from T1 to T15. However, there is a corruption outcome that can go +1. So that lets you that just lets you go a little bit further.
Ooh, I love that.
With that.
okay? So it was potentially like a monkey issue. That's what I'm going to call the
Yeah,
little
sure, if you like.
inconsistencies. Yeah,
If
the
you
monkey
like.
issue.
If you like.
Okay, awesome. Okay, well that was it on Endgame for now.
wait, what? So was he talking about the monster level, I guess, because he said like 79. It sounds much like, a monster level or item level or something like that, right? And it's also what Jonathan said. I don't remember seeing that shot. So, yeah, I guess he might have confused something there.
Now I just want to go into a few general questions about the game. Some rapid fire, some a little bit longer. This first one, I'm curious, going into early access, what's one system you are hyper confident won't need further iteration, and one system you're pretty sure is going to be broken under the weight of the players and you're going to need to have a lot of iteration on?
It's a really hard question. Look, I think that where I'm most happy is like all the way the skill and support system works, I think is very solid. Like I'm very happy with all of that. I think it's just a massive improvement over how PoE 1 was. I would say that the stuff that's going to require a lot of iteration will definitely be endgame stuff, right? Because like that's the stuff that's had the least testing from players, and from betas and things like that. Look, I have no idea what kind of changes we may want to see there. Like, I'm pretty confident in it, but you know, like, you never know what will happen when people actually go for that. So, you know, I mean, look, yeah, there's a lot of stuff that could need changing there, and we'll just have to work on that as we see the players, as we see what the players think. But the other thing as well is that of course the end game is where you know, there's the most I guess like you have to get it right completely, because it's like that's kind of like your final, like the final experience you're having is like playing through that content. So it's like you can have a single boss fight that's like, you know, maybe people don't like it in campaign, that's like not a big deal. But if you're talking about just the you know, the core staple of what it is that you're doing in the end game, you have to make sure you get that exactly correct. And even the tiniest details can significantly affect the experience. So, you know, I'm sure there'll be a lot of tweaking there, and like some things maybe just like a tiny number tweak, but it ends up being like a massive difference as far as player experience goes. Yeah, I'm sure there'll be a lot of iteration there.
Okay. Now, one system that I've had a little bit of discussion about in my community is the Flask changes. Are you pretty confident in those, limiting you to just having a life and mana, or do you see yourself perhaps allowing that for a wider variety of Flasks in the future if you want to reintroduce them?
I do think that it is important to make it so that that is as simple as possible, because it really is one of those friction points you get for new players. But I think the charm system is really where we can go wild there. And so I think if we were doing like more kind of interesting stuff, or like expanding on that, I think we'd do it in the charms, where you know, we can. That's kind of intended to be, you know, the thing that you can you know, expand on with that stuff. I just don't want it to turn again into a situation where you feel like you have to constantly be pressing buttons like all the time in order to be able to do that stuff, because I think that really was kind of wearing on people. And it's like, if you're going to be pressing buttons, I would rather the buttons you're pressing are for using active skills rather than just using flasks. So yeah, ideally it can sort of move some of the like physical skill off just pushing flask buttons and move it on to using skills instead.
Okay. All right. This is a tough one. Maybe not for you. Over the past 6 or so years, what has been the single most challenging aspect of development? I know it's broad.
Yeah, so I think really the big challenge is just underestimating like the scope of what it is we set out to do. And it's one of those things where we're constantly having to, you know, it's like we have a quality level we want to hit.
Yeah. And
it feels like it shouldn't be as difficult as it is to hit that quality. Like it just really is a constant battle. Yeah, I mean, look,
I think that Jonathan,
it is difficult.
I think that's why so many people are resonating with this release. It's very obvious that you have hit a high quality level here. I mean, it's spread like wildfire. I saw you talking to DM and Ghazi and surprised at how many people are interested. I am having people who I haven't talked to in like a decade reaching out to me about PoE 2 because they're searching and they like saw my face or something and they're like, holy crap, there's this new game I just heard about. Like, it's spreading everywhere because the quality is so... you waited until it was ready to showcase it, right? And it looks phenomenal. So...
yeah, I mean, as I said, like just getting there has just been such a thing. Like when we announced in 2019, we thought that we were going to be releasing PoE 2 in like 2020, in like 2021. Like it felt like it was like 2 years out. Right. And you know, like it's just yeah, it's difficult, right? Like just the yeah, and even it's like even like, is it how long ago now? I'm thinking like so 20. Yeah, look, it's like the funny thing is it always feels like it's 2 years out. Like no matter how far deep into development, no matter how far away it is, it's always like, because 2 years feels like forever, right? 2 years is like forever in the future.
In 2 years, you know, we can fix everything. We can bring all the classes. We can make the end game. We can add a few leagues. We can get the balancing right. But you always have the next thing you're gonna do until then.
And so therefore, like no matter what the scope that you think that you have is, it's always like, oh yeah, we can do it in that amount of time. Sure, absolutely. And so yeah, it's just real tough. You know, like doing that. And it feels like no matter how much experience we get. I mean, obviously, you know, Mark and I have both been in game development a long time. No matter how much experience you get, it's like it still feels like it's impossible to really know how long something will actually take. By the time you've gone things through. So yeah, it's just it's tough. It's tough for sure.
I know you said it always feels like 2 years away, Jonathan, but 9 days log in, okay? We're 9 days out.
Yep.
Okay.
Yep.
So a few really rapid fire questions here. You guys opted in for GeForce Now for PoE 2. Do you know if that's going to be available for early access launch, or I know you guys don't have control over that, but do you know if it will be available?
I believe it's supposed to be. We've been told it is. So hopefully that all works out and people can use that.
Awesome. Now, how about the trade site on day one? Is that going to be functional?
Yeah, so we're doing everything we can to make sure that's the case. I think that there'll be some items that maybe won't show up correctly, and hopefully, like for example, the way that skill gems are rendered is like completely changed, and so I think what they're going to do for skill gems is just like show the name of the gem and the level, rather than having to work out like all the stats and everything, how that works. And I think for something like gems, it doesn't really matter because there's nothing about the gem other than just like the name and the level that actually matters as far as trade is concerned. So they're going to do their best to get everything rendered correctly, but I think it's really important to make sure we've got trade on day one.
Definitely. Oh yeah, people love trading. Now PvP, does that exist in any form? Yeah,
so
like
you
simple
can
duels.
You can do simple duels just like
duels
like you could in PoE 1. We're not going to be doing anything more than that for now. That's it's there, but like we haven't done any effort really towards it. It's just like it just is what it is, just as a fun thing. If you want to challenge your friend and just just do a thing, you can do that if you want.
Cool. Now, in the second run through of the campaign, Cruel, do bosses once again drop permanent buffs as they will on the first run through for those
Wait, they just said that there's going to be PvP or what? Yeah, I kind of missed that part. Yeah, I've not heard a show talk about any PvP stuff or whatever, but yeah, I guess so. Huh. Children yearn for the Hall of the Grandmasters. Very basic dueling, okay. I mean, to be honest, in PoE 2, this could actually kind of work out relatively well, but I guess it depends on, like, is there like some, damage penalty for player versus player, for example? Because usually you have the problem that you do way too much damage compared to the HP that you have, But I guess we'll see. But I guess like the pace of the combat and stuff would actually make a lot of sense for PvP if you want to do that at least. So.
optional bosses, or are none of those available in the second run through?
Yep. So the second run through, it definitely does have that. So yeah, you're going to want to look for those as well. I believe that that some of them are the same and some of them are different. So you'll have to look around through the map to see what's going on with that.
Oh, okay. Curious. Now this one is, I want to be gentle with it, but it's something that a lot of people have talked about in the past. There is an MTX that is audio based that plays in towns, and everyone wants to hear the sweet songs of Camille when they go into the Clearfell encampment. Is there any way that you guys are thinking about maybe an audio slider for MTX or something like an audio adjustment maybe, or is that on your radar?
I mean, it's something that I've heard complaints about recently, so it's something that we might have to think about, but I can't say I've got a solution for it right now. By the way, just one question, speaking of audio, do you hear like a loud beeping, or is that just on my end?
That is just on your end. Chat,
sure,
do we hear a loud beeping? Let's see. No beeping. It's on your end. Is everything okay at the GGG office?
I think it's fine. It's just coming through my headset, so I'm not sure what's going on. It's all right. It's fine. I'll just ignore it.
They're telling you to not talk about the goblins.
Sure.
Okay.
Unfortunately, I don't have a good answer for you for that. But
okay, no, that's totally fine.
I do understand the issue, though.
Okay. Yeah. Now, oh, sorry. Items. So, in the last time people got their hands on PoE 2, we saw obviously the tiers, which you talked about, and can't wait to get my hands on that. We also saw items dropping with terms like advanced, expert, and ultimate. Are those related to tiers, or what is that?
So the reason why that is because so we didn't want to release. So what we've done in PoE 2 is that all of the acts, they have a much more like the items that you find in each act are like way more related to the content of that act. So like as soon as you go to the desert, you're going to be finding like all of these like Marrakech themed items and so on. So for Act 4 and 5 and 6, we've obviously got a whole big set of base types that are all related to those things. And so what we did was we're like, okay, we don't really want to like just have those dropping now because they kind of don't make sense for the content they're in. So what we decided to do was effectively make a duplicate of the base types that goes into the second set of difficulty, in second difficulty, and that way we can drop all of those there, and then that will mean that we just don't have the we don't have that we don't have to release all of that stuff now, and then effectively at the point when we release the acts, we'll effectively also release the base types at the same time, and those base types will get replaced by the and the art and everything will get replaced by the new base types that we've already got. So yeah, that's effectively the what's going on with that. Now, in Endgame, there are some base types that relate to just Endgame. I'm not 100% sure exactly what the situation is with regard to the art stuff that they've done there, but effectively, by the time we're sort of completely done, it should be that we're not like having to repeat any art anywhere and all that sort of stuff. But for the time being, we've just got that going on.
Oh, okay. Awesome. Now, also related to items in the tiers. Obviously, tier 5 item will have amazing mods, amazing rolls, and the like once you identify it. What happens if you craft on it?
It doesn't affect anything after you've identified it. So effectively, once you've ID'd it, like you've seen the mods are there, then effectively it is just a regular item as far as any other, just like any other item would be. And that's kind of important because it's only really in the unidentified state when you see the tier. After that point, the tier doesn't matter anymore because like the decision that resulted from that is already decided and everything's everything's done.
Okay, awesome. Thanks for the question, by the way, MP. That was from Empyrean. Okay, another one. So,
It's
as any other, just like any other.
You identify. Obviously, tier 5 item. Okay, awesome. Now, also related to items in the tiers. Obviously, tier 5 item will have amazing mods, amazing rolls, and the like once you identify it. What happens if you craft on it?
okay.
I know that you meant is for Empyrean. Okay, another one. So, I know that you vastly increased the number of orbs that are dropping in early game, and the intent is for people to be using said orbs on crafting. Are you at all worried about how this will affect the greater economy if people decide to just hoard everything and try to post it on the trading post? I'm curious about that because I'm going to be spamming my gear, but I think a lot of people will be like, I'll just save it to trade, you know?
I think it will be fine. So the nice thing about currency is that it's self-syncing, right? Like you get to actually use all that stuff. And I'm pretty sure people will be using it more because they have more. Like I think that's just how it will work. So usually speaking, you don't really get hyperinflation with currency items because the way that, they actually have as I said, because they're self-syncing.
Yeah.
But you never know. Like we never really can tell exactly what will happen with an economy until we actually see it. But I really hope we don't have any problems from that because having the more currency in the game just definitely makes the game significantly better to play through the game. I'm loving it. I just like the experience of doing all that stuff. So I really want to be able to keep that. And I think just the fact that you kind of don't have the scouring orb anymore and the way that like things are always added, like you're going to be wanting to add mods all the time. Like it's just a common thing. And there's even sort of rules like, for example, so it used to be that when you alched an item, it gave you a random set of mods from 4 to 6, but now it's always 4. So it's like there's always going to be that you want to do the alch and then the exalts. So like there's just more uses for that stuff. Like the adding stuff definitely happens more often.
Yeah, I heard somebody got 4 exalted orbs by the end of Act 1 and just felt so good being able to slam their items. So
yeah, for sure.
Yeah, I love that. Okay, runes. I know they're a recent addition. I had a few questions about them. First, are all runes just basic stats such as resistances and the like, or are there any spicy combinations that might remind us of fan favorite ARPG maybe later down the line?
So we don't have rune words. And the funny thing about the funny thing about that is that like I actually had a long conversation about this because it's one of those things that everyone remembers loving. But the funny thing about that is that like what they actually remember loving was not so much the mechanic of rune words, but just the fact that all the rune words were super OP. The rune words were just crazy powerful. And so like when people are like, oh, I love rune words, it's like they think it's the mechanic they liked, but no, like it's just the items were just absolutely outrageous. It's sort of funny how it was like that.
Okay.
But what I will say is that like so runes are intended to be the kind of simple ones that don't have a lot of
I also talked about this a lot in like Diablo 4, and people asked about runes and rune words. And we actually do have runes now in Diablo 4 as well, right? And it's just always like, runes is basically nothing different from like a unique item, just with extra steps, right? It's like it has a certain set of stats, it does a certain effect, and that's it. So it's not even like different from like anything else. I mean, the concept of like putting them together is kind of fun. But I don't know, ultimately also not really like a game defining or anything like that because you do it so rarely, I guess. So
a lot of complexity going on. So it's the soul cores that you can put in the same sockets. Those are the ones that are intended to kind of have where there's more complexity, there's different stats, there's different things going on with them.
Okay. And with those, they're unremovable, correct? You can't take them out of gear once you socket them in?
And that's just kind of our general philosophy of the fact that we want most crafting to be additive. Now, we still do have some crafting things that remove mods, but I guess the difference with the sockets is that every single mod that went in there, it's like there's no randomness to those decisions, right? Like every single thing you put in, it's like you completely controlled that outcome. So therefore, we don't feel like we have to provide a way to remove that because it's like that's entirely in your control. Whereas when you're talking about the random chance addings, like then it's like there can be ways that are also based on random chance to be able to remove that again. And then we've also got things like the omens that allow you to have more control over that. So like that sort of stuff makes sense. But for the socketables, it's like, well, yeah, it's like you chose to put that in. It's like, I think the additive philosophy works fine for that.
Okay, awesome. Now, 2 more questions on items here really quickly. One of them is about Splinter stack size. Now, I know we want to declutter the screen for Path of Exile 2 and keep the focus on combat, but it looked like from the trailer, the stack size, for example, the Breachstone is still 300. What's the design philosophy between like 300 stack size and 25 stack size?
So they actually drop like in stacks, and the reason why that's important is because it means that we can have effects that say if there's a mod that's like 10% splinters, it means that when we drop a stack of 10, that plus 10% can actually make it a stack of 11, which so basically it's just to give granularity so that when we're dropping them, we actually can have the mods like a plus 10% can actually be a thing that actually does something. So that's the reason why it's 300. It isn't necessarily to change like the amount of like things on the screen or the amount of the amount of duration that it takes to actually get to the boss. It's just about the granularity for mods, basically.
Okay, awesome. One more item question, and then just one final question for you. Thank you so much for your time, Jonathan. I really appreciate it. Will there be vendor recipes in Path of Exile 2? And if so, any examples?
So we actually decided to not do the system the same way how we did it before. So so basically, we no longer have the vendor recipe like idea as a concept where there's just a vendor who, where you could just do like any combination of items in the vendor. So the vendor that has that same UI is like for disenchanting. And then effectively what we've done is we've tried to pull like the different vendor recipes out into like benches or like items in the world or like NPCs with specific modes or things like that. Effectively like all of those things we want to try and make sure that they're kind of like just more discoverable than what they were in PoE 1. So like what we kind of want to do is like if we're going to do like for example the quality recipe where you had like 40% quality and you get a whetstone.
Yep.
Now that we've got the salvage bench, that's like a specific bench that's able to effectively replace the thing that was doing by something that effectively serves the same function, but it's like discoverable now because you've got like a bench that's dedicated to quality and also socket currency items. And if we're going to do for example, a 3-to-1 recipe, there is a thing you get later which has like three slots and then a bottom slot, and then you click the button that combines them and it's like got its own thing. So effectively it means that it's like more obvious like when there's stuff like that. And effectively for each time where we want to have something that's like a vendor recipe, we can sort of find a place to put it, like make it more thematic, like have a little UI for it. There's even things like well, maybe I won't spoil the other ones, but effectively, whenever, but effectively, whenever we're doing, when we need a function like that, I think it's cooler to have a specific user interface, a specific place, a specific NPC, a specific object, like something like that you find that allows for that. And so it kind of gives you a hint that such a thing even exists in the first place. And then now that you've seen that, you're like, okay, what actually goes in here? Like, what is this for? Like, then like maybe you can have like little lore hints, things like that. It just makes the whole thing a little bit more discoverable and I think a little bit more interesting. So that's effectively how I've replaced that system.
Yeah, when you said that, now I'm thinking that there could be nodes on the Atlas that house systems like this, little secrets where you could go and find these little crafting benches, which just sounds like so much fun. I know we talked about it earlier, the Atlas and the exploration aspect.
Not taking bets on a serviceability at launch, but I am willing to take bets on a serviceability on day 3.
Dove it.
Right.
Huge W. I cannot wait to go in and just explore it. It's going to be great. Yeah. Okay. Jonathan, I've got one last question for you, and then we'll let you go. Thank you so much for your time again.
No problem.
I want you to give me the best single reason for everyone in the chat right now, everyone watching this VOD, to buy a supporter pack and log in on December 6th at 2 p.m. Eastern.
I think that really probably the main thing that you're going to love is just fighting those bosses. The combat with them is just like so fun. They're so varied and interesting. Like I'm just like, there's a lot of them to fight. If you play on December 6th, there'll be a lot of bosses to fight and I'm sure you're going to have a great time with them. It really is, I think, one of the things we're doing the best out of all the things we're doing.
Jonathan, will you be logging in on December 6th?
Of course, of course. I mean, as soon as
let's
there's
go.
some kind of horrible fire with the servers, then I'll immediately have to probably deal with that instead. But so long as there aren't any problems, I'm going to be
He
playing.
has a real
Absolutely.
interest in fixing
All
the
right,
servers, at
Jonathan,
least.
man, it's been great every time I talk with you. It's always so smooth. Everybody appreciates your time. Good luck the next 9 days. Okay?
Yeah, thank you very much.
All right.
Thank you very much.
Thank you.
Great,
I'll
great
talk to you later, man.
Great to talk to you.
Oh,
Yeah, absolutely.
Thank you. All right.
Okay, well, it's an interesting interview. Always nice to listen to Jonathan talk about stuff. He is not gonna log in. First test of the streamer queue real. Oh boy. It will be terrible day one. I mean, everyone expects it to be terrible in day one. And why wouldn't it be? So, it's just how the world works, you know? The servers are gonna be terrible. Alright, we had like some more like notes here. This was yesterday. I have two videos here from Dreamcore as well. First of all, here's the link for what you just watched. This was Talkative Try. Don't take Friday off. Yeah, bad idea. First test is doing real. Hope that never comes back. Yeah, and I remember there was like a huge outrage about that at some point, right? Yeah, that's certainly not gonna make a streamer queue again. So this guy's making some videos about the latest passive tree stuff. So let's see what we have here. A tweet from Rob. Wait. Is that all?
10 days to go until PoE 2's early access launch, and we continue onwards with some of the most interesting nodes on the PoE
Juicy energy shield and mana nerds. Yeah, I'm not really too interested in either, to be honest, you know. I don't really like energy shield builds that too much. But you'll see.
2 passive tree. I was able to capture some of these during my playtime at the PoE 2 event in LA, and today it's the Dexterity Intelligence aligned area of the tree, where the monk starts. Getting straight into it with some mana leech notables. Firstly, Siphon, which is located very close to the monk start. Siphon makes you recover 2% of mana on kill and increases the amount of mana leeched by 25%. There's also
powerful.
Manifold Method, which is found closer to the edge of the tree.
That's also
This
very
one
powerful.
grants 50% increased amount of mana leeched and increases your chance to inflict ailments against rares and uniques. Now, I wanted to highlight these two nodes because they're going to be incredibly powerful with the Acolyte of Chayula Monk Ascendancy, which makes mana leech instant and has a node which will recover energy shield based on mana leeched. So these two notables will massively improve the amount of mana you'll leech per hit, which will in turn lead to a lot more instant recovery for both mana and energy shield if you have both Ravenous Doubts and Consuming Questions. The 2% mana recovery on kill is also very powerful if you're intending to use Mind Over Matter, as this form of recovery and the mana leech with Ravenous Doubts are both instant, which bypasses the less recovery rate downside on MOM. Next up, Briny Carapace, 60% increased stun threshold for each time you've been stunned recently. This node is going to be a really nice defensive measure to have to help prevent your character from being chain stunned.
Interesting.
Stun threshold is based on maximum life, but there are several notables around the intelligence area of the tree which help to improve the stun threshold for energy shield or hybrid builds. And I think this node will be really nice to have early on in progression before you find a better solution to stun. Okay, here's a couple of poison nodes. Building Toxins found on the edge of the tree, which grants an extra poison stack but reduces poison duration by 25%. And Escalating Toxins, which is right next door, providing 10% increased poison duration per poison inflicted recently, up to 100%. Now, in the context of PoE 1, Escalating Toxins is obviously ridiculously strong, but for how PoE 2 is changing poisons, it's not nearly as good. In a mapping setting, you should be able to reach the maximum duration on the node quite often as long as you're inflicting poisons on monsters fast enough, but that may not be all that useful. Where it matters more is on single target, where you'll need to not only be inflicting poisons quickly, but to benefit the most from the increased duration, you'll want to be able to inflict as many poisons as possible, and we currently don't have all of the information for how many stacks one may be able to achieve to be able to judge just how good this node might be. I believe we've seen 3 or 4 sources of additional poison stacks, which all have their own downsides. While the Pathfinder can double that total at the cost of a less duration modifier, this one is going to be a wait and see for me.
Yeah, honestly, Pathfinder with poison stuff seems pretty busted. There's like one of the Pathfinder nodes that says like you can have double the amount of poison stacks or so. And then, instead of 1 poison stack, you can actually have like, 8 or something in the end, or maybe 10 or something. Maybe there's even more somewhere. It's going to be pretty wild, I think, if playing Pathfinder with poison stuff.
Slippery Ice. This
not
is
that
a
much
cool
poison.
one. 25% reduced effect of chill on you, unaffected by chill while dodge rolling. So we know that dodge rolling will cover the same amount of distance across the full duration of the roll that would have been covered by walking normally, but this node will allow your dodge roll to be much more effective while chilled, not only for moving, but also for getting out of the way of dangerous AoEs where walking out of them would otherwise be slower due to the chill. Inner Faith is located close to the outer edge, 20% increased evasion rating, 20% increased maximum ES, and 25%...
Dude, all these ES nodes seem so crazy, actually. This is just like a notable. I also seen other notables that have like 20%, 25% or something like that ES. They all seem like so high. I wonder if like the ES bases are just like much lower than they used to be. Or at least like maybe with the crafting they don't go as high, with like, hundreds of ES per item or something like that. And maybe they want to have you make like, more like hybrid builds. Yeah, and maybe ES sounds like very insane, but we don't know about the item bases exactly, and like how high are the mods, and how much can you get on a chest, Can you get like 500 ES base, or only 200 on a chest, for example, right? Or something like that. So it's pretty important to know, because all these AS things seem pretty crazy. And I could very well see that they are trying to make like more hybrid builds possible by giving these large numbers. So you play like live, and you have energy shield on top or something. And I think this would actually also lead to like much better gameplay. It's close to PoE 1. Yeah, but again, we don't know the mods, they can roll. Can you roll flat ES and percent ES to get on an item, for example? Like, is the hybrid mod still there? Can you get like 3 prefixes that all give you ES, right? It might just be 1, for example.
And reduced effective curses on you. This is just a really solid node to be picked up on any character scaling energy shield and evasion, as it just grants a bunch of useful stats. Dark Entries is another node located on the outer edge, and again, I don't have too much to say about this one other than it just being a really good node. +1 to the level of all chaos skills. The 4 small nodes leading up to it may make this one a favourable anoint for builds that want it. The Eternal Youth Keystone is changed from PoE 1, and it finds itself on the opposite side of the passive tree. It still makes Energy Shield Recharge apply to life instead, but also makes Recovery from your Life Flask apply to Energy Shield instead. Now, one interesting thing I'm noticing on the passive tree for PoE 2 is that options for Energy Shield Recovery are extremely limited compared to PoE 1. For example, in the version of PoE 2 I played in LA, there was no Ghost Reaver Keystone on the tree, and I didn't see any nodes for Energy Shield Leech. And I think this is very deliberate, as there's a lot more nodes to invest in to scale Energy Shield Recharge instead. However, Eternal Youth provides an alternative for ES recovery using your Life Flask, as there's a decent amount of notables in the area that grant Life Flask charges over time, and some that grant a chance to not spend any Flask charges too. Next is another keystone, Resonance, which makes you gain a certain type of charge instead of another.
Wow. That is interesting. Gain power charges instead of frenzy charges. Frenzy instead of endurance. Endurance instead of power. That is a very cool keystone. I like this a lot. Indeed, yeah, login. Thank you. Walrus. I appreciate that.
Power instead of frenzy, frenzy instead of endurance, and endurance instead of power. This one will enable some builds to be able to use or boost the use of skills that they otherwise wouldn't have been able to do before, And keep in mind that charges in PoE 2 do not have any inherent bonuses like they do in PoE 1. Wildstorm is another very strong notable.
Yeah, it would be worth to actually go through the skills later and see where we can actually use and get these charges. Like, Frenzy can, for example, come from Sniper's Mark, I believe. And then that Frenzy can give you power charges. And then, I don't know, maybe you can play like a Monk with like, using those power charges for your Falling Thunder. Falling Thunder is like an insanely strong quarterstaff attack that consumes power charges, for example. If you have power charges, it's nuts. So if you, instead of power charges, generate Frenzy charges, maybe that's like an easier way to do it, for example. And likewise, like endurance charges are relatively easy to get with like a few things, I believe. And then this can convert to frenzy charges instead, and you can use those frenzy charges for, I think for barrage. Barrage allows you to repeat one more time every time you use it with another skill. And a frenzy charge, for example. There's like stuff like that. So maybe you can actually sneak in like another way of generating charges that makes it way more efficient to get them. Kind of interesting. I like this keystone a lot.
PoE 1. Wildstorm is another very strong notable located towards the outer edge of the tree. 15% more maximum lightning damage. Since lightning damage modifiers typically have low minimum and high maximum damage ranges, this one is great to boost that maximum damage range even further and improve the average damage roll. Okay, check out this notable. Spaghettification. This one is crazy. 3% move speed, 29% increased chaos damage, minus 13% chaos resistance, 23% reduced light radius, and 7% increased attributes. This is just a really, really strong node for any chaos damage build. The light radius modifier is going to be somewhat annoying, and you'll need to overcome the chaos resistance downside too, but the rest of the stats gained are just incredibly useful in pretty much any build utilizing chaos damage. I expect to see this one getting picked up a lot. Alright, the best nodes are saved till last, and there's 4 of them. Let's start with Energize, located on the outer edge of the tree. 35% chance for trigger skills to refund half of
Dude, it's 4 small nodes before the big one.
Energy spent. So
Look
the
how far away
energy
this is.
mechanic is a system tied to some trigger-based meta gems which reserve spirit, and these gems will gain energy whenever a condition is met. For example, Cast on Shock gains energy upon shocking an enemy.
Yeah, the thing is that most of the time you want to trigger probably like utility stuff though, unless you make like an actual cast on Ignite build or something, where that is your main skill. But I wouldn't really expect that too much at the start at least. So does it really matter that much if you get like a refund? Unless you have actually trouble keeping it up permanently. Then it would help, I guess. It sounds insane. Yeah, it sounds pretty good, but only in a specific circumstance. Like if you just want to like, I don't know, trigger your curse, and your curse is up anyway, even if you trigger it or not, then who cares, right? But I guess you might be triggering a lot of stuff later, so maybe not.
Enough energy is reached, the socketed spell is triggered, and energy is fully depleted. But this node will provide a chance to retain some of that energy so that the next trigger goes off sooner. The value of this notable goes up massively the more energy gems you're using. One with the Storm is a Quarterstaff notable found on the outer edge of the tree, which makes Quarterstaff skills which consume power charges count as consuming an additional charge.
That is nice.
Flicker Strike, anyone? Okay, lastly, these nodes. Yes, the Trickster is back in PoE 2, well, not as an Ascendancy, but in Spirit. Spectral Ward grants +1 to maximum ES per 12 evasion on your equipped body armor, while Subterfuge Mask grants +2 evasion per 1 maximum ES on your equipped helmet. We currently have no idea about the scaling we're going to have access to on endgame bases. For example, how much armor or evasion or ES will they provide at the top end, and how high can any local modifiers scale up to? Regardless, I expect to see a lot of monk builds taking these nodes. And that's it, some of the interesting nodes in the int dex portion of the tree. If you've liked this video and you want to see more of other parts of the tree, make sure to subscribe, as I'll be putting out more videos like this in the time between now and launch. Thanks for watching this video, and as always, stay tuned and stay safe.
Okay. Yeah, interesting stuff there. Here's another one
With
from
great
the same
wolf's
guy
howl,
was
you can ignore
earlier.
the cooldowns of your war cries. Let all that anger out.
Yeah, that's gonna be nuts.
Nine days to go until we all log in, and it's time for another PoE 2 passive tree video. If you didn't know, I went to a PoE 2 event a few weeks back and was able to capture some of the passive skill tree, and I've been covering each section of the tree, discussing some of the more interesting nodes. Today it's the intelligence area of the tree, where the witch and sorceress start. Alright, let's begin with one of the reoccurring themes in this area of the tree, which is modifiers to scale energy shield recharge. In yesterday's video, I talked about how the PoE 2 passive tree has much fewer options available for energy shield recovery, which is true, as there was no Ghost Reaver Keystone in the version of the game that I played, and I also couldn't find any nodes for energy shield leech. However, access to scaling energy shield recharge has been largely increased, and no matter where you are in the intelligence section of the tree, you won't have to path very far to allocate some of these nodes. Keep in mind that energy shield recharge has a 4-second base delay before it begins in PoE 2, but nodes like Convalescence will help with that, reducing recharge rate but allowing it to start much faster as a trade-off. Essence Infusion, on the other hand, provides
I think you didn't leak the Witch Hunter entire passageway in the latest video. How did that happen? Okay.
a
can
huge
check that later, I
increase
guess.
to recharge rate, improving the time you require to recover your ES back to full. Meanwhile, Dependable Ward and Rapid Recharge both have the same modifiers, and these are just solid boosts to Energy Shield Recharge, providing both of the stats you need to start
Okay,
recharging
Nico?
faster and recover more ES over
might be
time
ready, I
from this
guess.
mechanic. There's also Refocus, which is going to be useful if you have high cast or attack speed to be able to proc the start of Energy Shield Recharge faster than it would have started naturally, especially considering the longer base delay compared to PoE 1. However, it's important to mention that there is no Wicked Ward Keystone on the tree in the version that I played, so you won't have that option to be able to prevent damage from stopping your recharge. Okay, let's stick with Energy Shield for a moment and cover some of the nodes which will help you against any incoming stuns on builds that are more focused on ES than life. Stun threshold is based on maximum life by default, so these types of builds typically need to find a way to become immune to stuns, or have their stun threshold based on their ES instead of life in PoE 1. But in PoE 2, there's a lot more options available to solve this problem. For example, Dampening Shield, which grants a good chunk of increased maximum energy shield, and adds 12% of your maximum ES to stun threshold. So if you have
That's
5,000
crazy.
energy shield, this modifier would add a flat 600 to your stun threshold. Hallowed provides more of this stat at 20% of maximum ES gained as additional stun threshold, but also helps you shake off a stun a bit faster as well. Then we have a few of the stronger nodes. Eldritch Will is one of only 3 or 4 nodes on the entire passive tree with increased maximum life. You get 3% each to life, mana and energy shield,
3%.
and once again another 20% of max ES as added stun threshold. And Self-Mortification, which also grants 20% of max ES as added stun threshold.
Yeah, all these together, I can actually get the entire energy shield as stun threshold. So I guess energy shield builds might actually be stunned less than, like, you know, even tanky life builds. It's kind of interesting to think about. Because you probably have more ES than life at some point if you're like all in.
So increases that stun threshold by 20% while you're on full life. This one is exceptionally good for an energy shield based CI build where you're always on full life to be able to fully benefit from that increased stun threshold. Alright, let's look at a few minion nodes on the left outer edge of the tree. This cluster here, firstly, Right Hand of Darkness, which grants 20% increased AoE to your minions and gives them a 10% chance to inflict Withered on hit. This is going to be really good to combo with some of those Chaos Door abilities when you have minions that attack quickly, or just when you have a lot of minions to hit enemies. Meanwhile, on the opposite side of this cluster is a more defensive minion node in Left Hand of Darkness, which grants 20% additional PDR and 23% Chaos Res to your minions. But in the middle of this cluster is possibly the most important minion node on the entire tree. Lord of Horrors, which makes minion skills have 12% reduced reservation, so you can either use more of them, or invest less into Spirit, or use any excess spirit you do have to reserve other powerful buffs. Okay, let's take a quick look at this node here, Breath of Fire. There's also an equal node for each of the other elements here on this wheel, and each of the small nodes also grants 6% pen for their respective element. In general, penetration is much more accessible across the entire passive tree and is found in larger.
I think part of that reason is also that a lot of skills actually do not do like only one element. I mean, for some of the spells, I guess this might be true, but for example, if you look at like Mercenary with like, you know, the fragmentation rounds or whatever, like they have like part of it converted to cold or part of it converted to fire, or like the grenades, there's like, you know, 40% converted to fire or 60% converted to fire. And I guess you can probably get more conversion later. Then you can like fully benefit from this. But in general, I also noticed that the penetration nodes are all really powerful. So it's a bit surprising. I guess it might make casters like generally scale a lot better with like these kind of nodes early on or something, maybe until later when the attack builds can also convert fully. But definitely it seems very good. Penetrate is more damage in PoE 1. Yeah, it's not just that, it's sometimes even more than the value it says. You know, it's not just a more damage multiplier, but for example, if a monster already has some resistance and then you start penetrating through that, you actually deal more than 50% extra damage. You know, if you go from, let's say they have a very resistant monster that has 85% res, and then you penetrate 15 of that, then that 85 will become 70, which doubles your damage. In that case, for example, if it's like a very resistant monster. So it can actually be much more than that. And on the other hand, there's usually not monsters that really have like a weakness. There's not really monsters that start with minus res or something, right? Usually they start at 0 or they have some resistance, but they don't have minus res by default, for example, unless you curse them or so. So, you know, if you like stack a lot of this, you have a curse and then also pen, then it's actually less than what it says here. But in most cases, it will either be neutral or more. That makes the penetration also very strong.
Quantities, but there's a big reason for that, because in PoE 2 penetration will no longer go into the negatives. This means that penetration,
okay, it can't go in negative anymore. Okay, so this is actually okay. Yeah, in that case, so it's only relevant for dealing with like resistant monsters. I didn't know that. So if you can't actually penetrate into negatives, then yeah, oof. This also makes most of the curses relatively weak, I guess. I guess everyone's gonna be running like temp chains or enfeeble or some shit.
has no effect against monsters that have no resistance to the type of damage you're dealing. Instead, it will be a tool to deal with monsters that do have resistance, such as bosses, but no longer a mechanic that is used as an excessive damage multiplier. Let's go back to Energy Shield for a moment and take a look at some of the largest increases to maximum ES on the tree, starting with Heavy Buffer. 40% increased max ES and 10% reduced maximum life. It's interesting to see a lot of the stronger nodes having trade-offs like this, almost like a keystone. There's also Melding, which is the same but with reduced mana instead of reduced life. Then there's Enhanced Barrier, which doesn't provide nearly as much increased maximum energy shield, but does grant 1% to all maximum elemental resistances, so that's a solid notable. And check out this one, Patient Barrier. 60% increased maximum energy shield. That is wild. If you can overcome that downside, this one is going to be insane value. Necromantic Talisman is a side. This
I wonder if that's slower and faster is actually a multiplier, or if there's like also an additive. You know, like if you have like 20% slower, 20% faster, is it gonna be the same? Or it's like, you know, 40% faster, 20% slower, is it actually 20% faster?
This one is going to be insane value. Necromantic Talisman is a keystone located near the outer edge, which makes bonuses from your equipped amulet be applied to your minions instead of you. This is going to be ridiculous if that also includes any anoint that's on there. But otherwise, we're not too sure yet what sorts of modifiers will exist on amulets, so we'll have to wait and see for that. Another keystone at the outer edge of the tree is Whispers of Doom, which grants an extra curse at the cost of double the delay for curses to activate. This one will be a great keystone.
Actually interesting, because most of the time they made like powerful effects into notables now, and they here did the reverse. Like additional curse used to be just a notable on the tree, and now this has become a keystone, which is kind of funny. I mean, double delay is not such a huge deal. At least not in boss fights, I'd say. But yeah, it can be kind of annoying, I guess. So it seems like we're not gonna have many sources of extra curses. So maybe 1 or 2 curses in most cases.
If you apply curses in ways that bypass the activation time,
Wonder how
such as
Maxroll
blasphemy. Climate change
changes.
is Heat Shiver on the PoE 2 passive tree. That one's pretty cool. And Ice Walls is interesting. Ice crystals are a secondary mechanic similar to something like Jagged Ground or Aftershocks, where you can scale their effects to make those skills which interact with them more powerful. There's another notable next to this one which also reduces the life of ice crystals instead.
Yeah, curses are not
Go that
instant.
route.
They
Endless
basically curse an area, and then after like half a second, the area kind of like pops, and everything is cursed. And now with the double delay, it means longer.
Blizzard is at the top of the tree, right at the outer edge, +1 to the level of all cold skills. That's going to be extremely valuable for a lot of Sork builds. And there's also Psychic Fragmentation, which grants a 24% chance for spells to fire 2 additional projectiles. That's really good, especially for something like Fireball, where the damage may overlap on explosions. Okay, we've saved the best till last, of course, and it's a bunch of stat stacking stuff again. Pure Power is right at the top of the tree and grants 2% increased lightning damage per 10 intelligence. Now, the fact that this is lightning damage is crazy, considering we know that Intelligence is going to grant a lot more mana in PoE 2. It grants 2 mana per int, and yesterday we saw the Archmage Persistent buff shown off in the PoE 2 teaser, which combines incredibly well with this node. But if you want more reason to stack Intelligence and mana, look no further than Arcane Intensity, which grants 3% increased spell damage per 100 maximum mana with no cap. That's going to be kind of ridiculous how much increased damage you can get by combining these 2 notables on an Intelligence stacker. And what about modifiers to scale maximum mana? Well, aside from the 3% max mana on the Eldritch Will node from earlier, I could only find 2 notables in the Intelligence section of the tree. Mana Blessing near the Witch and Sork start, and Raw Mana closer to the outer edge of the tree. I know that there's also a few notables in the int strength portion of the tree, so while mana didn't quite get the life treatment, it did get extremely limited compared to PoE 1. But there is one crazy keystone that we need to talk about at the end here, which doesn't really have anything to do with int, but mana? Yes. Eldritch Battery is changed in PoE 2, and it now converts all of your energy shield into mana. This one is crazy, but there's a caveat. We know that conversion will work differently in PoE 2, at least on the damage side of things. We don't know if those mechanics will work the same for other conversion, but one would assume a uniform system across the game. And that would mean that energy shield converted to mana wouldn't remember its origin, and therefore it wouldn't be affected by modifiers to energy shield. In other words, you won't be able to scale the portion of energy shield converted into mana with modifiers to energy shield. Only mana modifiers would apply to it. And that's it. Some of the more interesting nodes on the intelligence-aligned portion of the tree. Thanks for watching this video, and as always, stay tuned and stay safe.
This energy shield stuff is kind of crazy, man. I really wonder how much energy shield we're gonna have. He's assuming. Yeah, we don't know many things. But it's still good to kind of get a bit of a picture of, like, you know, where are the nodes, what do they do? You know, it's like we're slowly piecing it together, right? Little by little. So Sork seems scaling nicely. How much energy shield? Yes. Yeah. Anything else here? I've seen this one. That is very interesting. I like this a lot. I'm gonna play Witch Hunter, I think. Witch Hunter has like so much versatility. And then maybe I'm gonna do another mercenary with the gemling. But this is cool. Where was that leak of all of the Witch Hunter stuff? Ah, lots of new gems. Where are those coming from? Auto reload, hinder herbalism, holy descent. Sounds like falling sword. And physical many bolts. Yeah, this is all very new stuff. Okay, we can check that out actually. Havoc has a new video as well. Okay. Yeah, I haven't seen all those gems yet. I guess I can check them out. Okay, the Witch Hunter notes. Let's see them. Spoiler. Okay. Alright, so number 1 is here. Grants 20 weapon set skill points. That's kind of wild. I think you're gonna get like 6 throughout the campaign, or 8, I think. And then you get 20 extra, so you can really do this like back and forth. That's kind of interesting because I was actually planning to use, like, for example, mace and crossbow together. Bit pixels, but okay. Ah, shit. Decimating Strike is number 3. Oof. I thought Decimating Strike would be the first, and Culling the second. Wasn't it the other way around? There's the old link here from the reveal. Yeah, it changed this around. Look, Decimating Strike used to be in the middle on the bottom. And this used to be the concentration thing there. Which is now the number 4. They swapped those two. Ah, damn it. Yeah, I was kind of counting on this. I'm not really sure about the Culling Strike and this together, but okay. Yeah, they probably switched them around. Archmage and Zoris are eating good. Seems so. I got a unique. How many Ascendancies do we get? We get 12 Ascendancies. 2 per class for the start, and there are 6 classes. And then there's gonna be 12 classes with 3 each. Okay, no mercy. Deal up to first and more damage to enemies based on the missing concentration. What does concentration do again? Someone said it at some point. Okay, sorcery ward is like basically like the elemental damage shield, right? That the elementalist had. And then ceremonial ablution. 50% increased effect of sorcery ward, and sorcery ward recovers 50% faster. Makes bosses attack less frequently. Ah, yeah, I think it's like something like it interrupts their attack or something. This concentration stuff, right? Ah, here we go. Buff recharges after 9.4 seconds. And then additional hits is taken from the buff before your life or energy shield. Buff can take elemental damage up to 30% of your armor and evasion rating. That sounds like a lot. The spell is triggered when gained. The skill costs nothing. Okay, so every time you stop taking damage for 9.4 seconds, it will recharge the full. 30% of armor and evasion rating. So if you have 10,000 of each, you're gonna get a 6,000 elemental shield. That sounds like a lot, man. That actually seems pretty busted. It's gonna be extremely defensive, actually. Especially if you like Giga Stack armor and get like a bunch of Chaos Res. 9.4 seconds might seem very long, but you have to see that the game is very slow. %10 chance for enemies you kill to explode. There's cooldown recovery rate. Increase damage of hits against enemies that are no life. What would I go for if I go Witch Hunter? I mean, the 20 points is kind of OP, I think, for Weapon Master. The thing is that even if you don't want to do weapon swapping a lot, like let's say you have like, just one setup with a crossbow and that's it, you still get 20 points for your peasantry. That's like, 4 or 5 notables or something, and they're all really good. Most of them. It's not, but it is. There's 20 passive points. 20 weapon set skill points. You can just assign them to like whatever you want. These are 20 extra points. What do you mean no? It converts 20 points into set points? Oh, are you sure about this? Yeah, I'm not sure why you would think that it changes your existing points into weapon set points. I thought during the campaign you get like, 6 or 8 points, and whenever you unlock those, you get 2 that you can put into any of those, like weapon 1 or weapon 2. So 20 points of heal will be broken for 2 Ascendancy points. I don't know, I mean, some of these Ascendancy effects are pretty strong. But this definitely seems kind of powerful. I mean, offensively, it's not like such a crazy strong Ascendancy here. So I could kind of believe that this is like straight up 20 points. If it's just for swapping, is that really good enough? Yeah, if you really care about swapping weapons a lot, then I guess it could be good. Blasphemy. Melee, Witch Hunter, yeah, exactly. So I actually had to plan to do like mace plus crossbow. And then like take the explodey thing, that's gonna be super nice for the mapping later. Especially once like, density ramps up a bit and stuff. 100% of maximum life as explosion is kinda nutty. But the question is, what would I do with the other 4 points? So if I take the 20 points and I take the explosion, then I have 4 points left. So I basically have the option to go ward, or the decimating strike, or the concentration. The thing is, like, concentration is like not consistent enough. It's only a 5-second timer. So if you ever have like, some kind of break in doing damage to the boss or something, it's gonna regain its concentration and then you're fucked. And then you don't get anything. So maybe like you just go Cull and Decimating Strike and do chilling. Imagine getting 20 skill points in Act 2. I mean, there are these books that drop from some of these side bosses where you get weapon set points in the campaign. And as far as I know, these are new points that you can spend on your tree when you get them. These are 2 extra points you can put anywhere. You take the Decimating Strike 100%. I don't know, the Decimating Strike is nice and all, but it's a random number between 5 and 30%. So, yeah, on average 17.5. It's not bad, but it's locked behind the Cutting Strike. The Cutting Strike is not that crazy good, I think. Yeah, what is it? It's like 40% against normal monsters. Yeah, maybe it's fine actually. But especially like later on, when you really want to ramp up the speed in maps and stuff. Do you really care that much about the Culling Strike, for example? It barely does anything in bosses. But maybe it's fine. It will get changed pretty soon for 2 reasons. Yeah. It sounds very strong though for now. If that actually gives you 20 points, it sounds very powerful for sure. Yeah, so my idea with the Witch Hunter would be to like rely on, you know, like just grenades, for example, for like AoE clear. And maybe some of the like fragmentation rounds or whatever. And then have like the explosion node, and that kind of like covers your clear, I think, relatively well. And the rest is just like full invest into boss damage. You know, go like full single target with high velocity rounds, grenades, armor breaking. So that was kind of my plan. And then you throw in an enfeeble or like temporal chains. And you're chilling. Sniper rifle and explodey. Yeah, something like that, man. Yeah, the thing is, explodey is only 10% chance. It's not that good. So there will definitely be quite a lot of fights where you just don't get an explosion at all. You have to deal with everything. But if you like, you know, eventually get really good at like, you know, making pulls, get like a full stack of monsters, and then, you know, you just blow them up and something will explode at some point. So for mapping, I can see this being very powerful. So I think Witch Hunter is definitely something that can scale relatively well into later stages, especially when you have like more move speed and more defense in late game. If there's any strikers behind culling, you won't be starting the class. Yeah, I was also not planning to take the decimate the cull necessarily, but I have to. I mean, honestly, you can also just do like a little respec, right? When you do like pinnacle bosses, you just unspec the explosion stuff, and then you just take the sorcery ward. And then you're like really good against the bosses. I might actually try something like that. When I do like the highest difficulty bosses and stuff. For hardcore, it's also gonna be pretty nuts. Which class will be starting? Yeah, most likely does.
Which character?
Yeah.
Oh. By the way, I saw a YouTube video yesterday going around that showed the starting tree of Witch and the intelligence part.
Yeah, we just watched that. We just watched that. Witch Hunter is just a bucket of stats, a bit boring. Yeah, I mean, it still has the explodey effect. We don't know if explodey exists anywhere else. This might be unique to Witch Hunter, for example. The explosion. Witch Hunter login. Iconics. Yeah. But so far, it does look pretty strong. And pretty versatile, so I really like it. I'm definitely planning to do a lot of bossing myself. So the sorcery vault can be very helpful with that, I think. I mean, 50% less armor evasion is also a pretty big downside. You have to giga stack, especially armor, to get anywhere. But if you do that, yeah, it could be nice. Wonder how prevalent pause skill swapping will be. Maybe they just won't allow you to do it while in the map or something, if that's the problem, I guess. I think this is easy to prevent. Gemling Legionnaire is the number 1. Yeah, it's also really cool, but we don't know what gem quality actually does. Have you seen any example of gem quality anywhere? I've seen the added GCPs, but I'm not sure if you have any information about what quality does. Note 7 looks really good. Makes a cooldown. No, it's not 4 seconds cooldown. So the cooldown is 9.4. Actually, it's probably 10. And then there's like a 6% cooldown recovery rate and stuff like that. So it's probably 10 base. And then this is like cooldown recovery rate, and then there's 50% faster, which is basically also cooldown recovery rate. So it doesn't cut it in half, but it's like 2/3 of the cooldown. Or actually less, because we already have like, you know, a stacking cooldown recovery, so depends on how exactly it multiplies. +1 fishing. What? Gemini looks really weak on League Start, but strong scaler. Yeah, kind of like that. There's level 7, it has lost 0.6. Ah, it could be that it starts at 10. And then it gets like minus 0.1 per level, so it's like 8. But still, it would not put it to 4 seconds, it would put it to like, I don't know, 5.3 seconds. But that's certainly short. I mean, you can give up Cunning Strike and then get this, for example. Like, yeah, especially when it comes to like late game bossing, like Cunning Strike and Decimating Strike, I think both are not really going to be really that relevant. And honestly, neither will be like the explosions most likely. Maybe you're gonna keep the Carl just because it's there, you're gonna keep the 20 points there, and then you go like full sorcery reward, for example. Yeah, I'm probably gonna play hardcore on a second character, but not on first. Is there more? No. Let's check out the new skills gems. Legendary drops interview. What is that?
Wouldn't it be great to know?
Ah, this was this video. Yeah, we actually saw this. Ah, new skills and sigil of power as well. Okay, let's see this actually. Ball lightning, archmage, wild shards. Fires a slow moving projectile and repeatedly shoots balls of lightning at nearby enemies. Okay. 750% more chance to shock. Holy, okay. Archmage, persistent lightning buff. Reserves 100 spirit. Cause your spells to cost additional mana and deal extra lightning damage, both based on your maximum mana. Spells gain 5% of damage as lightning damage for each 100% mana you have. Spells cost an additional 5.35% of your maximum mana. And wild shards. Support spell skills that fire projectiles. Support skills have a chance to fire many projectiles in a circle. 20% chance to fire 8 additional projectiles in a circle. Okay. Ah. That looks cool. And you procs it every single time. What the hell is going on? Effects look pretty good. Sigil of power is in his staff now. +5 to level of all lightning spell skills. %40 increased critical hit chance for spells. 70% increased critical spell damage bonus. Okay, Sigil of Power. Cooldown 10. Place a sigil on the ground, putting a powerful spell damage buff. Buff becomes more powerful the more money you spend while standing in a sigil. Okay, it's pretty much copy pasta from PoE 1. Gain a stage when you spend a total of 50% of your maximum mana by an area. Okay, that has changed. That used to be just a flat number. Maximum 4 stages. Buff grants 14% more spell damage per stage. Minimum 1 second between gaining stages. Sigil radius is 3 meters. Sigil duration is 11.9. Okay, so it's way beefier. But you also just spend a lot of fucking mana. Very interesting to put this into like a weapon. I think that's a pretty good idea. Looks nice. It is a ridiculous buff. So if you can use that well, and you like you don't know when to use it and when to nuke, it's gonna be pretty busted. Looks very nice, yeah. I've heard of anyone starting hardcore from the start. The only person I heard of from chat was like, I'm Exile. Okay. Looks pretty nice. All shots, fireball, and shots to cast and ignite. Yeah, sounds like a good combo. It's one way to learn. Yeah, the thing is you're gonna learn very slowly. If you go hardcore first on a game like this. I'm going to make a setup for launch. Yeah, I'm planning to. So there's this website now as well where you can like actually plan skills. So apparently you can have 9 skills. 2, 4, 6, 8, 9. Is it like based on level? How exactly do you unlock more skill slots? This has exactly 9. And there's like no level selection or something like that. And I suppose no way to select the Gemling Legionnaire, but I guess that's fine. I think it's based on gear. Yeah, that's what I thought as well. I thought it's like, you know, when you equip, you know, like, you know, the helm you get one, and when you equip a glove you get one, and so on. But then other people told me no. Maybe just get them. Havoc gem video. He's just like going for all of the skills and stuff. Okay, that's probably where they got the most of them. It's fine, we can probably use this one, yeah, if they have them here. So that's probably where most of them are coming from. Hawk Hunt. And we can also move this again. Held Great Club. 20% crit chance. Maim on critical hit. 50% chance. 50% critical strike chance. Okay. Sounds like a kind of funny, like Act 1 weapon or something. That's probably about it. Okay, Sorcery Ward, we've seen that. Bloodlust. Supports melee attacks, causing to deal more damage against bleeding enemies, but preventing them from inflicting bleeding. Pretty powerful. Level 1 is already 30% more. Empowered Cull. Support skills that can empower skills other than themselves, causing skills they empower to cull damage. Empower means Warcry, basically. Heightened Curse. 25% more effect of supported curses. But 200% cost multiplier. And 150 reservation. Yeah, for reservation that's kind of rough, I gotta say. If only use Blasphemy. But it's still a nice support. Inspiration for some less cost. Okay. Also level 1. Impending Doom. Take a Doom Blast and on course when the supported skills expire. I wonder if I can actually do some shenanigans here, like Blasphemy, Curse, Impending Doom, and just kind of like, you know, run back and forth between enemies and just go boom, 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 boom. Does that work? Not sure if that counts as expire. Support skills that can generate charges, giving them a chance to generate an additional charge. Cool. Used to be able to abuse this by exceeding curse limit. So you just kept cursing. Thank you. You just kept cursing and then it just goes boom, boom, boom all the time. Yeah, I wouldn't really expect that. But I wonder if, like, with Blasphemy you can do some shenanigans. Missing a curse support scaling of int. Oh no, actually I don't know what this starts doing exactly. I just know they do a lot in PoE 2. Where's the PoE 2 wallpapers? I mean, I'm gonna have this at least. Ah, so position has also become like a support aura thing. And it's only 110 multiplier. It's not that bad. Triggers a shockwave when you take a step while using supported skills. It's like for like shield charge, I suppose. Interestingly, there's no like travel tag or movement tag or something like that. Now that is an awesome support, man. I love this. Window of Opportunity. What a name. This is for Snipe and for Perfect Strike. That's badass. I like this. 25% shorter perfect timing window, 50% more damage when release of perfect timing. Holy dude. And that's fucking level 1. That's insane. Imagine you have this thing and like a bunch of other damage supports, and then you have like, you know, 3 frenzy charges, use barrage, you snipe, and then like, you know, snipe, you know, boss gone, man. Like what? You don't think they can level? Wait, supports don't have levels or what? But it says tier 1, level 1. They're always level 1. Wait, really? Oh. So it's only the main gems. I didn't realize. What about quality though? Why do they have tiers and stuff then? Okay, anyway, pretty good. Break posture. How about check posture, guys? Apply daze when fully breaking armor. Daze lasts for 6 seconds. Okay, is daze just like a slow, or what is daze? Does anyone know what does daze mean? Here's up for the gem they cut out of level 3 Anchor gem, gives level 3 or lower. Okay, tier 1, tier 3, tier 5, and so on. So this means if this is like a tier 1 gem, you can actually get this like very early in the game. But like these seem like relatively complicated supports though. So I'd be kind of surprised to see them in tier 1. No, this must mean something else. What does it mean with the tiers? They're all tier 1 here. Is that right? Tier 4. Tier 4. Tier 3. Okay, maybe it's right actually. They're listed by tier, I guess. This is something like reduced defenses. I mean, you already have the fully breaking armor here, so I don't think it's gonna be reduced defenses. Probably something like a slow or something. causing them to automatically reload when they heavy stun an enemy. Interesting. Is there like any shot that has like a really high like stun synergy? We can just like, you know, shotgun interface like bam, bam, bam all the time. I guess there's only a flash grenade, but it's not exactly ammunition anyway. This one has like insane stun. And nothing else says something about like stunning. But I guess you just have stun build up anyway by hitting them. And there's also supports that help you with that. So it could be interesting to auto reload. That is nice. %40 increased recovery from life flasks, but it's a 120 multiplier. Seems quite costly for what it does, to be honest. But life flasks can be pretty good. You got the supporter pack key, but also one additional since you were supporting the game for so long. Yeah, then you have 2 keys, I guess. You can give one away. Infernal Legion was already a thing. Support skills that leap into the air, causing them to create consecrated ground when you land. Holy descent, that's funny. There's like this escape shot or something from Ranger. And I guess the comment as well from the sorcerers. Leap Slam. Yeah, Leap Slam is actually also a thing. The Pope Slam. Yeah, it's a cool, I like this. It's a really cool idea. Intense Agony. Supports spells that deal non-ailment damage over time, causing them to have a shorter duration but deal substantially more damage over time with debuffs inflicted against enemies at full life. 50% more damage, 25% less effect duration. Okay. Momentum. Supports any damaging skill that you use yourself, causing it to deal more damage if you move a sufficient distance while using the skill. Teleportation does not count towards the distance traveled. After moving at least 2 meters during a single use of a supporter skill, the rest of that use deals 40% more damage. Holy. I guess this means like shield charge, leap, and maybe like the channeled like a rampage thing from the bear. Okay. Interesting. Melee physical damage. Okay, pretty good. Many bolts. Support skill deals 1% more damage for each bolt reloaded in the past 6 seconds. Huh. Is that good for like the machine gun thing? But the machine gun doesn't really seem to like do a lot of damage itself. Flicker. Teleportation doesn't work. It's okay. Spin to win support rune. True, there's also spin to win, I guess. Supports curse skills, causing them to cover a large area but take longer to curse. It says reduced delay, but I guess they mean increased delay. Okay. Raging Cry. Supports Walker skills, causing to grant you rage on use. Grants 4 rage per 5 power. Okay. But rage was changed now, right? It's no more speed. I think it's just damage now. Is it like 1% more damage per rage or something like that? Like attack damage per range or melee damage per range, I think. Yeah, there's a support. Actually, I'm not sure if it's support or meta skill. It's like Blasphemy. That allows you to have cursors as an aura, yes. Does it work with this actually? Yeah, I suppose this should work, yeah. Blasphemy, curse, and this. And you have like a bigger radius around you. That should probably work. Yeah, it's almost more damage based on from rage. Sounds kind of nice, man. This Raging Cry seems very nice. Very powerful support, I think. Chaotic Freeze. Support spells that deal non-ailment chaos damage over time. Enemies taking damage over time from divas caused by supporter skills will suffer freeze buildup from chaos damage or hits or any source. Uh-huh. Interesting. Okay, Splinter. Support skills that enemies causing those hits break armor based on a portion of physical damage dealt. Break armor equal to 50% of physical damage dealt by supported skills. Now that looks very busted actually. Like, you know, when you get to the point where like kind of overkilling, it's like a big win more kind of support here, right? Like imagine you do this with like the fragment, what's it, high velocity rounds that consumes the full armor break. You shoot, you consume the armor break, you break the armor, you consume the armor, you break the armor, you know, back and forth all the time. That seems kind of busted, man. If you get to the point where you have enough damage for this. And I'm pretty sure we're gonna get to that point. Yeah, that seems insane. The Splinter support seems insane. That is gonna get nerfed, I think. Here ODM. Yeah, I'm probably gonna play some Witch Hunter. With a mace and a crossbow. This seems significantly stronger than Vulnerability Curse. Yeah, this support is nuts, I think, Splinter. Like, if you ever get to the point where, you know, we do even just like tens of thousands of DPS or something, it's not even that much. This is gonna start getting out of control really fast, I think. The Splinter support. Yeah, a lot of the curses don't really seem that crazy. Especially knowing now that, you know, exposure and like minus res can't go into minus actually. Like, can anything go into minus res? Or is it just penetration that can't go into minus? Can a curse put the enemy into minus? There's a better page for support chance of all of them. Yeah, I know. But I want to see the new ones because I've seen all of them already. All we know is pen, okay. Curses are incredibly broken. Yeah, I think especially temporal chains is gonna get nerfed. But outside of that, I haven't really seen much of like broken curses. Inverse works and negatives. Yeah, we were looking at this earlier with like, you know, fire pen, for example. Apparently penetration cannot go into minus. But if you have like a curse that just reduces res, it cannot go into minus. Yeah, I guess they should work the same, right? Because in what way would they interact, right? What if you have some pen and you have the minus res from the curse? Which one comes first, right? it won't actually matter which one comes first. So I guess that both just can't go to minus. Ranged combat support. Supports attacks cause you to deal more damage from farther away. 35 more attack damage to enemies further than 7 meters from you. Scaling down to no bonus at 3.5 or closer. This could also be like something for like snipe, you know. You jump away, barrage, snipe, kapow. And I really want to play with snipe as well. Like imagine actually this could be like a combo as well, right? Like it's to like you do like snipe with a bow. And then you have like the what is that, splinter. You put that on your snipe. And then your snipe gives you the armor break. And then you follow up with a high velocity round that consumes the armor break. And then you do the snipe again. And you just go like back and forth between the bow and the crossbow all the time. Like it seems completely nuts. You know, you can do so many things with this. Easy include for ranged. I wouldn't really say that. I'm not sure what 7 meters is exactly, but you have to keep them away from you. And that's not always so easy. Maybe later, when you have like a temp chain aura and lots of movement speed, I guess you're gonna get there. You're worried about weapon swap speed. There's actually a node on a tree where you can get like, I think 60% increased weapon swap speed. There was no weapon swapping at all. No, weapon swapping was a thing from the start, I think. Yeah, I wonder if we can actually consume our break and break armor in the same attack. I'm not sure if that's possible. If that's possible, then you can just like do a perma, like, you know, high velocity, bam, 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 you know, sniper rifle. Like, that's gonna be wild, actually, if that works. I'm not sure if it does. Like, if you can have perma full broken armor, that's gonna be insane. It's gonna like nuke down those bosses. Do I have enough info to craft a build now? Yeah, we can't really make like a full build or something, but you know, at least we get an idea of, okay, what are my main skills? What kind of like, you know, reservation skills do I want? Maybe what kind of triggers do I want? What are roughly the supports I'm going for? What is roughly the Ascendancy nodes I'm going for? So we can put a lot of stuff together already, but you know, we have no idea about items, especially. We have no idea about uniques. And like, you know, there's like a lot of stuff that we don't really know. We don't know, like, you know, how much movement speed do I need to stay alive? How much life do I need to stay alive? You know, all this kind of stuff. So we'll see. But you know, the big picture, we kind of have an idea, I guess, for a lot of things now. Maybe consuming full armor break isn't a DPS increase since armor then goes back up. Yeah, this is... I'm not really sure exactly how the armor will scale for the enemies. But when I played Mercenary, it was really valuable to do the armor break and then follow up with the high velocity rounds that consumes the armor break. Because the high velocity rounds has a 150% more multiplier for consuming the armor break. And also the armor break only lasts a few seconds. So if you break the armor, there's like a 5-second window and then it disappears anyway. So if you want to consume it, you should do it. So it's really valuable to have the armor break and then consume it, basically. It doesn't last forever, the armor break. It's a little bit like Stagger, just that it doesn't stun the boss, you know? You have like the bar that fills up, basically, or you have like the meter that fills up or whatever, and then it's full armor broken, and you actually see like an animation on the boss as well. You can actually see this physically on their model when the armor is broken. It's like, you know, fractured, and then it disappears again. Range is the least popular in the Maxroll poll. Yeah, she does seem kind of interesting compared to PoE 1, but in the end it's not really. I think Ranger has actually gotten some really interesting upgrades. I'm very excited to play Ranger. Okay, I see Wildfire. Supports any skill that hits enemies, spreading ignites the effects to nearby enemies after delay. That's a cool support, by the way. Weapon elemental damage. Supports attacks causing to deal more weapon elemental damage. Oh wait, they renamed it back to the original. Wed. The Wed support. Nice. I like that. Biting Frost. Supports any skill that hits enemies, causing them to critically hit frozen enemies but consume their freeze. Can support skills that consume freeze. Okay. I mean, it seems like something for the early game, maybe, but it's a tier 3 gem. Cold Exposure. Supports any skill that hits enemies, causing it to deal less damage but inflict cold exposure when it critically hits an enemy. Do we know how much is exposure? It's like 10%. Support skills do 25% less. Okay. I guess you can use like any skill and just have like, you know, 1 flat damage somewhere on the ring or something. Cannibalism. Supports persistent buff skills, causing you to recover life on kill while the skill is active. Yo, 4% recovered on kill. No, like, mana multiplier. What? That seems very good. Deadly poison. I guess deadly poison. Supports any skill that hits enemies, causing it to deal less damage but inflict more potent poison. Okay, 25% less damage per hit, 75% more effect of poison from supported skills. Wow. That is kinda nutty. Dazing Cry. Supports war cries, causing to daze enemies on use. I need to figure out what is daze. Supports attacks causing the build-up daze based on a portion of physical damage dealt. Cause daze build-up equal to 100% of physical damage. Okay. Yeah, I don't know what daze is. Maybe daze is like in D4 where, you know, they can move but they can't attack or something. Drain ailments. Support spells that deal non-ailment damage over time, causing them to consume ailments on enemies. It applies damage over time debuffs too in order to deal substantially more damage over time. Okay, support skills consume a random ailment on a target when inflicting damage over time debuffs. Cause the debuff to deal 35% more damage if an ailment was consumed. Interesting. So something like Essence Drain consumes the poison to deal more damage or something. Maybe it's more like sleep. Okay. I'm probably gonna start with Mercenary. Daze is an action speed debuff. That could be interesting actually. If they can still act, but they, you know, they're like 30% slower action speed or something. Are the PoE streamers pissed off with additional Diablo streamers defecting to PoE 2 as the market big enough and you're all friends? This is not how it works. I mean, you know, I know a lot of the PoE guys, and, you know, I'm not sure if I would call them friends, but, you know, I have, you know, done a lot of stuff with some of them. And, I mean, you know, it's like a very large community. There's lots of different personalities. And I am friends with some, and I'm not friends with others. And so is everyone else, basically. And everyone has their own opinion on that. Some are not happy that Rob is asking for data mine. Thanks, Aristo. The PoE people just don't want some random content creator to start making clickbaity videos of best build ever and so on. I mean, clickbaity videos will happen no matter what, you know. But at some point they're gonna get buried, I guess, especially when everyone starts, you know, understanding like who's the clickbaiters and who's not. And especially PoE community is like a community that, yeah, kind of like sorts them out, I guess, right? A lot more than we have seen, like, for example, in Diablo 4. I feel like in Diablo 4 there's a lot of trash floating around on YouTube, for example. And of course that happens in PoE too. But I feel like there's like, you know, a much better like understanding of like the more engaged audience, at least, of where that is coming from and what to avoid. You're not sure how it works if money and earnings are involved to show there's competition. Yeah, I mean, on one hand, there's always competition as well, right? Because the viewers that are watching me cannot watch someone else. Or the people that watch someone else cannot watch me or something. I mean, okay, technically you can have multiple streams. But realistically, I guess, you know, there is like a certain, you know, number of people that watch Twitch. And this has to be divided between a number of streamers. So from that perspective, yeah, there is competition. But there's also like the fact that if I'm not streaming, there will be less people on Twitch because they don't want to watch anyone else. You know, if Rax is not streaming, there will be less people on Twitch because there's some people that only want to watch Rax. You know, that's also how it works. And of course, not all people that watch Rax, or not all people that watch me, are only watching us. But they also watch other people. But there are some people like that as well. You know? It's not just everyone who watches me only wants to see Diablo 4. You know, some people just watch me because they want to watch me. Right? And this is also like, you know, where all the stuff like, you know, oh, Diablo 4 doesn't have any viewers on Twitch. Look, there's like 500 people in the Diablo 4 category. Yeah, if all of the big Diablo guys are not streaming Diablo, well, it turns out that the viewers are not watching Diablo because they're watching the streamers. They're not watching the game most of the time. So, yeah, some people will stick around and, you know, someone will just go to the next Diablo streamer. But most people just stick to the streamer that they want to watch. So in that case, I'm not necessarily taking anything away from, like, you know, the PoE streamers, let's say, because now I'm also a PoE guy or something like that, you know? Some people just want to watch me, and they don't want to watch any of the other PoE guys, and that's it. And I mean, of course, you know, for me personally, you know, I can stream some games, and I will be more successful in those games than in other games. Talking from like a viewer's number perspective. You know, for example, when I streamed WoW lately, I was just doing a bit of like, you know, just for fun, WoW Classic, and I knew beforehand I would have less people watching me because that's outside of my normal domain. And that's okay, you know, this is just how it works. And then when I stream another game that, you know, I'm more known for, like Diablo or maybe PoE now, you know, then it's gonna be more interest, and that's normal. But still, we have many people that also watch me play WoW. It's just, you know, it's something completely different. You're watching what a nip slip, okay. The most considerable concern about the two player bases merging was the culture around data mining. Yeah, I mean, data mining or not, doesn't really matter. I mean, the data mining did already happen, right? Like, whenever it's available, people will data mine. That's just how the world works. As soon as something is there to data mine, it will be data mined. So it really comes down to what GG decides to do. You know, GG is the one that has to decide, okay, when will they allow the preload and whatever. They don't want us or them to try to promote the content in other creators' channel. Yeah. I mean, usually it's just like an instant ban. You know, if someone comes here and just links their stream or says something like, hey, come watch my channel, you know, this is usually an instant ban. And you have to do this, else you're gonna get more and more people doing that shit. And even if no one actually ever clicks on these links and goes to that channel, then they try to promote themselves, you just have to ban it in order to, you know, keep the chat clean. It's just how it is. And of course, you can give shoutouts to people that I know, that I'm friends with. I can give rates to people that I know that I'm friends with, or maybe not even that, you know, sometimes I just rate, you know, other bigger streamers or other smaller streamers, even though I don't know them very well, maybe in order to get to know them. And yeah, for example, with like, you know, Diablo streamers now also being in the PoE category, yeah, there's gonna be more streamers and more overlap between communities, more rates between different content creators. Like, for example, in the past, when I was streaming a lot more PoE, I also got a lot of rates on a lot of the PoE guys. And then I rated them as well, you know? Just how it is. And there was never really, like, any, like, bad blood or anything. If anything, I would say the PoE community was relatively welcoming whenever I streamed some PoE myself in the past. I just haven't really done it in, you know, in the recent years. Like, my PoE time was more like, you know, 4 or 5 years ago. Something like that, where I did the most, I guess. And it was relatively good. So and the thing is that especially with something like PoE 2, you know, it's like a big release. And you know, some people are gonna get like, you know, massively blown up with their channel sizes and their viewerships and stuff. I mean, this happened to me as well in like Diablo 4, for example, right? I was like preparing for this Diablo 4 launch for so long. And I came very well prepared, and you know, I tried to do the world first and all these kind of things, all the guides, and yeah, it worked out relatively well. And this will be kind of similar for other people in PoE 2 now as well. You know, there's gonna be some established big streamers. You know, there's Sis, there's Maffle, you know, there's, you know, maybe the Diablo guys as well, like, you know, Rax and me and whatever. Probably also gonna have pretty good viewership, and you know, a bunch of other of the bigger guys on PoE. But there's probably also gonna be like some kind of like new names that will just come up out of nowhere and also get on that level, I guess, of some of the big guys. So it's gonna be interesting to see. How long will the servers be crashing on December 6th? Yeah. Realistically, I would not expect to play on December 6th. Let's just put it that way. I'm gonna boot up my stream, and if I can log in at some point in the first 12 hours of that stream, I'm fine. So we'll see. Do we get 2 Ascendancies in early access? It's 2 per class. Streamer client will take care of it. Easy. Yeah, okay. Just get in the queue ASAP. Yeah, you kill the first boss, go to town, you crash, and you're back to queue position 369,000. GG. Yo, Frostfire sagt, thank you for the 12 months. But what if there's 0 server issues? Yo, holy copium. Okay, anyway, let's go through some of those gems here. I wanna finish this. Deep cuts, guys. Support. Supports any skill that hits enemies, causing them to deal less damage but inflict more potent bleeding. Okay, so it's basically a copy of the poison one. Big bleed. But the thing is, I think poison and bleed are now directly correlated to the damage of the hit, right? It's not based off the base damage anymore. But you know, if you crit and if you do more damage with the hit, you also get a bigger bleed out of it, right? So you get minus 25 and then plus 75. So that's kind of important to remember here. It's not like in PoE 1 anymore. Yeah, always dying soft Gorm. Supporter skills inflict fire exposure on igniting enemy. Do we have confirmation? How much is exposure? Is it like 10%? Elemental discharge. Supports any spell that hits enemies causing a consume elemental ailment on hit to trigger an elemental discharge. Cannot support the skills of minions. But doesn't really say what it does exactly. But it's like a skill like that in PoE 1. Immolate. Support skills cannot ignite. Supported attacks gain 30% of damage as fire damage against ignited enemies. Ooh. Not bad. Lightning exposure. Okay, we've seen that with the fire exposure. Mobility. Support skills that can be used while moving, allowing you to move faster while using them. Supported skills deal 20% less damage, 40% less movement speed penalty while using the afforded skills. Huh. Interesting. So if at some point you actually have like too much damage, you can actually use the raw amount and this is like ride around on your horse, basically go at almost full speed. There's also like some passive tree nodes, I think, for like less movement speed penalty or something. Or was it like a ranger ascendancy thing? I think it was a pathfinder thing actually. So you can basically go at like almost full speed and just shoot and kill anything. Now it's not for shield charge, this is for like, you know, bow skills, you know, spell casting, all that kind of stuff. Like anything, like almost anything basically. Almost anything can be used while moving. This is not for actual mobility skills like shield charge. But yeah, I guess you can also use it as like, you know, you apply your curse while running and then you start shooting or something. So that you can also do that, I guess. Yeah, I was talking about the Pathfinder penalty thing. Okay, Rupture. Supporter skills aggregate bleeding on hitting heavy stun enemies. Okay, I think aggregate bleeding is like the same as if monsters are moving, which is like, I think 100% extra damage for bleed or something. Something like that. Seems relatively powerful, this Rupture. Rage Forged. It's 200% extra. Nice. That's actually pretty good. Supports any damaging skill that can use or trigger yourself, causing it to consume rage to deal more damage. If you don't have enough rage to consume, the damage bonus will not apply. Consume 10 rage to deal 35% more damage. Okay. An increased reload speed. That's kind of nice. Lightning Mastery, +1 to never supported lightning skills. Huh. This might be something for like an aura, like Wrath aura or something, but probably not for your main skill, I guess. That seems kind of weak for just the main damage support. Okay, same here. Okay. Tier will require the corresponding uncut gem node to unlock. Will also affect the minimum required double class within tiers. The source, not limit. Class. Okay, like even here, tier 4 requires level 1, so I guess they don't have the data on that necessarily. So far, I cannot really say that I have seen like any very strong looking unique items. Okay, we mostly see like low level stuff on uniques. I mean, this is kind of nice, I guess. 3 fingers. We've seen this the other day. So this is like the dual wield, two-handed weapons mod you can get here on level 1, on level 11 glove. Kind of funny. The ball lightning stuff, we watched that earlier. These are 1C on 1 alch uniques, except 3 fingers. Yeah, I'm not sure how good that will be. Everyone is like super hyped about Giant's Blood, but you also have double the attribute requirements, don't forget that. You actually have to get to the point where you can even use this, right? Like at level 11, how the hell are you gonna do this? I kind of doubt that without Twinkier, you can do this. Anything else here? Ball Lightning, Archmage, Wild Shards. Okay, we've just seen this in the videos. Flammability. Minus 32 to fire resistance. That sounds like so much. But yeah, so apparently even this cannot go into minus. Does anyone notice? Is it only penetrating that can't go into minus res, or can this also not go to minus res? It's 40% of your maximum mana to the total maximum energy shield. That's kind of insane, actually. Actually, I just realized, and I think about it, because all this Archmage stuff with like mana stacking is actually pretty insane these days, right? Because you can still have restoration skills. And you can have the full mana pool and the full value from that. Sounds kind of nutty, actually, all this like Archmage stuff. Nothing goes to minus res. Okay. So I guess you have to learn, like, you know, which bosses, like, you know, the pinnacle bosses especially, I guess, you know, which of them have resistances and which ones don't. Or if, like, all bosses just have, like, you know, 50 res or something like that. So it'd be good to know to, like, actually make a decision on this. Isn't there support gen for discipline that makes the aura only work for you? This might be something for every aura. But I'm not sure which one it is. And there used to be a keystone for that in PoE 1. That makes the aura only for you. That makes it stronger. Could be the same now. Okay, I think I've seen the others. Supreme Ego. Oof. Does anyone know at what point we get this quest reward, by the way? With the region and the speed? This is a very good quest reward. 1.5 life regen per second is legit, man. The 25 mana is also not terrible, I think. 5% speed. Might not be worth it compared to this then, honestly. These are the bandit rewards. Yeah, but where do you get them? Marks are no longer curses. You can apply both with Hand of Jaula. True. Actually, how does it work with the... Is it like requires unarmed? Or quarter stuff? So this means... Do we have to use a quarter staff in one of our weapon slots to use Hand of Jaula? Or can we just always use Jaula? And it just uses a punch? This skill always strikes with a bare fist, even if you have a quarter staff equipped. If you use Discipline, which gives you more energy shield based on mana, does that turn back into mana of Eldritch Battery? No, there's no feedback loop on that, I think. Eldritch Battery just makes your energy shield go to your mana, but this goes like over your mana, basically. Just like how it goes over your life. Okay, the bandit rewards the next free, so it's... Okay. I've not seen like a support gem that gives you like, you know, extra strikes. Like, you know, ancestral, what is that called? Like the extra strikes, like, you know, getting extra hits against other targets or something like that. Is that a thing? So I imagine that you have to use a quarter staff in order to use the unarmed skills here, right? The palm strikes, palm, Hand of Jaula. Can't be evaded. Increase the effect of socketed curses, increase the effect of socketed marks. Yo, Pavlov. Thank you for 34 months. Oh wait, what does the Eldritch Battery do? Then I thought it's like the same as in PoE 1. Can we see this here anywhere? Passive skill tree, Keystone. Ah, here we go. Converts all energy shield to mana. Oh shit. Oh. Okay, so how will this go? So you have Eldritch Battery allocated at all times, right? So I guess that takes priority. And then you activate Discipline. And you have that higher mana pool that then gives you like a bigger discipline value, and that feeds into your mana again. And I think this is probably the end of the loop, basically. But there definitely seems to be some extra value there. Dude, this mind over meta change is insane. All damage is taken from mana before life. That's actually insane. I was looking at all these keystones here, I'm like wondering which ones of those would I actually use. It's not really that much. It's kind of interesting. I feel like I don't actually want to use any of those keystones here. Maybe resonance. Can't wait for spell mana leech unique to pop up. Yeah, I haven't really seen like a lot of leech sources yet. I think I've seen like some physical leech. Wild packs, I press one less button. Nah, I think Life Flask is too good for survival. I mean, instant leech is not necessarily even such a big upside. We don't know how much leech we're actually gonna have and how much, you know, damage we're gonna do in order to leech with it. But in general, leech lasts very short, I think. So it's not such a big downside to not have it instant. Mind over matter should be OP, yeah, but it's like pretty far from like a ranger start or mercenary start, for example. Yeah, charge in PoE 2 to give you nothing. It's only for specific effects on specific skills. Does Valpact work with the Hammermancer node? I mean the Blood Mage? Which one are we talking about? Blood Mage has 10% spell mage, yeah. The Blood Mage might even do something like Blood Magic here as well. Not sure if you would do that. But if you have so much leech, it could be kinda nice. Do they have notes here already? Can we like see? What the hell is this? Now we can't like mouse over anything or see anything. Okay. Gamescom, TGS, LA Press Tour. Here it says that there are about 20 weapon passive points in quest rewards. I thought it would be less. It seems more than I thought. You're questioning Resolute Technique. Magia's playful in Act 1, he didn't see him miss one attack. I mean, first of all, it's Act 1, and he was playing Warrior, right? And accuracy is now, it's like based on your distance, basically. You need more accuracy if you're further away. So it's mostly for ranged characters. Mana stacking is just way too strong for a caster. It does look like it, man. Mana stacking, like Mind Over Matter, and then you have Eldritch Battery, and then you have like the Archmage stuff. I mean, you need to get a lot of mana recovery somehow, but if you can, it's gonna be really good. Wonder if which other grenade can dual spec to Archmage Ball Lightning on swap. Yeah, we technically can do that, but you might not have enough like synergies between the two. You still need like some synergies between your different setups, I guess. You know, you can only swap so much of a tree between the weapon types. One of Reddit's cooks. Oh boy. Okay, what is this? Shit. Let's try this. Can I like... Is it like a zoom or something? Okay. Shit. Let's see if we can see this a bit better. Eldritch Battery. Okay, where is he starting? So first of all, what is this? Spells gain 5% of lightning damage for each 100% mana. Lightning damage per int. Okay, 5 increment spell damage. 5 spell damage per mana. Increased damage bonus per 20 life. That's a lot of damage. Okay. Oops. Crimson Power, Blood Mage. It's kind of interesting to play Blood Mage and then still go Mind Over Matter and stuff. Please be a high number, like 70%. The entire build hinges on this. Free G, please. Oh man. Recharge is only interrupted by things that actually interrupted. Previously this was any loss of ES. As of 3.5.0, this interruption is limited only to loss of ES. Okay, so you basically have Eternal Youth where you have your life recharging. And I guess it will give you something like 20% life per second or so, I guess, or something like that. And then since all of your damage goes to your mana, you will never lose the life recharge. Sounds kind of nice combo actually. When you go Mind Over Matter, this is probably like a pretty good combo here as a Blood Mage. I mean, it seems like a well thought out build here. Yeah. Funny paint build, I gotta say. Okay. Actually, I wanted to see a character class. Is there like information about the main stats? Mechanism. Let's see. Dexterity. No. Do we have that info somewhere? Like, what do the main stats do? How do you recover mana since that's what's actually taking damage? Yeah, I mean, first of all, we have a mana flask, I suppose, that you can press, which is actually going to be pretty relevant. You have the extra regen from the tree and stuff, and then you need some real, like, flat mana regen. If you can get, like, you know, some flat mana regen, and then, like, Giga scale up with, like, clarity and mana regen and all that. Or leech. Is there mana leech for spells? Yeah, it could very well be that this whole, like, you know, Archmage idea, it sounds very good on paper, but maybe you just don't have the mana recovery. Especially if there's no leech. There's only like the monk, right? That has like mana leech or something. Let's see this again. Ah, shit. Wasn't it here? Or was it a Judah guy? I think it was a Judah guy, actually. Mana leech is instant, so apparently there is leech. And if this is like a mana leech thing, then this is most likely a mana leech small node. Mana leech also recovers energy shields. Which is something you wouldn't actually take here. There's a fist damage support gem for 3% mana leech. How many spells are physical damage? Is there any physical attack damage? Let's see this. There's 6 mentions of leech. So he has leech life, 3% of physical attack damage. Leech is life. And he has mana leech, 2% of physical attack damage. Leech is mana. Guys, I'm not sure how easily you're gonna get your mana leech. If that is the fucking support gem, physical attack damage, yeah, then I'm not really sure. Looks shit. True. Yeah, I mean later on this will actually be quite a lot of mana, to be fair. You can actually use like a secondary ability that, you know, maybe apply some debuff and, you know, you apply your ignite and then ignite triggers some stuff and, you know, like your, like for example, like with a shotgun, for example, on the mercenary or something, right? And then you get a bunch of mana back. Like I can see this work out relatively well, but it certainly won't help you for the archmage stuff. Yeah, it could very well be that it's uniques that give you mana leech or something. But they will probably come with like some pretty heavy downside or, you know, not other good stuff or something. Recoup copium. Mhm. Okay, there's a mention of life tap. Yeah, what about that? Here, supports any skill returning a portion of its mana cost into a life cost. And here it says skills cost life instead of 100% of mana cost. So if that actually converts the entire mana cost to life cost, then this whole setup that they are showing here definitely looks like pretty decent. So basically you have like perma life recharge, which is like a fuck ton. So you don't actually care about the insane life cost of your skills. You will lose one support gem, but you'll have all this archmage shenanigans with all the mana scaling that basically makes up for the missing support gem. And you have the advantage that it like kind of scales, you know, higher and higher. So when you have like better gear, the damage will just keep going up, while with the supports you can't really do that. Seems like an interesting idea here. I wonder how this will play out. Yeah, we've seen the witchcraft stuff, witch hunter stuff. I do have to say it's kind of funny that this Ascendancy here is like the only thing they've shown is like 3 skills. That's it. What is the time step again? Reset cooldown. Ah, yeah, true. Okay. Wonder what these things will do. They should reveal all the Ascendancy nodes. Yeah, I mean, there's gonna be more teasers. I mean, there's still a week to go. Maybe, like, you know, they're gonna show us some stuff every day now. Only ones that matter. I mean, the thing is that you will kind of get an idea of what are the Ascendancies about, right? I don't think they have to reveal all of the nodes. I think it's fine. Why would they? You know, if you play Deadeye, it's gonna be about projectiles and bows and, you know, maybe some other stuff like that, right? And, you know, if you play an Infernalist, it's gonna be about, you know, like fire damage and, you know, this transformation stuff and the Hound. Like, you kind of know what it's about. You don't need to know every single node. And then when you get there, when you actually play, you can see these Ascendancies, and then you understand, okay, yeah, this is the stuff I want to take later, you know. It's not such a big deal, I think, that we don't have all the nodes. It's enough to get an understanding of what's going on. No idea what they're cooking with Chronomancer. I mean, it is pretty good to have this stuff. I mean, time freeze, time snap, time freeze again. Like, you can probably like stun a boss for like 10 seconds straight or something, just nuke them down, you know. Like, stuff like this is very powerful. Nerf Talent. Chronomancer skin that installs unreleased content 6 months early. Holy. You can already fight the Metamorphs. 6-man Chronomancer group. Yeah, you can probably do some funny stuff. I mean, I don't know, maybe with like enough like cooldown recovery speed or something, you might actually get to the point where you can actually do like, you know, perma time freeze in a party. Just for the rules. I guess they might have to implement like some kind of failsafe where bosses eventually become like something unstoppable or so. Just to make sure that this doesn't happen. Where's the FPS performance? I can't help with that. I could imagine early access is probably not like super optimized with FPS, and there might be like stutters here and there or something. Hopefully GG can do stagger better than D4. Yeah, I guess it remains to be seen. I mean, it seems like they just don't allow you to like build that much like stun build up and stuff, but I mean, there's always potential for like, you know, going crazy on it with like attack speeds, building into like, you know, stun build up. Like, we don't know like what kind of uniques there's gonna be. Pretty sure there's gonna be crazy stuff. If there's no similar system to what D4 does with like stagger resistance, I think this might actually cause some issues. You can start hardcore at no risk. Yeah, I was thinking about that as well. But realistically, it's probably not really worth it. And then, you know, I'm gonna play like hardcore, let's say, for a day or whatever, you know, if I survive. And then at some point I rip and I'm like, okay, I'm just gonna keep going, right? And then everyone's gonna be like, what? You're not on hardcore anymore? What's going on? I don't know. Hi, Oren. Thanks for subbing. Yes, it is. Everyone is gonna log in next Friday. I watched the Sigurdi Ascension video. Actually, no. We only checked out the leaked Witch Hunter stuff. Let's see, Sigurdi. Ascendancy explained and Trial of the Sycamore first look, hands-on. Okay, it's probably like when he was there, right? He did the interview with like Jonathan and stuff, so I guess he probably has like some exclusive stuff there. Let's see it actually.
You will... G'day folks, Ziggy here. In Path of Exile 2, you will actually have 3 choices for trials to get your Ascendancy class. The first one to become available is the Trial of the Sycamores, part of the way through Act 2. And I was able to get some hands-on experience with this trial on a mercenary on my recent trip to Grinding Gear Games Studios. Now for the new exiles joining us, Ascendancies are your subclass, or a prestige class if you will, and each character, like the mercenary, monk or witch, has a choice of 3 Ascendancy classes unique to that character. There'll be 2 at the beginning of the beta for each, with a 3rd one being added later on. Ascendancies open up an extra passive tree inside your passive tree with impactful nodes that you can spend 8 points in. These Ascendancies provide a lot of power, but also a major way to flavor and change how your build plays. Like for example, empowering your witch with blood magic as a blood mage, or alternatively, demonic fire as an infernalist. But whichever route you go, to unlock your Ascendancy and to gain the additional passive points to spend in its tree, you must first complete your choice of Trials of Ascendancy, like the one I'm showcasing here, the Trial of the Sycamores in Act 2.
I have movement in the dark. Lots of movement.
Whilst progressing through another quest in Act 2, you'll find yourself climbing through the spider-infested tunnels of the Traitor's Passage, and you may just come across someone who was supposed to remain locked away.
Gotta be something valuable behind those doors.
The imprisoning wards burned, the Jinn Balbala demands you release them, and this is Path of Exile, so through combat, naturally.
Release me! Jingak!
This boss is quite challenging, employing a lot of roguish tricks, disappearing in smoke clouds, summoning ethereal daggers, and using high mobility hit and run tactics. This boss has quite a few tricks up their sleeves, such as hiding in plain sight and flooding the arena with toxic gas, which it took me embarrassingly long to realize that it would only recede once you actually found them. They have a few more ways to test your worth as the fight progresses, but I'll leave those for you to discover on your own. So proving yourself worthy here will take some cunning, but if you do so, you'll be given your path to Ascension.
Yes, a coin.
Allow me to repay you for freeing me from my imprisonment.
With Balbala's support gained, you're able to take on the Trial of the Sycamores, where the Jinn's coin can be placed on the relic altar. Balbala will also give you your first relic to get you started, which will provide you with some buffs in the upcoming trial. These are craftable should you have the currency to do so, and with a spare augment I was able to get not only increased life, but also a chance to get double sacred water from enemies, an important resource within the trial.
I've not seen any actually gameplay yet,
but we can certainly find more relics
fight.
inside of the trials to empower us for future attempts.
So the Sycamore is the Sanctum, right? This is the Sanctum thing. And the previous thing was just like the intro quest to that, or what? I guess. Oops.
So here's how the Trial of the Sycamores works. Each room you choose on the trial map has a special theme to it, something like a trap gauntlet that you have to run and make it to the other side, a challenging fight for you to survive or overcome, or a time trial or something like that. At the end of each room, you'll
People
gain
really
a
love
reward,
Season
which
3.
you will know
This is why they did this.
ahead of time when selecting that room from the map. So this might be something like a key for treasure at the very end of the trial. It might be restoring lost honor, more about the honor system later. Gaining the resource Sacred Water to spend in the future, or even then spending that Sacred Water on boons to make your trial easier. There's a map at the end of each room that lets you select your path forwards, and you can see a couple of steps ahead as well. You'll be able to see the reward for each path and also the room type, like for example the Gauntlet trial where you must navigate traps and enemies to just reach the other side, hopefully while avoiding taking too much damage in the process. Another example is the Chalice trials where you must kill all rare monsters in a room to fill a blood chalice. And then there's one that I rather enjoyed, the Escape trial, where you touch a death crystal and then have to disable as many crystals as you can before the time runs out, where each crystal you fail to disable will deal a certain amount of damage to you. There is, of course, treasure and enemies to distract you in the process.
What the?
As you play, you'll be able to learn over time which rooms are more challenging for you or for your build, so that you can make those risk versus reward decisions better. The map can also show you purple afflictions on some of the rooms. These cursed rooms debuff you, making things harder in some way, so you obviously just want to avoid those where you can. Sometimes, however, they may be on a room that has a really good reward, or on a path that leads to really good rewards, in which case you'll have to weigh up those risk versus reward assessments. Sure, double damage taken on low life is pretty deadly, yeah, but what if I just don't get hit? Then it's fine, right? Some rooms will also offer boons as their reward. These are powerful buffs that aid you in the trial. Sometimes these boons can also come as a package deal with other afflictions, like in the Pledge to Kochai reward. These pledges can be hugely run-shaping, like for example trading off all of your armor for a huge buff to movement speed, which could really help with that whole don't get hit strategy for those afflicted with the increased damage taken. Yes, I'm sure that will play out just fine. You can also play the lottery and take a random affliction for a random boon that you don't know what either of those is going to be, or you can remove a potentially awful affliction from one of your previous poor choices just like that, at the cost of one of your boons. In the Merchant reward rooms, you'll meet Barbala again, and you can spend larger sums of Sacred Water that you've acquired via monster kills or from the reward rooms that give you a bunch of Sacred Water to buy things like boons or even relics, which you can use on all future Trial of the Secima runs. So while a boon might help you right now, you might decide this run's going quite well and to get a relic that will be able to help you in future runs. So in this initial Trial of the Sekimas, to ascend, you need to move simply from the leftmost room on the map to the rightmost room on the map and defeat the final boss of this level without losing all of your honor. The choices you make along the way and the boons or afflictions you receive will all make that either easier or harder, or increase the amount of bonus loot rewards you get at the end. You could do a pretty easy run through, taking very little risks and getting few treasure keys, and thus not much loot at the end to just simply ensure that you safely ascend. Or you could take a bit of a risk and come out with a bunch of jewels and currency. In my run, I aimed to get some Sacred Water early on in one of the rooms so that when I met a merchant, I would be prepared to buy anything really good that they had. And indeed that did pay off, as I was able to get a nice boon to make the enemies slower. And I also went for one of the Pledges of Kochai, hoping to get myself an amazing boon with a downside that I could handle, and indeed that also paid off, as I did get that huge boon to movement speed. This powerful combo of making the enemies slower and me faster really helped to secure a win on my first attempt. So this first floor is pretty short and forgiving if you take it slow, I think. Your honor only has to make it through 7 rooms and a boss, which took me about 20 minutes at a slow and careful pace. Future higher level trials that you run will have additional floors
And that's just the first 2 Ascendancy points. Uh-oh.
after the first.
Actually, let's check how much XP did he get. He's like at half the level, pretty much exactly.
G'day,
From the
folks.
start, he has 445 HP and 96 mana. Did he level up in between?
Scenario.
He might have leveled there in between.
Through a massive tree. These Ascendancy are
I'm just wondering.
to that character.
Yeah, there seems to be like from different
enemies, relics,
timestamps.
enemies.
I think he actually did level up here.
Another example is the Chalice trials, where you things.
On the mana's the same here, yes,
or you
more
can
level.
remove
Okay, got like a
potentially
full level or something at
or
least.
on a
Okay, anyway, let's
trial of this.
go where we were. I just was
Or
curious.
you could take a bit of a risk and come out with a bunch of jewels and currency. In my run, I aimed to get some sacred water early on in one of the rooms so that when I met a merchant, I would be prepared to buy anything really good that they had. And indeed that did pay off, as I was able to get a nice boon to make the enemies slower. And I also went for one of the pledges of Kochai, hoping to get myself an amazing boon with a downside that I could handle, and indeed that also paid off, as I did get that huge boon to movement speed. This powerful combo of making the enemies slower and me faster really helped to secure a win on my first attempt. So this first floor is pretty short and forgiving if you take it slow, I think. Your honor only has to make it through 7 rooms and a boss, which took me about 20 minutes at a slow and careful pace. Future higher level trials that you run will have additional floors after the first, and that will make your early choices more meaningful. You'll want to stockpile sacred water to make sure that you have currency to spend at the merchants later on, and some of those afflictions that you maybe take on the first floor that don't really seem like they'll matter might start to cost you a lot more on the 3rd floor. But for initially gaining your ascendancy here in Act 2, things are relatively simple and straightforward, and you don't have to live with the consequences of your poor choices for all of that long. You can employ a much more short-term strategy when there's only one floor to contend with. So I'll explain how failing and reattempts works now, but I do want to mention one thing, that the UI in this recording is not finished. Jonathan mentioned to me that there would be a special UI, maybe in the center bottom, that will show the trial's special honor resource. It's shown on my health globe, but it's really not obvious enough. The amount of honor that you have is just the combination of your life and energy shield. And just like your life and energy shield, it's also protected by your armor and evasion, as well as any other defenses you might have. Each time you take damage, you also take some damage to your honor, and lose all of your honor, and you will be ejected from the trial, even if you didn't necessarily die. I guess this is one of those situations where disgrace is worse than death. The good news is that in this first attempt at the trial of the Sekimas, where you seek those initial 2 points of your ascendancy, and to select that ascendancy class, it's easy to simply try again. Balbala will just let you keep reattempting until you find your success. That first entry token is a quest item and given to you freely. In later, higher level runs in Endgame, it will become more serious, as you will likely lose the coin which granted you access, and those may hold some value and be more of a finite resource. And this same system should be true for each of the trials. Easy reattempts when you first want to ascend there, but more serious stakes later on in the game. Now, if you're wondering why the Trial of the Sekimas has this honor system instead of just using life and energy shield, since they're based on those anyway, then the answer is down to recovery. Life and energy shield are designed to be easily recovered. Flasks, leech, regen, and recharge on the energy shield, for example. These all allow you to get hit by a trap or an enemy and heal before the next one is a problem. Honor, however, is harder to restore. Generally, you'll only get honor back through special encounters, things that specifically heal it, or buffs obtained during the course of the trial. Maybe something that restores honor on killing a boss, for example. Honor is a resource to be more carefully managed as such. Maybe, for example, if you've taken a lot of damage to your honor and things are looking a little shaky, you might decide to forego that more difficult treasure room and instead take an easier room with a chance to recover some of your honor at the end. You know, just so that you can make it through. This, combined with the choice-based map layout, gives the Trial of the Sekimas its roguelike gameplay, that more carefully risk versus reward assessed gameplay. So it's off.
I'm probably gonna start Mercenary and Witch Hunter myself. Seems very exciting. Is there gonna be a word for us hardcore race? Well, for early access, I guess that doesn't make too much sense. But I don't know. I guess people will still kind of care about it. We'll see. Depends a lot on, like, you know, servers, balance, and so on, if that actually is like a thing. I guess most people will probably just start softcore, and then it's at various points people will decide to just start go hardcore. So I don't think it's gonna be much of a race, because there's not gonna be many people even trying hardcore at the start. But yeah, for launch, I think it's going to be a big race. So when the actual 1.0 comes, when everything's more polished and so on, I think this could be very interesting. So there, I definitely want to get started on hardcore and try to get like a nice rank.
To what the rest of the game typically throws at you. It's a gameplay that some of you will love and some of you may not. And that's why the fact that you can choose another trial instead is a great choice for Path of Exile 2. Don't like honor or traps? The Trial of Chaos has neither of those things, in favor of a modifier wager combat system. Now, before we lock ourselves away in the Path of Exile 2 beta for weeks on end with nary a glimpse of sunlight, it's a good final chance to say some goodbyes and spend some good quality social time with friends and loved ones away from our computer. but the outside world is kind of scary. I mean, what do you even do out there with other people? Do you just watch ducks together? Is that a thing people do? Do you try and catch the ducks? Do you battle each other's ducks? Do you create synergistic duck teams with elaborate builds and an ever-evolving meta? But where are you going to keep them, and what do they even eat? Grapes? It's all quite frankly too much. Thankfully, there's my sponsor Magic the Gathering and their newest set, Foundations. It's the perfect time for you and a friend to get into the game with a solid foundation. Known in exotic Germany as Grundstein, this set has
Magic
the
the
beginner's box
Gathering,
and starter
holy
collection
man.
that you need. Fantastic options for new or returning players, whether you want to start building your own decks or even just have a box of Magic to own. So once you've below before you seal yourself away in a tomb forever. Anyway, back to the video. So once you finish your journey across the map from left to right, your final trial is the liquid hot magma boss, Rattlecage, the Earthbreaker.
Rapid fire!
This spicy boy is a big lumbering rock with some big explosions and heavy slams, each of which are very avoidable. It's kind of slow. You have plenty of space to move around initially, but Rattlecage does have a few tricks. They have some area denial abilities where slams can place these lava-spewing mini volcanoes that last quite a long time. These will end up around the edges of the arena so that you'll have to move in a bit closer to the boss to avoid them, but a well-timed dodge roll can see you through their embers safely or slipping around behind Rattles to easily dodge their slams still. As a very large and slow target, freeze, stuns, and slows and other similar crowd control effects are very useful against Rattlecage, and you can potentially chain different types of these control effects together fairly effectively. I use a lot of stun and freeze in this. Rattles has a huge life pool to match their size, and they're pretty heavily armored, as well as being resistant to fire and lightning damage. But it is notable that they are vulnerable to cold damage. I'm mostly dealing fire and physical here with just a small amount of high freeze effect cold damage, so while I'm freezing well, I'm not doing a ton of damage here. I didn't really think at the time to go for the armor breaker route here, so Rattles does tank my damage quite well. Stripping their armor or using more cold damage is going to speed things along quite a bit. So take advantage of those things where you can to help the pressure of the area denial that builds up over the course of the fight. As long as you get the pacing of avoiding the large, well-telegraphed slams in the early parts of the fight, most of the fight should be pretty straightforward. However, Rattles does get a little bit angry when their health drops low, and will do a big slam that will begin a rain of magma from the ceiling, and these hit pretty hard, so that last 30% of the fight is quite tricky. It'll likely be the greatest challenge on the first floor for some of you. You can go for the quick kill here, just to try and get that dangerous portion over with quickly if you've got a nice little buffer of honor. Or you can be a bit more careful and patient, and that's a viable strategy because it doesn't last forever. Eventually, the magma rain will stop.
Oh, it does look pretty, but man, it's a long fight. This guy is beefy. Even with the grenades overlapping. I feel like the stunting routes might just be faster because the boss is just so slow. So if you go to like a kind of similar amount of rooms and stuff, yeah, it seems...
However you decide to manage it, whether you take a more careful and slow approach, or whether you try and rush down the boss, as long as you get through the fight with your honor at least partially intact, even just barely, then you can loot the boss, which may include some relics as well, and then enter the final room to claim your prize. Keys that you gathered during the course of the run from various reward rooms are shown on the UI, and here your risks pay off. The different chests in bronze, silver, and gold, with obviously scaling impressiveness of reward amounts, are also labeled with different reward types. Like for example the Royal Cache, which contain the Marraketh Trials specialty items, jewels, including the special Time Lost jewels only available here. Now while regular jewels are a custom craftable passive node that you can slot into your tree, the Time Lost jewels alter an entire area of your passive tree's nodes with new effects. Well-crafted jewels of both types are going to be very sought after for just about every build, because most will end up getting at least one or two of these. And the good news is that jewels obtained even in low-level trials here could still be quite valuable long-term. But of course, the reason you came here in the first place was for that Altar of Ascendancy. From here, you can examine your Ascendancy options and make your choice. And once you've decided, you'll also be granted your first 2 Ascendancy passive points to spend right away. That's enough to get one of the initial notable passives. Like, for example, I picked the Witch Hunter's chance to explode enemies on kill, which was immensely satisfying. Now, don't feel bad if you're a bit confused on the idea of the fact that you have the choices between these different trials, of being able to choose where you ascend and get your points. I'll explain that now. There will be 3 distinct and separate trials. The Trial of the Secamers in Act 2, that Sanctum-inspired roguelike dungeon we covered here. Then there's an Ultimatum-inspired Trial of Chaos in Act 3. This will focus on a more risk-reward combat encounter style with stacking challenge modifiers.
Or maybe the 20 points.
And then finally, there will be a third trial that is yet to be revealed, available in Act 4. This will be added to the game later in beta, because obviously Act 4 doesn't exist at the launch of beta. It'll be Acts 1 through 3. You'll be able to choose to take your Ascendancy by completing the initial level of any of these 3 trials. So when beta launches, you can choose to get your Ascendancy either through the Trial of Chaos or the Trial of the Secamers. So that initial run in any of the 3 to get your Ascendancy is pretty straightforward, so you can just choose which one. But things get a bit more confusing in how you get your additional Ascendancy passive points. So here's how that works. Each trial has 4 difficulties. Let's just, for simplicity's sake, call them difficulty 1, 2, 3, and 4. In the Trial of the Secamer, for example, difficulty 1 just has 1 flaw, but in higher difficulties, it will have additional flaws and more bosses for you to do before you beat a run. Doing any single trial at difficulty 1 will give you your first 2 passive points and unlock your Ascendancy. Once you've done any trial at difficulty 1, you will not be able to get more points from doing another trial at difficulty 1, because you've already beaten that difficulty. To get passive points 3 and 4 then, you need to do any trial of your choice at difficulty 2. Then points 5 and 6, you do any trial once again at difficulty 3. And of course, to get points 7 and 8, you do, once again, any trial at difficulty 4, the endgame difficulty. So you can do all 4 difficulties in Trial of the Secamers only if you want, and get all of your 8 passive points and your Ascendancy, or you can mix and match them. Quite simply, you'll get 2 new passives each time you beat a new difficulty tier for the first time, regardless of where it is. What might end up confusing people, I think, especially coming from Path of Exile 1, is if you do the Trial of Secamers in Act 2 and get your first 2 points, and then you do the Trial of Chaos for the first time at difficulty 1 as well, expecting 2 more points. But you've already done that kind of first tier, right? You just did it in Trial of Secamers already. In order to get those additional points, you'll need to, at a higher level, get a special key to access a higher level difficulty 2 version of one of those trials. Now, the nuances of how to min-max this progression and what is the best strategy for different builds, etc., is for us to discover when we play. I'm not going to try and guess at that here, but I will suggest this. On your first character, when you play Path of Exile 2 for the first time, just do all of them, all of these things at every difficulty. Try all of that new content and get all of the loot. That way you'll be able to find out what you like, what works well for your characters, but you'll also get to experience all this cool new content. Try not to go in with too many assumptions from Path of Exile 1 about how something worked there versus how it's going to work here, because it's quite a different game in the end. On future characters and later runs, you can cherry pick your favorites and do speedrun leveling strats and all of that, but it'll be simplest and most straightforwards, and I think most fun, to just do them all the first time around, whether you're getting passive points for each individual run or not. Most builds that are feeling pretty confident mid-Act 2 will be pretty capable of handling the challenges offered in whether you're getting passive points for each individual run or not.
Okay, so he has 493 out of 501 honor here.
Most builds that are feeling...
And now he has 435. So he lost 56 honor. Like around 11% for getting hit here. Then he also lost like a third of his life, by the way, for this trap.
Pretty confident mid-Act 2 will be pretty capable of handling the challenges offered in the Trial of the Secamer's first floor. especially
access
if you're
gonna
playing
be
it
like
safe
half a
with
year
your
plus
risk-reward
probably.
choices on the map and just trying to get through it. If you have any form of extra mobility, or the ability to stun, slow, electrocute, freeze enemies and so on, it's going to be a good deal easier. The final boss may well be the biggest hurdle for some players with its spicy fire rain, but it's also very susceptible to crowd control effects like stun and freeze. And if you do manage to score a boon that slows enemies down or speeds you up, then like stun and freeze. And if you do manage to score a
He's
boon
also
that
losing
slows
a lot of
enemies
life and
down or
honor from
speeds
the
you up,
volcanoes.
then it'll become a lot easier. The enemies I encountered each had well-signaled attacks, often with big wind-ups or slower projectiles, giving you lots of room to dodge. It seems that they aren't really individually designed to hit you, but rather to pressure you so that you then make a mistake and get hit by a trap or get into a bad position where another enemy does hit you. This is good. I like this idea that the enemies are kind of trying to pressure you more so than individually cheat you out of your honor. It plays quite well with that honor system. Things do get a little bit spicier when you encounter a rare monster with extra abilities, but even then I think the pacing and improved moment-to-moment combat of Path of Exile 2 makes this system work a lot better here than it did in Path of Exile 1 with Sanctum. I also never had more than a few enemies to contend with at once, even in the wave survivals that are designed to swarm you with enemies. Though I imagine if you're struggling to keep up with killing those, then you might eventually get overwhelmed. That's kind of the design of those rooms. If you're in that position, obviously you would try to avoid those rooms. Sticking to things like the trap gauntlets would allow you to run through rooms without necessarily needing to kill things. So overall, it was quite manageable to keep noticing enemies' signaled attacks even when there was a few of them around, and avoiding most damage with careful play always felt possible. I certainly did get hit and made mistakes, but I felt like I could have done things to avoid them.
Who's next?
Having access to stuns and freeze was also really amazing in here. Any crowd control that you get allows you to disrupt those like slower, more signaled enemies quite effectively. I think the only thing that stood out to me that I think could be improved was a bit better signaling of the falling magma rocks in the final boss fight. An indicator on the ground, maybe some extra drips or something like that that's going to show you where they're going to land would be nice, as they do hit quite hard and are a little hard to see. Ultimately, I think the fact that you have a lot of choices here is also a really helpful factor in making this whole thing feel more fair. If you struggle in the Trial of Sekhmet, you could reattempt and try and find a better path and take more boons and healing, for example. Or you could just go progress through the campaign a little bit more, get some more levels, get 1 or 2 gear upgrades, and come back way more equipped to be able to do it. I managed to do it successfully right as I found it. I was probably a little bit over leveled due to exploring the zones, but if I did like another zone or two, I definitely would have been overqualified. And then there's always the choice of just foregoing it entirely if you're just struggling and not enjoying it, and going for one of the other trials. I think this is a big step up from the Labyrinth and Path of Exile 1, that's for sure. Long term, I think the allure of well-rolled jewels is going to be a strong motivator for endgame Sekhmet farming. Jewels will likely be in demand for basically any build, and the Radius jewels in particular look like they have strong potential. Being able to somewhat deterministically farm item types like jewelry through treasure chests.
Actually quite a lot of items here from this chest. I didn't get that many items from the run, right? It's like a bunch of random loot there.
Jewels will
Maybe you
likely
did, actually.
be in demand. Jewels
these
is
things
going to be a
run
strong
right here, by the
motivator for
way.
endgame Sekhmet farming.
Are these the runes? These are the runes, I guess. Okay. So the stockables. These are jewels.
Jewels will likely be in demand for basically any build,
You get
and
both
the
from
Radius
the side.
jewels in particular look like they have strong potential. Being able to somewhat deterministically farm item types like jewelry through treasure chests as well also looks very promising. Even low-level roll jewelry is probably going to be quite valuable. So I definitely recommend trying your hand at the early levels of the Trial of the Sekhmet, because if you find yourself really enjoying it, or that your build is really well suited to it, then you'll have a very attractive option for farming at endgame, I think. And that's just based on the limited look we have at the rewards right now, of course. We'll see how it plays at endgame, but I'm feeling pretty optimistic after my experience with it. I'm certainly interested to see what the pinnacle boss loot looks like and how those rewards scale up. That's all I have for you today, but if you want to see more about my Grenadier Mercenary, I'll be putting together a video on that soon. Spoiler alert, it was a blast! I'm thinking of starting with a build like this, a beta launch, but it's hard to say. We'll see. Anyway, that's it for now. I'm Ziggy D, and thanks for watching.
Okay, it was a good video, actually. It's just like showing the trials again in a bit more detail. It was nice. Sakema has timeless jewels. I don't think I have timeless jewels yet. It's just normal jewels, but they seem to have like radius around them as well. I'm not sure if all of them have, but it's like certainly a mod. What build am I going for? It looks like something pretty comparable to what he was doing here with the grenades and stuff.
move around initially, but Rattle Cage does have a few tricks. They have some area denial abilities where slams can place these lava-spewing mini volcanoes that last quite a long time. These will
He's
end
doing
up
a bit differently. He's doing like the heat stuff.
around the edges of the arena so that you'll have to move in a bit closer.
It's actually interesting. Like you see these grenades that are like lit up like this, right? They're like super, like a doesn't even look like a grenade anymore.
Long time.
It's like when you have like a certain heat level, which you get from like shooting this rapid fire shot, and you get like extra fire damage for your grenades. So he's doing it a bit differently than what I'm planning to do. But yeah. Grenade man seems strong, yeah, for sure. Grenade stuff has a lot of crazy synergies. Thing is, you can't rely only on grenades. You need also something else, so...
These will end up around the edges of the arena so that you'll have to move in a bit closer to the boss to avoid them. But a well-timed dodge roll...
Yeah, it can't be a very high level,
so that
right?
You'll have to move in a bit
it's actually doing some big chunks here. It's like, you know, 700 damage,
to avoid them.
500
But
damage.
a well-timed dodge roll can see you through their embers safely, or slipping around behind rattles to easily dodge their slams still. That last quite a long time. These will end up around the edges of the arena so that you'll have to move in a bit closer to the boss to avoid them. But a well-timed dodge roll can see you through their embers safely, or slipping around behind rattles to easily dodge their slams still. As a very large and slow target,
as a tornado multiplies the grenades you shoot inside. Well, it sounds like it will work with grenades, yeah. I think there's tornado shot with bow. That sounds like it can do that, which sounds pretty insane, actually. So you like shoot a tornado in there, because the tornado shot cannot really be used that easily with other skills. But the thing is, grenades, they don't pierce, they don't chain or something like that. They just fly in there and they don't get like distracted by anything, right? So you can like always land your grenade into the tornado, and the tornado then multiplies it and shoots it out in all directions, basically. So yeah, this is certainly something to try as well. That could be pretty nuts late game. Especially combined with the explodey stuff. You can probably do some nutty, like, farming. I think it's gonna be very good. Yeah, I'll do it mercenary. I also really like that, actually, I think what I will do is I'm probably gonna play, you know, with my keybinds 1, 2, 3, 4 and so on. Instead of, you know, 1, 2 Flasks and then Q, W, ER and so on. We need W anyway for moving. So I'm probably gonna have like my Q like health flask, so it's gonna be the same as the potion in D4, and then 1, 2, 3, 4, 5 and so on for the skills. So it seems like very intuitive then with controls compared to like PoE 1, where you have like the flasks are 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, and the skills are cover basically. Popgun shows it here.
Hey guys.
Wait, what?
So I wanted to make a really quick video going over Tornado Shot, which is essentially cluster grenades plus Tornado Shot. So we finally got confirmation on what Tornado Shot actually does. We have a full tooltip now, and we have a few gameplay videos which I'll go over as well. Essentially, what is this combo and what does it do? What Tornado Shot does, it fires a projectile into the air, and when it lands, it essentially creates a stationary tornado. Now, any attack projectiles you fire at the tornado are sucked into it, causing the tornado to spit out a nova of magic projectiles. Now this nova is 3 arrows as far as I can see. So if you watch this gameplay footage here, he shoots up in the air, it comes down, then any attack projectile that goes into it.
Okay, 3 is not that crazy. But okay.
Is it multiplied by 3 and shot out in essentially a triangle.
I wonder if like in some cases, like for example in like really large hitbox bosses, you can actually put a tornado inside, shoot inside, and then, you know, shotgun them with like 3.
Single formation. And as far as I can see, it's the same in this video as well. In this video, he shoots out 2. He might have like +1 hour here, not sure, but yeah, he shoots up 2 projectiles, both come down, and the same thing. Shoot 1 projectile into it, and it's multiplied by 3 essentially. Now, from what it looks like, it doesn't take all the projectiles. It looks like it's like limited 1 projectile per attack, but still really, really strong for what Tornado Shot is in PoE 2. So what is this potential insane combo then? Well, it's cluster grenades. If you don't know cluster grenades, every time they have showcased this ability in PoE 2, it has looked absolutely absurd in both damage and clear. Now, the cool thing is, Tornado Shot just says attack projectile. Cluster Grenade is an attack projectile. So by all definitions of GG wording, which usually they're pretty good at their wording, it's pretty consistent. This should entirely work to where you swap to your bow, you shoot Tornado Shot, then you automatically swap back to your Cluster Grenade because weapon swapping is automatic in PoE 2. You throw out your Cluster Grenades and they go into a tornado because they get sucked in and they get multiplied by 3. So if you shoot, let's say about 3 tornadoes and 3 Cluster Grenades, you essentially get 9 Cluster Grenades back from 3. And the reason why this is strong, or could be strong, Cluster Grenade's a cooldown skill, so you can't just spam it. So using any mechanic that can potentially multiply your cooldown skill damage is really, really strong, because you can't just spam this. It has a cooldown. You can get like more charges or whatever. But yeah, the fact that you can't spam it, and then be able to multiply the amount of projectiles, and multiplying the projectiles multiplies the skill's damage as it does AoE overlap. So yeah, in this example here, he shoots out 4 Cluster Grenades. So he has 4 projectiles, he has like +3 from somewhere. You can get +1 on skill tree, you can get +1 from Ascendancy node, Deadeye has it. You can also get +1 on the crossbow itself. There's also LMP, so there's a few different ways to get this plus projectiles. You choose out 4 here, and this is an endgame map boss, and he completely destroys the boss's life with 1 skill usage of this Cluster Grenades. So as you can see here, damage goes off, and it's a lot of damage from what we've seen for PoE 2, as endgame map bosses are supposed to be challenging and are supposed to be tough. Relative compared to everything else he does in this clip, it's quite a bit of damage. And like I said, this skill has multiple uses, and if you can combine and multiply the projectile count with Tornado Shot, you're looking at a very high damaging potential skill combo that requires a crossbow and a bow, which is fine because like I said in PoE 2, you automatically swap your weapons when using the skill. So if you use Tornado Shot, it'll automatically swap to your bow. Then when you press Cluster Grenades, it'll automatically swap back to your crossbow. And they do clarify when you do need a bow for like these skill gems to work. So Barrage right here does say buff empowers your next bow attack to repeat an additional time, compared to Tornado Shot where it only says attack projectile. This is why it should work with Cluster Grenades, as they do specify if it does require a bow attack or just a generic attack projectile. So yeah, that's pretty much it for the video. I just want to make a quick video, not because I think this might be completely overpowered or something, but I just want to show the cool potentials in Path of Exile 2, the interactions that we're getting, and like essentially what GG wants. We're getting these brand new interactions that have come from these new skills and new weapon swaps that we didn't have in PoE 2, and this is just one of those interactions that may or may not be good. But yeah, I thought it was a really cool concept, and I wanted to share it because we finally got confirmation on what Tornado Shot does. At least this is the first time we've seen it in tooltip. So yeah, anyway, that's about it. If you have any questions, feel free to leave a comment or whatever.
Whatever. Okay, so it splits into 3. That's less than I thought. It makes it worse than I thought, so we'll see. But I guess for like AoE clips could still be nice. Grenade is definitely like primary candidate, I think, to go with Tornado Shot. Just because the grenade projectiles, you can guarantee they will land in the fucking tornado. Because almost every other projectile, you cannot really guarantee they will actually reach the tornado, because they want to put the tornado in the middle of the pack. But if the tornado is in the middle of the pack, you actually have to pierce for like 5 targets to even get to the tornado. So, you will never get them in most cases, I think. That's the thing. Yeah, attack projectiles you fire at the tornado are sucked into, cause the tornado spit out a nova of matching projectiles. I wonder if like extra proj also causes the tornadoes like projectiles to have more projectiles then. So if you have like 4 projectiles, for example, or like if you have +1 projectile, it's actually gonna become 4 and then 5 and so on. That could be kind of nice. Maybe there's a large suck radius. Yeah, but either way, I mean, the problem remains that, with like how it's splitting up, you want to have the tornado in the middle, right? I want to have a big pack and the tornado in the middle. And what do you get into the middle of a pack? There's nothing. You don't have to pierce this to get there. Like, okay, maybe some skills like a snipe, or something, I think actually has pierce or whatever, sure. But high velocity rounds maybe has that, right? High velocity pierces 6 targets. So something like this also works technically. But then you just have like this, one thing like shooting out in all directions and it might or might not hit anything. But I mean, compared with the explodey stuff, it could be good. So yeah, we'll see, I guess. But there's not really that many things that like really pierce a lot, I think. Blazing Lance, attack, fire, projectile, spear. So yeah, maybe you can also do some shenanigans like this, you know, there's a Huntress, for example, shoot a tornado, and this is like pierce, projectiles pierce all targets. But yeah, this is like an old skill or something, requires level 52. That's like, who knows. Falling Thunder has projectiles. That's kind of interesting. This is a monk skill. It is actually the main monk skill, actually, I would say. This is a really strong one. It could be interesting as well if you get like more of these shockwaves. But usually whenever you have power charges, you get these shockwaves, you just kind of kill everything anyway. I don't think you would even bother with Tornado then. Fragmentation rounds, PS2 targets. Yeah. But I mean, if it can only suck one projectile per skill use, it doesn't actually sound that crazy to me. Because, you know, let's say you shoot, like, you know, most projectile attack builds will have more than one projectile on most of the attacks, I guess. At some point you're gonna get like a +1 proj or +2 proj, or you have like an LMP or whatever, the volley. So you'll usually have, let's say, 3 projectiles. And only one of them can be eaten by a tornado, and then 3 of them get spit out again in all directions, which, you know, it actually doesn't sound that crazy. In the case of grenades, you will usually have at least 2 grenades, more likely 4 grenades that they shoot because of LMP or volley. And one passive tree, for example. And then only one of those grenades can be sucked and then 3 spit out. I mean, it doesn't sound that terrible, but it also doesn't really sound that great, actually. Because it's only 3. Unless the tornado also scares with extra proj. Then maybe. In the second tornado shot of the video, you see a ton of projectiles. No, it was always 3. So many builds, I don't know what to play. I mean, it's cool, no? There's like so much stuff to try and discover. It's gonna be fun. Yeah, there's crossbows in the game, guys. They're pretty good. We have a cluster grenade, yeah. 10 seconds cooldown. Is that like the second wind support or something? 50% more damage plus 8 seconds to cooldown. 40% cooldown recovery rate. 30% less cooldown recovery rate, twice as many cooldown users. Oof. Unleash. Okay, that's it. Class grenade is certainly pretty strong. Compared to the explosive grenade, explosive grenade has a 3 seconds cooldown. And it can store 3 charges. The class grenade has 1 charge with 10 seconds. Yeah, and since I'm building into all of this grenade stuff anyway, we're definitely gonna try out the classic grenade. If nothing else, he's gonna throw it in there as an extra skill item, right? How many skills am I actually planning to have? I guess we can check this out a little bit. Can I reset this? So like a right click? I can do right click, nice. So let's do high velocity. Let's do explosive grenades. Explosive grenade launcher, I guess. And then we do a cluster grenade. And then we need the armor break stuff. So we mace, or we do the armor piercing rounds if we're not gonna full melee. I was thinking about doing the mace stuff and actually do melee stuff to like nuke down bosses really hard. But I guess we'll see. And worst case I do this. It's fine. Then we need to flashbang. And then we need... What else do we have? I think grenade-wise, you probably got what you want. Oil grenade. It's like ignite and stuff, I don't think you care. Is this fragmentation rounds? Velocity rounds? No, what other rounds are there? Let's ball letting away shop. This doesn't show. Incendiary shot, I guess this would be the one. Just so we have like some extra something. I think it's a bit buggy. Why is shot ball lighting? So we got this. And then there's only 3 more. Actually, not that many skills anymore. 2, 4, 6. And then one of them needs to be like Herald. And this will probably have some like clarity on it. Is that considered a persistent buff skill? Doesn't have the buff tag actually. Can I search buff? This one says buff. But this one says spell. Seriously? For some reason this one says spell. This one says buff. Yeah, I guess it doesn't work actually. Wonder if I would do anything else. Persistent. Maybe 2 heralds. You know, a herald of ice and herald of ash or something. That's also blasphemy. Which could be kinda cool. Cast on crit. Yeah, maybe it's actually time for me to go Gemlin Legionnaire. And I think about this. Look how many skills I have here. Don't even have like a cast on crit or cast on ignite or anything like that. Ability skill. Yeah, artist and title, I mean the music. That is Totentanz, Chris Kea. Can you have the same skill 2 times? Don't need support gem. Yeah, so apparently you can have the same skill twice, but not the same support skill twice. So technically you could also like make like one setup where it's like more AoE focused and one where it's like more single target focused, for example, with the same skill. Which is also kind of nice. I like that. Cast and crit is 100 spirit. Gain 10 energy when you get a crit of a skill. Trigger all targeted spells and lose all energy on reaching maximum energy. I wonder if this will be like an option here as well. I'm not sure how much spirit we're gonna have. This is 30 spirit. I guess we're not gonna have very much spirit if we don't invest into it, right? I also haven't seen anything on like the passive tree that just gives you like flat spirit or something. So I guess it's going to be mostly like with scepters and so on that we don't have. So I guess we can't really reserve too much here. Made balance exist actually as well. Defiance banners here. While active, killing enemies with attacks or standing near a unique enemy generates Valor. Using this skill consumes its valor to place an inspiring banner with an aura that grants you nearby allies armor, evasion, and movement speed. Banner cannot gain Valor while placed, and you cannot place a banner while you already have a banner placed. A 5% more aura effect per Valor. Aura constors in more armor evasion and 8% movement speed. That's actually kind of nice. And it has a persistent tag. Yo, why don't we do something like this here? I like the idea. And here we can do something like clarity. Maybe even vitality. Cost multiplier, 120, 110. And you probably still have a little bit of spirit left. Early spirit per circular curse. Was it this one? Ritualistic curse. Yeah, that's the one. Do we have it? Probably doesn't have it yet. Oh, it does it actually. Okay. So that's this. I'm not sure if I'm gonna go for this like melee armor breaker shenanigans. You can also do it with the crossbow and then be like pure ranged if you want. Because everything here is crossbow stuff, just this is not. So we'll see about that. But it might be really good for like, especially like safe boss fights, especially if I try to make him character like relatively tanky. Being a witch hunter with the elemental shield, for example. Maybe I get to the point where I could actually kind of like face tank some bosses. And then I smack them with the hammer, get the armor break, shoot them with the high velocity rounds, blast them with grenades, and then do this combo again, bam, bam, bam. We'll see. If it doesn't work out, I can just do it with the crossbow as well. Totem armor broken. Is that a thing? But I guess for totems you probably need like many weapons. Totem. So there's a shockwave totem, and that's the warrior totem, but I need the mace for that. Dark effigy. What about totem? Armor breaker is a mace skill, but there is also a crossbow skill that can break armor. I just want to try this because you can do it much faster with the mace. With the mace, the idea is you just do like one swing, bam, armor broken, and then you shoot with high velocity. So that's kind of the idea. Yeah, and then I guess a grenade launcher will probably be something like volley. 2 additional. Cluster grenades. Probably get something like multiple. And then, well, there's gonna be a lot of supports that I have to try to like fit in here basically. Let's see. How many support is this gonna be? This is 9 times 5, so it's 45. That's actually a lot of maximum res with the gemling. If you do this, I know it's 1 per 3. Never mind. But in that case, we have 45 gems. We get 15 total maximum res. And we have 3 extra skill slots. We're getting more like 17 maximum res. So it's like 665 or something. It's pretty good. Ancestral Totem of Armor Breaker. Yeah, I kind of doubt that the totem will remain active when you switch back from the mace though. I don't think you can just cast the totem with your mace and then switch back and the totem will stay. Or at the very least, I doubt it will attack. But if that works, that could be kind of nice. You can try it. It's the Ancestral Totem, right? You can use this skill. It's a meta skill. Raise the totem and uses socketed mace skills. I mean, maybe it works. If that works, then we can actually do it at range and we can actually chill. That'll be very nice because then you don't even have to switch back to the maze all the time, right? You just cast the thing and you stand there and then you do like, high velocity, bam, 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 snipe him with a full armor break. That seems kind of nutty actually. So we'll see. Totem uses its own weapon. Yeah, if that works, I mean, the totem might die, but maybe not. Additional projectile damage them, double the damage for projectile weapons on one NPC. Usually not. But in the case of like AoE skills like the grenades, yeah, because the explosions can overlap. But they can't just like walk up to like an NPC and like shoot like 3 arrows in their face. They can only get hit by 1 unless the skill specifically is allowed to multi-hit, basically. Yeah, I can target the grenades on the ground for explosive shot, but I think this is not really a really realistic outcome. I think the fight's gonna be too hectic and the time gain is too little. You just position the boss in the proper spot and then you go. Okay, we could try to remove Armor Breaker and put a totem there instead. Like this. Nice. Armor Breaker like this. There's a lot of supports now that we have to kind of like figure out what to do with. %25 of damage is extra fire damage, 50% loss cold and lightning. I think this will be okay actually to throw in there. Especially those that already convert a lot. Explosive grenade. It's kind of interesting that even the explosive grenade only converts 20 to fire. Cluster converts 20 to fire. This does nothing. This doesn't matter. And this converts 80 to fire. So maybe let's do something like added fire. Additional accuracy. I wonder if that's really gonna be that relevant. I wonder if like, do we need accuracy for AoE skills, I wonder? Like you can't dodge roll AoE slams, for example, and stuff like that. I wonder if like slams actually don't care about accuracy. Airwave effect is certainly something you want to have here, maybe in the explosive grenade launcher. If there's more airwave effect. Blind. Break endurance. Usually built from tree and items. Yeah, it's kind of weird though, because, you know, of how slams and AoE attacks work, you know, you can't dodge roll through them, so it kind of sounds like they always hit you. You can't evade them, you can't dodge roll through them, but you still need accuracy. It kind of is a bit backwards, I feel, that slams need accuracy, but okay. That's concentrated effect, but I don't think you can actually do that. Need more AoE, not less. Critical damage. 50% increased critical damage bonus, 20% less damage of hits. I mean, late game, this definitely sounds like something to add. Cunning strike against uniques or rare. You could actually add that into the flash. Critical damage, cunning strike, decaying hex. Actually, wait a minute. Can we do devastate? Is this the same as like a heavy stun? Heavy stun is like when you stagger the boss or something, right? So when you have to flashbang, 1000% more stun build up. So I guess we get another source of armor break here if you do this. Generate 2 mana per second for 4 seconds when a supported skill shocks an enemy. That's not a lot of mana actually. He has exploit weakness, I definitely want to put that. Ah shit, cannot support skills that consume 40 broken armor. Unlucky. That doesn't work. Faster projectiles, faster attacks, so that is kinda nice. Question is, which one of those do we want to put fast attacks in? I think we're actually gonna put it into incendiary shots just so we have like something to spam a little bit. How many rounds does it have? Fires 10 bolts per burst. It doesn't really say how many rounds. Unless it's only one. Yo, right, what we're doing, thank you. Rip, Witch Hunter, what happened? Dionysius? No, usually. Only if you can hit the same target with multiple projectiles of that skill. And most skills can't. AoE skills, like the grenades, they can overlap and they can multi-hit. And some other skills probably can too. Especially skills that already have like a shotgunning effect. Extra projectiles will help you. But those are not that many. There's brittle actually. Mm-hmm. $35% more damage plus 8 seconds cooldown. Yeah, no. Increased limits. Increased armor break. Wait a minute. Break 80% more armor. Okay, that's kind of big. Okay. Inevitable critical. Supported skills gain 40% increased critical strike chance each second, up to 200. This critical strike chance is lost whenever a skill supported by inevitable critically strikes. So every 5 seconds you get a maximum. It's kind of nice. But where would you use this? Because maybe for the explosive grenades, perhaps, but it's only for one of the 4 grenades I'm gonna have most likely, or something like that. This would be something for snipe, for example. But that one also critically strikes anyway. No, I can't do it. This could be interesting actually. Iron Grip. Iron Grip is no longer a keystone now, right? Is it? It's just Iron Reflexes. Okay, so Iron Grip doesn't exist anymore. This could be interesting. Let's put that here. What's any skill that hits enemies, causing any pin build-up and inflicts to be stronger the closer the enemy is to you. Yeah, but for this, they already need pin somehow, right? I think there's a support for pin. So you could use Incendiary Shot for that. There's also Maim. Yeah. Moderation. So how is any multi? I wonder if that duration would also make the Heart of Ash burn longer. That's a lot of stun build-up. Overpower. Funny enough, I still don't really have like even like the first support gem for high velocity rounds, which is kind of hilarious. We have this here, which is I guess okay. Plus 1 PS, 30% less. Oh my god. Pin. So what's any hit that hits enemies, allowing it to pin enemies, making it unable to build stun. Physical damage on support skills is pinning. It could be kind of interesting to try to put this into my Incendiary Shot. That was another thing with pin that we just saw. There's main, there's lockdown. Okay, the pin build-up is stronger the closer the enemy is to you. Yeah, but I think it won't really matter that much. Most bosses will probably not just run after me all the time and I can use my grenades in the right moment. It's probably fine. I suppose rage won't work with the totem. Every fifth use of this attack causes 500% more stun build up. Only for melee attacks. I could throw this into the warrior totem. Because why not? New PoE news. Yeah, I went through some stuff earlier. There was like a CAD video about the trials and ascendancies. We watched the interview with Try and some other stuff. 20% less projectile speed. Do we care? No. %40 more stun threshold by using supported skills. And that's it. I mean, nah. I guess you could throw it in there just because. Unbreakable on like maybe the flash grenade launcher or something. Unleash. Volley, we have that. Faster casting, we don't cast anything though. Supports crossbow ammunition skills, causing time to load an extra shot at the cost of reload speed. So 30% less reload speed and get an additional bolt. So if Incendiary Shot only has one ammunition, I have to reload every single time. The time it takes me to do 2 bolts is 2 shots and 100% reload. And here we have to do 70% reload and 2 shots. I think the double barrel is not such a bad idea. What? Supports any skill that you can use, triggering a blast of wind that knocks back enemies if you are stunned while using it. What the fuck? Interesting. Could also put it on a totem, on the banner actually. Maybe it's not such a bad idea on the banner. Why is it like not really in order? Like it's kind of alphabetical and then it just goes to shit. Like what is this, man? Okay. Here. Here's clarity. I think I have that already. Arcane search. After spending a total of 100% of maximum mana on supported skills. 40% chance for crossbow attacks and not consume a bolt. Reduce cooldown. New notes. Okay, we can check them soon. Okay. Thank you. I'm gonna like finish this here. Let's kind of like see what it looks like when you have like an entire setup. Supported spell skills. Okay, so only works for the spell skills. It's kind of funny support though. Encumbrance. Supported skills have first increased effect of slowing the odds against enemies. Holy dude. Blasphemy, Tim Chains. Encumbrance. It doesn't even have a mana multiplier. That's insane. Let's go from the bottom up until we hit this. I think these are all of the like trigger and persistent and stuff on the bottom here. +1 to level supported fire skills. Does this actually save fire? It does actually on a classic grenade, for example. This one does not save fire, interestingly. The classic grenade says fire, but the explosive grenade does not, even though they both have 20% converted to fire. That's weird. So I think this might just be missing here. So that's the fire mastery. Well, it's only +1 level, but it's something, I guess. Supporter skills cannot ignite. Supporter attacks gain 30% of damage as fire damage against ignited enemies. Maybe this would actually be an idea to like try to do something like this here with ignite. I mean, incendiary shot, does it say it ignites? It converts to fire, knocks back enemies. Little bolts and one burst can hit the same target. Bolt shatter. Hits always ignite. Actually, we do have the ignite thing. So we can do some stuff with ignite, actually. Which I think would probably apply mostly to high velocity here. You can also do physical mastery while they add it. This has a fire attack but no physical attack. And this has none at all. And this one has physical. Okay. I think some of the tags are a little bit weird. Nice, and it's wrong. Supported skills, they 20% less damage, 40% less movement, speed penalty by using supported skills. Do I want to do this? Not really, actually. %, increase reload speed. Small attacks cause daze build-up equal to 100% of physical damage dealt. I don't know what daze does, but I guess I can throw it in there. Sounds useful at least. Support skills apply daze and fully breaking armor. Daze lasts for 6 seconds. You can also put this on a totem if you want. Yeah, I'm trying to make like a build and just see what this looks like. Cannibalism. 4% of life recovered on the kill while a supported skill is active. That's kind of nice actually. So I can do this here. This should work. Defiant Spanner. Here, supported skills, they 25% more weapon elemental damage. You can definitely put this somewhere. Which one has the most conversion? 20 conversion, 20. I guess it'll be incendiary shot actually. It has 80% conversion. So we might have to move added fire, I guess. We do weapon elemental damage here. Wait. And then we can do added fire on one of the others actually. We do this on cluster. Can we do another one of the edit? Not chaos. Less fire and lightning. Maybe we can do edit cold, for example, on this one. It doesn't have any conversion. But you also have immolate. 5% extra. It might be worth it anyway. You lose a bit of the fire. Well, you lose 50% of the fire actually. But I gain 20% of all damage. That's cold. Dude, look at my colors, man. It's like all over the place. There's a bunch of blue, there's a bunch of green, there's a bunch of red. Oh boy. It's gonna be a disaster. Ranged combat. I think I actually want to put this into high velocity. Hey Ma. And Katze, how's it going, guys? How does ammunition work? Well, basically it's like certain clip sizes. There's like either like, you know, 1 shot or 10 shots or 20 shots. And then you just consume it, and then at some point you have to reload, that's it. And the classic grenades, you can always fire them. The grenades are like their own thing. Can you do some Warcry stuff with Raging Cry and get Rage? Is Rage only for melee attacks? I think it's only for melee, right? Many bolts. 1% more damage for each bolt reloaded in the past 6 seconds. This doesn't help us, I guess. Yeah, we need something like this here, for example, armor piercing bolts or so. Just like attack really fast. Well, actually, maybe it counts. It says 10 bolt, fires 10 bolts per burst. Load your crossbow with piercing bolts that fire in a burst. So it sounds like we shoot 10 at a time. Bolts that hit a frozen enemy or ice crystal consume the freeze. Load your crossbow with flaming bolts that fire in a burst. Damaging 9 enemies on hit in a small cone. Fires 10 per burst. So if that actually is like reload, shoot 10, reload, shoot 10, reload, shoot 10, this can actually ramp up pretty hard, I just realized. So we can do this. We can do many bolts. Hello. What's up?
Now.
Are you cooking too?
No.
We're cooking.
Wow. What is this?
This is like a skill planner.
Oh, they made one already?
Yeah.
Nice.
It's very complicated.
What's your main skill?
Well, 6 of them actually.
How many main skills do you want? Yes.
Mm-hmm.
Hi, Kathy. How are you?
Well, the main skill that I'm spamming is Incendiary Shot, which is like a shotgun basically.
Kathy, are you gonna try PoE too?
Of course.
I don't know. Maybe she doesn't like it.
You need a vacation.
So say we all.
You want to go on vacation?
Oh yes.
Where do you want to go?
Somewhere tropical.
Okay. Can I come with you? How about next weekend?
Yeah. What about Rake last?
Ah, is that the
Do they have a
vacation?
beach there?
I heard they have really nice beaches.
Mm-hmm.
People love to go there.
Mm-hmm. Do they have nice bosses too?
Yeah.
In the end.
I'm also quite tired actually. I'm not sure how long I'll stream. I'm also quite tired, I say.
Mm.
Yeah, I said didn't sleep that long. So I've almost filled most of the support gems. I'm piecing it together, you know, little by little. So in case you didn't know, you can only have one of each support gem.
One.
Yes, they're unique basically for your character.
Wait. You can't put them in another skill?
Yeah,
What?
yeah,
Oh my god.
yeah.
Oh, shit.
Well, it makes it very interesting actually.
Very restrictive, I think.
Yeah, but basically it allows you to use a lot of like more utility stuff as well, because otherwise you would just put like, you know, the same, you know, the scale, you know, fire, elemental, crit, whatever on every single skill. And now you can't do that, so you have to put other stuff. And it's actually kind of interesting what comes out of it.
How many auras can you have?
A lot if you want.
Do auras have support skill?
Well, here for example we have a Herald of Ash just on its own for now. I will try to add something there maybe.
No, you don't.
I have a Defiance banner, so this works similar to before.
General.
Yeah, we have a Defiance banner, a Clarity, a Vitality. So pretty standard. We also have Cannibalism. 4% of life recovered on kill.
Oh, wait, this supports all your auras at the same time?
Yeah, so they made like Clarity, Vitality, and Precision, like the old, like, you know, flat mana auras. They made them a support now. So you need to have an aura, and then you can add the Clarity as another aura, basically.
Mm-hmm.
So there's like a special case here, I love it. They're like, you know, mini auras. And I have Blasphemy.
What?
Blasphemy. Yeah, you can use that.
It works like before?
With temp chains. Yeah, basically. Temp chains is gonna be nuts.
You have so many things.
Yeah.
You have enough mana
Yeah.
for all this?
I don't know. I'm not sure how much spirit we're gonna get. I mean, baseline, Herald is 30, Defiance Banner is 30, and the Blasphemy temp chain is also 30. So if you have like 100 spirit, I'm fine, and I can maybe remove his support or something if I have to.
What's the white one? Wind Wave.
Wind Wave, yeah.
Is that new?
That's a new one, yeah. So it says that when you are stunned, you can use the skill and you can knock back enemies. So it's just like a kind of like extra survivability tool there. Can I move these over? No, I can't move them over. Okay, because the order is
Can
kind
I
of
see
one.
this here?
It's a cluster grenade.
Yeah.
Big explosions.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah, multi-proj. Reduce cooldown. Fire mastery.
Uh-huh.
Yeah, it's relatively weak, but it's some extra damage. Okay, I'm not sure how much it's like a level up, but I guess it's not a damage. And then added fire damage. We're doing fine now. Yesterday we solved the puzzle box. That was fun. I'll show if you were here.
And very fast too,
I wouldn't call it fast.
compared to others.
Yeah. Support increases spirit cost. Yeah, I'm aware. I just don't know how much spirit we even have. I'm calculating with like 100 spirit right now, plus minus. So, you know, I can make these things work, and worst case I throw out one of the supports or something. What?
You're black. Don't you want water?
Yeah. What was in it? I got a code redeem to design a unique item in Path of Exile 2. Okay, I think we kind of went through most of them now. But let's see if there's like anything else that we can add here. Splinter. Ah, here, this one. Break armor equal to 15% of the physical damage dealt by supported skills. Yeah, I wonder if we get to the point where I can just like perma spam my high velocity rounds. That'd be kind of nuts. I'll check that. But we already have like a lot of supports now. %50 less fire and lightning damage. That's 20% conversion. Interestingly, these things could also be attached to a herald. Could also put it on the totem actually. Splinter. Support skills that hit enemies, causing those hits a big armor based on a portion of physical damage dealt. So we can maybe do this here, just more armor break on our totem. It's like a big armor breaker. Skills empowered by supported skills have a cunning strike. 25% more effect of supported curses, but it's 200% cost multi. Supported skills have 40% less cost. Inspiration. 18 mana, 59 mana. 10. Maybe let's put it here, inspiration. This doesn't add a multiplier, right? It's just like any skill making it cost less to use. I think this is not from auras. Is this fairly accurate? Yeah, I guess so. 30% less skill effect durations could also be interesting. Fuse duration is 2.5 seconds. I wonder if that works with the explosive grenades. How to say? But it might make it way easier to hit them. I'm just gonna throw in a less duration for now. Any skill that has a duration, making that duration shorter. Maybe. And PoE 1 less duration works of Earthquake. Yeah, but I think Earthquake also says something like skill duration, right? It doesn't. It says fuse duration, which is not exactly the same. Yeah, it says base duration. Yeah, we'll see. But if it works, it's gonna be very nice for the explosive grenade. There's also life leech actually. Leech 3% of physical attack damage from supported skills. I mean, why not? Okay, what about this? Supports attacks causing deal more damage to enemies based on how close they are to you. I wonder how close is 1 meter. It's like very close. It's like, you know, probably like daggers or something, right? %30 increase projectile speed. Don't really care about that too much. Fire pen, fist of war. 50% more chance to ignite. Doesn't really matter. Yeah, it would be very interesting if inevitable critical would actually snapshot. Like, for example, in the case of Cluster Grenade, it has a long cooldown. So this will always take to 200 when I use a skill. But will the entire skill have that? Maybe? I don't know. I'm just gonna put it there for now. Yeah, I think we kind of went for almost everything. Let's like speedrun one more time for everything. Multiple charge. That's just 4 charges, okay. Precision. 30% increased accuracy while a supporter skill is active. Kinda nice, to be honest. I could throw that in somewhere. On a defined spinner, for example. It's only a 110 multiplier. But I guess it kind of ramps up now. We have 120 vitality, 110 clarity, 110. So this makes this like 33, 37, 45. So you might have to like drop one of these, but okay. This has nothing, this has nothing. Hope there's not many snapshot shenanigans in PoE too. Yeah, I mean, snapshot in this case would be just like, okay, you shoot the grenades and then you have like multiple hits, right? So I have like multiple projectiles, so there's multiple grenades, and then those also probably hit like multiple times, these cluster grenades, I guess. So it's just a question, does the entire skill use get that crit buff? If it does, it's very good. But if it's like the first hit gets a crit buff and then it resets, then it's worthless. When you have like 100 hits or something. So I guess we have to try to figure that out somehow, but I'm not sure how, since we don't really have a good way of testing. Yeah, okay.
Really? You didn't patch him all day.
Yeah, okay. Speaking of doggy. Window of opportunity. I like the support, man. This is very fun. I can't wait to play Ranger, man, and use this thing. Very cool. Hi, Haringa, by the way.
What?
Is that bandwidth going around in D4? I got banned 2 hours ago for exploiting, but did nothing. Played pits with your friends. Uh-oh. I got banned and did nothing. I mean, there's constantly bans as far as I know. Could be that this is a false positive or something. Maybe try to reach out to support if that's true. Otherwise, I can't really help you. False positives are not really too rare, I think. Wait.
We're gonna sit over here.
Okay. Yeah, I'm gonna teach Melanie the art of cooking. That's kind of interesting, actually, now to think about it. Momentum can actually be used on some crossbow skills. Like, if, for example, the high velocity rounds, where you just like machine gun for a while, you can actually, you know, walk while shooting, and then after 2 meters you get the buff, and if as long as you don't let go, you'll get 40% more damage, right? Because you're kind of like just like channeling it. I wonder if that works. I mean, okay, it's not exactly a channeled skill. Supports any damage skill that you use yourself, causing it to deal more damage if you move a sufficient distance while using the skill. That would be very interesting to find out, actually. Does momentum actually give you the damage buff for something like the machine gun? I guess we'll see. I hope someone tests this. That'll be good to know. I don't really find out much more here. I think this is about it, yeah. Can check from the top one more time. Ambush. Supported skills have 20% more accuracy rating. That's not terrible, actually. But does it really matter? I guess we're going for like 100% anyway, I suppose. Lead chance to blind. That could be interesting actually, but they're only blinding with flash grenades. So I wonder if we should do this on like some other stuff as well. Probably not necessarily. Chain is very interesting. Chain +1. Chain's 100% more. And deal 50% less damage with hits. So any skill that usually just hits can have 4 chains, right? You get... No, 2 chains actually. So you get 1 chain and then 100% more. So you get 2 chains, so you hit 3 guys. So it's a 50% more if there's at least 3 targets. I guess chain can't go back and forth between 2 targets, so you need 3 at least, I imagine. 50% less kills it a bit? Yeah, I wouldn't say so. Especially if there's like a skill that already has a built-in chain, or like you have some other source of chain. You know, imagine you have like 3 chains, and then you get 100% more, so then you have, you know, 7 hits. I mean, that sounds pretty crazy. If you have nothing, then it's not a good. But if you have at least 1 more chain, like this 100% more makes it very interesting, I think. For like, you know, actual big AoE, like, you know, hitting a lot of stuff. Spark has many chains. Yeah. Would be nice if it was a target dummy. Yeah, I don't think they're gonna do that. I mean, people will figure this out, you know, like those questions I just had, you know, about momentum scale. Or if like the inevitable critical actually crits all the time. It is testable, I guess. And people get to the point. And I mean, this could be just a 6th support gem, you know, it's gonna probably take a while to even get to a 6th gem anyway. So... There's like a faster projectile we could throw in there somewhere, but do we care? Wait a minute. Fiery Death Support. Supports any skill that hits enemies, causing explosions on killing ignited enemies. Killing blows from supported skills against ignited enemies have 6% chance to cause the enemy to explode. Wait, to explode? Like how? What? It seems actually kind of nutty. Unless it just like explodes for like a little bit of ignite it has or something. Could be nuts. Definitely worth trying as well. Sport attacks have 100% chance to maim on hit. I kind of want that. Maim, slow, like the stuff is not gonna move, dude. Sounds very nice, actually. There's also pin if you want to do that. Physical damage from supported skill is pinning. Can I get maim in there? Fuse duration 0.85. What if you like throwing a faster projectiles there? It's a mana multiplier though. Although there's only 2 of them. Doesn't seem to cost that much. So you have weapon elemental damage, faster attacks. Yeah, we could also move faster attacks over to one of the others. Maybe the high velocity rounds or the armor breaker, depending on how fast it attacks and how fast I shoot. Maybe you want to put faster attacks on the armor breaker so I can use my high velocity rounds more often, for example. So I guess we'll see. Double barrel. There's additional bolts. Many bolts. 100% reload speed. 30% less reload speed. So what if I remove this and put maim? 100% chance to maim on hit. Kinda big. So how about something like this, yeah. It's gonna mess over the entire thing just in case this save doesn't really work. Front try to save. Okay, how does it work? Rename build. Okay, so I got the link. So can I just like copy paste this now? Yeah, so I can open it. Can I rename this? Okay. Well, we'll see. Like this link always goes back to nothing basically. Okay, so how is this when I... Why is it twice? For some reason it's there twice. New build. Rename. Test. How is this saved? It's just with cookies, I guess. Yeah, I was like trying to cook a little bit and see like, you know, what we actually do with our build, what this will look like. So something like this is probably what I'm going for. Five causes attacks again 50% of damage is extra fire damage. That's actually a lot of extra damage we gain there from Herald of Ash. Hi Gary, by the way. What is exposure, e.g. cold exposure? Exposure is usually a resistance reduction. I'm not sure how much it is. I think it's 10%. And this exposure cannot stack. So there can be like maybe stronger types of exposure of the same element or something, but it doesn't like ramp up, basically. Didn't find anger. No, anger doesn't exist yet. There's not that many auras. I don't think there's anger yet. We can check again. Most of these like damage auras don't exist, like Wrath, Anger, and so on. That's not there. Heralds exist, and there's like a bunch of other like auras. Is there any other like buff skills we want? Periodically withers enemies in your presence. Yeah. Wonder how long Ignite lasts. The thing is that my combo against bosses is mostly just like spamming high velocity and then grenades whenever they're ready. With a totem up that breaks armor all the time. So I don't really want to use the incendiary shot too much. So we'll see how this will go. Because otherwise I could probably move the immolate over to something else. Like if we actually do an incendiary shot here and there, then we can put on like the explosive grenade launcher, for example, because he has a bit of like negative synergy, having added cold and immolate together kind of takes away from the from this here. Maybe we can remove added cold and put something else, and just not run added cold. That could be an option. I'm not sure if we had anything else though that I really wanted there. I should double check again if there's anything. It's a lot of supports, man. Already at this point. Could like a fire pen, in case something is like fire resistant. But it's pretty minor. Recover 4% of life and supported skills, cull an enemy. It's kind of interesting because we always have cull, right? You can actually get a lot of like recovery like this. There's life leech, life tap. I wonder, this could also be something just to like spend less mana, for example. I guess we have to see how the mana will be. Here's also mana leech actually. Leech 2% of physical attack damage as mana. This could also be kind of nice. Could try to see how that goes. Maybe he's gonna throw in a mana leech. How's the build saved? I don't know actually. I guess not really. Just creates a link and then you can like share the link basically, and I just hope that it will load again tomorrow, I guess. Yeah, it would be very interesting to try to do something similar for Ranger as well. For the Monk. For the Warrior. And see like kind of just what we come up with. You know, I'm gonna do like a few builds tomorrow. And just see, you know, what we kind of piece together. I think it's like close enough now. So there might be like some little tweaks and stuff, and you know, we don't know the full picture anyway. There might be some new support builds and new supports coming in. But for now, I'm kind of happy with the result here, I gotta say. Yeah, we don't really know much about the gear, so this will also change things. I also don't know about, you know, how much spirit are we gonna have exactly, like how much mana will I need. So there's still some unknowns here, and we might have to, like, you know, for example, throw in a life tab. Maybe I have to put the mana leech on like another thing. We'll see, right? So certainly some things to figure out here, but you also have to pass a tree later and so on. So. How many hours did it take to solve the puzzle box? Around 6. So they did data. It's not data mined. I don't think there's any data mined yet. But it's like basically from like all of these videos that people have posted and so on. How many active skills do you want to use? A lot of them are pretty situational. So the totem is something you're not going to use very much. So the main attack is incendiary shot. This is only going to spam. And then, you know, sometimes you throw the flash grenade for the stuns. Sometimes you throw the cluster for the AoE. Sometimes you throw the explosive launcher for the AoE. On the bosses, you throw down the totem to get armor break. And then you use high velocity rounds. So this is like the boss combo, is like the totem plus the high velocity. And then whenever the grenades are ready, use those. And for everything else, you use like incendiary plus grenades. So that's kind of the idea. And then here and there, maybe throw in like a high velocity. Or like rare elites, maybe, or something. Yeah. Oh my god. This link is fucking giga large, man. Look at this shit. I can't actually make a command with this. I was just like, Okay, then. Okay. Yeah, I guess I can use the new URL shortener. It's fine, it's gonna throw us in the Discord for now, and we're probably gonna like redo some stuff anyway and so on. So it's gonna throw us in here. Yeah, launch. I can figure something out for the Twitch commands later. It's fine. Let's just save this here for now, so. It's a witch hunter, I guess. How do we name this? We have so many skills. I don't know what to call this. I'm just gonna do this, that's fine. Gigalink. It's fine, okay. It's an empty channel, so enjoy. Yeah, if I want to find the link, it's there. I can't actually link it in chat, it's too long. Grenadier, maybe. I guess there's a lot of grenades. I move forward, Discord auto mod bans here. Yeah, well, the Marthian. Thank you. Glad you like it. Hello, Melinda. Okay, I named the Grenadier. Guild Piano, log in. Better than Flasks Piano, if you ask me. That was fun. You have anything else to check out right now in terms of news and stuff? Wait, is there one more video? More potent.
Great Wolf's Howl, you can ignore the cooldown.
Passive tree. 1 day ago. No, this is not it. This one? Ah, this is a new one. Yeah, someone linked this earlier. Yeah, actually haven't watched it yet.
Holidays are coming, holidays are coming. 'Tis the season, watch out, look around, something's coming.
What the fuck?
Watch out, look around, something's coming.
Okay, let's take this one, yeah. This is from Dreamcore, who's been
8
doing
days
the
to go, and we continue on
skill
with
tree
the
overviews.
PoE2 passive tree videos. I went to a PoE2 event in LA a few weeks back and was able to capture some of the passive skill tree, and I'm covering some of the most interesting nodes for each section of the tree. Today it's the strength and intelligence area of the tree, and this is the only class start location where no classes will be starting at the launch of early access, as both the Druid and Templar won't be playable just yet. We're starting with Bolstering Presence, which is right outside the class start location. 20% increased effect of auras
Slam
from
Witch.
your skills. Now we know that auras in
That was a very good start, actually. I like that.
PoE2 are going to be a lot more support focused compared to PoE1. A good example of this is the Discipline aura, which at level 19 adds 38% of your maximum mana as maximum energy shield to nearby allies, but has no effect on your character. Importantly, the increased effects from Bolstering Presence wouldn't improve the aura-like effects on scepters, such as those ones listed here, as this notable only increases the effect of auras from skills specifically. Just outside of the starting location is Resolution auras from skills specifically, bolstering no effect on your character. Importantly, the increased effects from Bolstering Presence wouldn't improve the aura-like effects on scepters, such as those ones listed here, as this notable only increases the effect of auras from skills specifically. Just
But
outside will only
It says grand skill, but I guess it means like a skill gem in that
increases
case.
the effect of auras from skills specifically.
Interesting.
Just outside of the starting location is Resolution, which grants a chunk of increased stun threshold, but perhaps more importantly, grants 10% increased global defenses. This stat is very rare in PoE1 because it applies to all basic defense types. That's armor, evasion, energy shield, and ward. We don't know if ward will exist in PoE2, but a typical build in this area of the tree will likely have some investment into both armor and energy shield, so this will be a decent pickup. And on the topic of armor and energy shield, Reinforced Barrier is close by. This one grants 20% increased maximum ES, and also makes it so that you defend with 120% of your armor while you're not on low energy shield. It seems that low in PoE2 might have been changed from PoE1, and maybe 30% of a resource rather than the 50% that it was in PoE1, according to Jonathan's Infernalist introduction in the reveal livestream, which would improve this node a little bit too, as you'll be above low ES more often. So when you're not on low energy shield, this modifier would essentially act as a 20% more multiplier to your armor for the purpose of mitigating incoming hits. Calibration is found towards the outer edge of the tree and grants 30% increased maximum energy shield and 5% increased maximum mana. This is a decent node for any ES based build, and it's even better if you're also stacking mana. Covering Ward provides 25% increased energy shield recharge rate, but also grants a small chance to proc energy shield recharge when you block. This node will be great on a build using active block, being able to bring up your shield and block some hits after taking damage, with the potential for one of those blocked hits to force recharge to start so that you can recover that lost ES. And when you're able to proc that recharge, you can improve how much energy shield is recovered over time using Adamant Recovery, which is found on the outer edge of the tree.
That's actually kind of interesting. So when you block a lot of small hits, somewhere in between, you will start your energy recharge, and with something like this, and you have let's say 100% armor bonus or whatever, you actually get really a lot of recharge you know, in between like even hits, you know, like, you know, even after 1 second, you might just get like 30% of your energy shield back or something. That seems very good.
It's more synergy for builds scaling armor and energy shield together, making increases and reductions to armor also apply to energy shield recharge rate at 40% of their value, essentially boosting the value of any increased armor modifiers you can obtain. Alright, let's check out a few minion nodes in this area of the tree. Flesh crafting on the outer edge of the tree makes minions gain 15% of their maximum life as extra maximum ES. That's a generally good node to beef up your minions and keep them alive longer. But if they're a permanent minion, they'll revive automatically a short while after dying, and the Restless Dead node will help out with that. Minions revive 25% faster. Minions that reserve spirit will automatically revive as long as no other minions have died in the last 4 seconds, and this node would shorten that window so that they have less downtime. Now, look at this crazy cluster here, this spiral-themed cluster. There's 3 notables here, and each of them require 4 points to path into the notable. Spiral into Insanity is going to be great for most Chaos damage builds, whilst Spiral into Depression should be useful for a decent amount of builds in this area of the tree, providing a boost to armor and ES, and a small boost to movement speed as well. Spiral into Mania does seem like the odd one out here, as it appears to be a bit weak, but do keep in mind that cast speed is generally more difficult to obtain than it was in
I don't think there's a lot of cast speed out there.
However, the awkward access to this cluster may make these nodes a bit unfavourable with how many points you're required to spend to reach them. Okay, let's take a look at a few.
Yeah, imagine we get like a threshold jewel somewhere nearby or something. I'm not sure if there's like any jewel, you know, in the path or so, but imagine you have like a threshold jewel, something like the Intuitive Leap, and you just like ding ding ding, take them all or something. I think this could be something like that, you know. Or like the Cirrus jewels, where they have the band, they can allocate them all, they're all very close together. Finished, so this could be a pretty good value.
Speed is generally more difficult to obtain than it was in PoE 1. However, the awkward access to this cluster may make these nodes a bit unfavourable with how many points you're required to spend to reach them. Okay, let's take a look at a few totem nodes, beginning with Supportive Ancestors, which provides 25% increased damage while you have a totem summoned, and grants totems 2% increased cast speed and 2% increased attack speed per summoned totem that you have. As of right now, the passive tree only really has support for attack totems, as they're the only ones we can really use at the moment. The spell totem support is likely to come whenever the Templar makes its way into the game, but there are a few notables in the strength area of the tree that grant +1 to the maximum limit for attack totems, allowing you to summon more totems, which would improve the effectiveness of this node. But you could instead make use of Ancestral Bond, a returning keystone from PoE 1 that has been changed quite significantly. It now removes the limit on the amount of totems you can summon, but makes it so that each active totem reserves...
We know that some scepters have like, I don't know, 150 spirit or 200 spirit, and then if you can have like an offhand as well that gives you spirit, you have probably like 100 plus spirit baseline, you can easily get like 3, 4, 5 or more totems probably.
100 spirit. This keystone will open up a different way to scale totem builds via investment into spirit. Interestingly, when this one was first leaked, it was 50 spirit per summoned totem, and it's now 100, so 50 was likely a bit too low after their internal testing. But the number on this keystone needs to be just right, because all of these builds using this keystone will be foregoing the use of powerful, persistent buffs to be able to use more totems, and I think this will be fairly difficult for them to balance. Zealot's Oath is another returning keystone from PoE 1, and this one is also significantly changed. This keystone makes excess life recovery from regeneration be applied to Energy Shield, whilst preventing Energy Shield from recharging. Excess refers to any recovery that exists while life is full. So when life is full, that recovery goes to work on your Energy Shield instead. However, this node doesn't apply regeneration modifiers directly to Energy Shield like it did in PoE 1. Instead, the actual recovery amount is applied, and that's important because it means that percentage-based life regeneration modifiers still scale from your life, making this node considerably weaker with Chaos Inoculation, outside the use of flat regen modifiers. Another important note here is that Zealot's Oath specifically stops your Energy Shield from recharging, so it has some synergy with Eternal Youth, which makes life recharge instead of ES. Okay, the best is saved till last, of course, and it's ancient instead of yes. Okay, the best is saved till last, of course, and it's ancient Aegis, found on the outside edge of the tree. Recover energy shield equal to 1% of armor when you block. So this is the modifier on Aegis Aurora from PoE.
The crazy part is you can actually have 100% block chance with a raised shield, right? You can actually, you know, whenever shit hits the fan, you raise your shield and boom, you know, you get like a ridiculous amount of ES and you just recharge. I mean, it's a very cool combo, you know, it's like very cool playstyle, I guess, with it, but it seems very insane.
1 at half of its value, but even at half of the value, this is still extremely
It's
strong.
not a keystone, it's just a notable.
Not to mention the fact that active block exists in PoE 2, allowing you to pretty much guarantee some blocked hits to be able to recover energy shield quickly. We don't really know just yet how much armor an average character will be able to obtain in the endgame, but if it's half or even a third of what we have in PoE 1, this node is going to be quite useful indeed. And there you have it, some of the more interesting nodes in the strength, intelligence aligned portion of the PoE 2 passive skill tree. Thanks for watching this video, and as always, stay tuned and stay safe.
I think this we've seen already, right? So I guess that's gonna be like the strength area, and then probably like dex strength. I think then we have everything, right? I think we started with dex. Me like the new tree. Yeah, when I first saw it, I was not really too impressed, but you know, now that with all the stuff we've seen, there's actually lots of interesting nodes there. So I really like what they've done with the passive tree. I'm pleasantly surprised compared to my expectations. Did they release any more teasers? I'm not sure, I don't think so. What's up, Dylan? I mean, it's almost 11, guys, and I'll actually sleep early today, and I'll come back early tomorrow. I think I'm gonna call it actually for the night. I want to cook some more builds though, this is actually kind of fun. I think this teaches you a lot, actually. So I'll do more of this tomorrow. I want to try to like cook a ranger build, I want to try to cook like a warrior build, and so on. And just have something. Is D4 bad? I wouldn't really say so, but some people think that. But right now the eyes are on PoE, including mine. Can you share the link? I actually cannot. Unless I shorten it. Wait a minute. So I can try this. What's that thing? Bitly? I do not want to create an account. Okay, URL shortener. Is that thing? Tiny URL. Try this one. Okay. Does that work? Okay. And that works. Okay, I'm also putting them here into this channel, by the way. So that's why we're gonna start to add some stuff now. In the PoE 2 section. So if you're on the Discord, make sure you turn on the channels. If you don't see the PoE channels, you can do that here. some kind of whirlwind skill. Not for the early access launch, but they said that it's coming. It's gonna be Cyclone, it's called. Actually, what about this command here? Wait. So this probably leads to the Elite 4 channel, right? Let's change that command actually. Command edit, builds. Hello. What's up? What?
Can you take him for a bit?
Okay.
No.
No, you got a dog now? Okay. Let's do this. Okay, I was gonna edit this command a little bit here. Copy link. So how about that? What about my YouTube links actually? What do we have there? I guess I can update a little bit as well then. Let's put this link there too. Okay. I'll write this in. And where was this? Grenadier. Alright. Okay. Well, I have to find like a new system now with like how I do this with all the links and the commands and stuff, but we'll figure it out. So for now, I just do PoE stuff anyway, so builds, Discord for those who are not there. Alright. We're gonna do more tomorrow. So I'm gonna raid someone. Thanks for hanging out. That was fun. Probably more teasers and stuff tomorrow as well. Who do we rate today? Crouching Tuna. I was doing old school RuneScape. Okay. Who's there actually? On PoE. Could write Tuna anyway, I guess. Because why not? Fabgun. We actually watched a video from Fabgun. Let's rate him. How about that? Alright. Rate the fish. The tuna. I'm gonna rate him, don't worry. Let's rate another PoE guy down. Tuna is not on PoE. That's the fab. Yep. Yeah, I'll send some love, guys. I'll see you tomorrow. Have a good one.